So I didn't. So I've got on Amazon, the cat eye looks nice, so I bought a pile of those, they wanted it all matched. I have not that much more. I'm a try it, see if it works guy. Yeah. More than, don't show me the numbers, like, sure, RS-232 should only work 3 keys. Yeah. But I pushed it 1,500. You know, if I'm just sending data, like, it's only at 4,800 baud, if I can do baud down and bring it down. Yeah. So that's me, I'm a school of hard knock, did it work? You know, I have the other one is that you can't stick a power key in a box with only 3 inches all around it. It's never worked. Here's right here. A lot of that's. But now, I have forced air. But I have forced air. Yeah, a couple of fans, so you can never get something more. Yeah. Once I get my Aurora, because we've only built cost. It costs. How the cost is 15 grand. Say 15, 20 grand a piece.
I'll be done in a minute. Just oh shoot! See, that's why we do this.
Come on up to the front, unless you're really, really shy. We don't have to use the mic. We'd rather not carry the mic. Morning, sir. That way we can tell if you sleep on. You already got shirts? Yeah. Last night they gave him out. Oh. I might have. I think we crossed on.
Oh gosh, man.
I made it.
Really? I like that.
You like it? I was going to sell them, but I decided I got too many of them. Yeah. I don't have time to
get George this on.
Yeah,
get Mark this on.
I don't have time to do a lot.
Well, it's DIN rail, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, you got
where is it? Nobody call it? You answered me on it.
Yeah, it's here
So
somewhere.
it's here somewhere.
We did that, Kyle.
We all did. So it's like, we'll get George to talk about it when he comes here, but it's all DIN rail mounted. This. Guarantee this is probably double-sided tape right now.
Yeah.
Because that's what I had to do. You take little rubber feet off the back.
Yep. There it is. Here's my phone.
Oh yes, I am done. Sorry,
Okay.
sorry. I'm in.
Are you after us?
No, I'm today. So
Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
trying to get everything configured.
There's Georgie boy.
You're late. So come on up to the front. You too, Mr. Silverhaired guy. What are you referring to? You. That refers to those people. The Arctic blonde, right? Arctic blonde. I came by your was 3 times last night.
Oh, we were like, yeah, it's crazy, crazy guy.
Do you still have a voice?
This morning I didn't. Right now it's kind of okay. But we can just,
I kick it off the house.
yeah, okay, yeah, I can just plug in the HDMI. Because we gotta do.
We'll stall.
Yeah,
We're doing it live.
we're doing it live, yeah. We got slides, man.
Yeah. We good. You got them on a, you want to do your laptop? You got them on a, let's see. Okay. You want to tap it first?
It's on.
Okay.
No, this is kind of an old.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's
The
a
MacBook Pro, it's a MacBook Air.
Of course, I wouldn't use I need an Earl operating system.
Come closer. Easier to read the screen.
Everyone here's for remote cam radio, right? Not Eris? Okay, there was,
I thought this was the Army Mars radio teletype.
well, it could be. I mean, we're gonna do a lot of topics. Actually, we're doing an episode of Workbench, so we're gonna be here for one.
Oh, yeah, strap in.
Make it easy to find our way in here. Oh, Danny Swagger, I'm gonna let you in. You guys okay?
I think we're good.
We're one.
Make sure you use the microphone.
Okay.
We have to use the microphone?
Oh. Okay,
Oh,
so
because
far
it's streaming?
Yes.
Can we turn the gain down a little bit?
Sure.
The thing's freaking hot. Hot to trot. Woo! Test, test. Yeah, that's all right.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
There's a reason for
So this is the remote operating, form. Come on. We're all friends here.
We'll be able to get
I'm just asking you to be quiet. I mean, turn your phone on. I think so.
There's, actually, they're being streamed on YouTube. No, I don't know, like, I think they're just taking our voice and our, slide streaming it. So if you go on the DARA, Hamvention YouTube channel, there's Saturday Forum 2.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're the first one, so they will be there. I mean, I will probably, I mean, I have my camera out thinking about recording this, but I really want to record my notepad presentation. So,
I could pick my phone on.
yeah, I think so. Yeah. I don't-
Used to be, I went jump off.
You can do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Their award.
Oh, really? What was the
Top golf. Oh, really? Had to be done. I'm glad you were there because I actually there at the one. Yeah. So we, you know, in ham radio, things go wrong. We have just an alarm mark that fly, are you? Tim gets up to talk, and Tim goes, "Where's the slide deck?" And I look at Steve and say, "I thought you loaded the slide deck." It was like, but, you know, Tim always sticks around usually. Probably they end up having some sort of meeting.
This is yours. Oh, this is for the microphone. I don't know what that's for. We have 300 spray for mic, wireless mic.
It's like 220-ish.
320.
320-ish.
I didn't. I assume it's for a wireless mic.
Yeah.
Name that band.
The Space Coast RFI guys were laughing.
Oh.
They were showing me that, it looks like they got it.
I guess they don't want it.
They'll come and find it.
We can auction it off. $10. You're supposed to go up, not down.
Oh.
We're supposed to use the microphone.
Yeah, we're supposed to.
We're gonna start right at 9:15.
Everyone's here. Everyone is here for remote ham radio, right? No, RS. Gotcha. Thank you. You in the wrong forum?
Yeah, you have to wait till after lunch.
You can sit in the air conditioning and learn about ham radio, remote ham radio, if you want.
This will be more interesting anyway.
Yeah.
Careful, George. Our best RF engineer is.
Last time I was in one of these rooms, they had huge fans, and you couldn't hear yourself.
Well, it's Orlando with the air conditioning unit behind the vinyl,
Oh,
and then it kicks on, right?
Yeah.
If you want me to talk things like.
Yeah, you jump in there. I think there's another mic. There's another mic.
I'll use this one. What's this monstrosity?
We ready?
So everybody's here. Are we all awake? Everybody dry? How many people here are, okay, so I'm Mike Walker. I run the Remote Ham Radio Forum. Today I've asked two people to join us. Kyle, AA0 Zulu, see, 1Z, right? Got it this right this time. And George, KJ6VU, and it's written right here, so I didn't get that wrong. And you guys have been friends of mine for a long time. George and I have played remote automation in so many ways. How many people here were repeater controller operators? Couple? You know what it's like, right? I never want to go back to the hill. Why do you want to make that change? Use it the way it is. Anyway, that's not the case here. Can someone pop that door? Do not break an ankle, Kyle. All right. So I've asked them to speak. Anytime we do my presentations, I'm not going to give you a final solution. My idea is to give you ideas and how to get there and how to make it work for you. Remote stations are whatever you make it, from turning something simple on and off to turning everything on and off, to monitoring your power, your current, your voltage, your temperature, if somebody broke in. And over the past, I've been at this since 2005, everything I've done has been a homebrew, what's available. Finally, then IoT, Internet of Things came out. We'll talk a bit about that. And you can pretty much do anything you want to do by finding stuff on Amazon. Like going to Home Depot to buy antenna building bits, right? Best antenna building store out there. And then George is going to talk about his station controller, which is something we have batted around and built and not built for years. And then he just went and did it. And it's you can see it here. This is Kyle's, or one of Kyle's?
One of mine.
One of his. And you'll see it's genius. So I'm going to let Kyle kick it off. But all HF remote operating, is that what you're thinking about? I want you to keep an open mind, and I don't know if Kyle has a slide that says this, but if you're going to do this in HF, and yes, I'm with Flex Radio, that has nothing to do with this, but if you're going to do it in HF radio, the radio you own today may not be the radio you want to do the project with. Now, if you want, and so some are far easier, you can make it work, right? Kyle.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm Kyle, and I'm going to trip over my own wire. Here we go. So we're going to do some slides here. George is going to come up. We're going to talk about the station controller, but I just wanted to point out some things about building a remote station. You just can't do this overnight. You got to think about it and plan out your system. You've got to have good, stable internet. I'm not going to read these slides verbatim. You can read them, but you got to have good, stable internet. You don't have to have a lot of internet, but you have to have some stable internet. We're going to talk about what stable internet looks like and how you can achieve that. We're going to gear this towards smaller stations. The bigger stations, you know, I'm sure most of us have a small station at home, and you probably want to get on the radio, work some DX. Maybe you're on vacation and there's a contest and you just want to make, you know, a couple hundred QSOs or whatever. This is what we're going to talk about, is getting you guys on the air from another location. And that could be your couch. That could be Hawaii. That could be a cruise ship. We had Ham Radio Workbench on the air a couple of months ago, and Paul operated remote from a cruise ship, and he was clear as day. Case in point, you can do this. Next thing that I want to express that I've get emails all the time on is I've dove too deep. You got to start small. So this crawl, walk, run mentality is start small. And we're going to show you how to start small. And then we're going to get into more advanced topics here. And then use this presentation as a guide. This is not extensive. You know, we're trying to do this in an hour. There's a lot of things to cover here. Bandwidth. So we're going to talk about internet here. You typically just need 2 megabits down. You could probably get by with less, but 2 megabits down, I think, is the sweet spot. 5 kilobits up. Keep in mind all of the data is coming down, right? So if you've got a waterfall or you've got data or sound, CW, that's coming down, you want that constant stream of bandwidth. A lot of the stuff, the bandwidth going up is not that important, but it is important. So we got to keep that in mind. Usually you need about 500 kilobits to 1 megabit per VFO. So if you, like in the Flex world, I'm going to talk about Flex, but you don't have to. This is going to be agnostic. Is, you know, I've got a 6700 and I got an 8600. I don't run all 4 slices or 8 slices on the 6700 when I'm doing remote. I run 1 slice. That really brings down the bandwidth, so I'm not bringing all of that data down. Also, you need a good router. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about good routers that you probably want to think about, and they're good ones and there's bad ones. And then if you decide, whenever you get to your remote location, you need to run a speed test. And we're going to show you some speed tests to get you, you know, where are you in the calibration of where your bandwidth needs to be.
This is all in perspective of where the radio is.
Yes, where the radio is going to be, because you might not have your radio at your house. You might have, like, Mike's got a cottage, I've got a remote station, George has probably got somewhere where he's got a radio. So this is from the perspective of where the radio is at. We're going to talk about 3 things here: latency, jitter, and buffer bloats. So latency is the measured milliseconds given data traveling from one machine to another. Jitter is basically the inconsistency of data, and buffer bloat is basically a router issue. I'm not going to get into what these things are. You can read them. They're internet terms that you've probably have heard before, but these things kill internet remote ham radio. They are your enemies, and you have to mitigate them. You're not going to solve them, because between your remote and your place that you're operating from, you've got your ISP, you've got, you know, your AT&T big route or big pipes, and you can't do anything to make sure that these things are mitigated, but you can do some things on your remote end to make sure that the risk is low. You can also work with your ISP. So if you've got a lot of internet issues, don't be afraid to call your ISP and have somebody come out and take a look and run some tests on your last mile of internet or your connection. It could be something in the last mile. Keep in mind, the internet is fast. It's really fast. The routers and the switches that these ISPs put in, they can handle the bandwidth. Typically what I've seen is whenever I've had a slowdown in my remote ham radio, it's been at my issue. It's been at my house or it's been at the last mile. So remember that. Buffer bloat. Take a picture of this, run this at your remote station on your router. See what your buffer bloat is. Buffer bloat is a router issue. So basically what it does is just queues up packets, information on the internet, and then it sends it out at different intervals. This is the great thing about remote radio is the gaming world is solving our issues. The kids that are gaming 24/7, they are trying to figure out how to get the least amount of latency out of their internet connection because they want to win that first person shooter game. So now companies are coming out with routers that solve the buffer bloat issue. So you want to run this at your house and see what your buffer bloat is. Here's some gaming routers, basically easy setup to hard setup. So you've got a couple of gaming routers there. I like the GL iNet series, which is in that second tier. Then you've got the Ubiquity if you want to go a little bit more prosumer router. And then that PF Sense. If you're tech heavy, that PF Sense is a pretty good router. This is just a slide that basically says, put everything on one subnet. I know that you probably have some IT, folks in here. You got somebody that works IT, in your family. Don't put things on different VLANs. Just put it all on one subnet. That's all you need to do. There's not going to be enough traffic on your switch, your local switch, to warrant segmenting things off. Now, you might segment stuff off like your IoT devices or different things. Put all of your remote ham radio stuff on one segment. It'll be easier to troubleshoot later in life. Mike did a presentation about death of the RS-232. We are trying to get everything Ethernet. There are solutions that you can get this USR that comes in RS-232 and then goes out Ethernet. I would love to have everything Ethernet, but we don't live in that world. So there are some solutions out there. Also, if you're going to plug in things via USB, which is as bad as RS-232 in my book, that Triplite hub is a really good hub. You can ground it. It works on 12 volts. I would suggest getting that Triplite hub. All right. Mike has done a ton of presentations about this. The one thing that is an issue is whenever you call your ISP and your internet is down or you have trouble, Mr. Jet Engine here, whenever you have an issue with your internet, what is the first thing that happens? The ISP support people say, have you rebooted your router? And I don't know if that's the air conditioning or what. What? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I'll try and get through this. They're going to ask you to reboot your router. You need a way to reboot your router remotely. And these devices here will get that done for you. Basically, they ping the internet, and if they don't find a response, they're going to reboot your router. Because how can you reboot your router if you're not at home, So the Digital Loggers Pro is, I like that one the best. It's a little expensive, but you get all of these switchable AC outlets. And then also it has a really good interface to be able to ping the internet. It's very, very easy. The other two are great. And then that net reset, I don't have a lot of experience, but these are some solutions for you. Do you need a VPN? You don't. You can do all of this stuff just clear out on the internet. But there are some VPNs out there. If you want to configure a VPN, you can. The Tailscale is probably the easiest. I think Tailscale is probably one of the most versatile that you can configure. There's also WireGuard that you can use, Alan. Well, so this is being streamed on the internet, from what I understand. So I think if you go to DARA's YouTube channel and you go to forum room 2, we're on 2, on Saturday, you can, and we're going to be the first one, so you can go back and look at all these slides. I hope that they're streaming this. I know. I can't hear myself, so. Another question that we get is, do you need dynamic DNS? Basically, it takes an address like google.com that you and I can remember, and it translates it into an IP address that is out on the internet. Do you need this? You don't, but it's nice to have. There are different solutions that you can sign up for. So you could, like, mine is remote.aa0.com is my DNS. So I know to go to that address every single time that I want to connect to something. Do you need this? No, you don't. But if your IP address changes multiple times, throughout the year, you might want to consider this. All right, let's talk about hardware command and control. You got to figure out how to turn and turn off your station, right? So we're going to talk about some different things that you can use to get that done. And then we'll talk about amp control, antenna switching, rotor control, all of these things. There are solutions out there. You don't have to homegrown a solution for these devices. Here is some power supply control. I think, Mike, do you have these Casa smart switch plugs?
No, I've not used those yet, but the Casa smart switch, they make a whole family of switches. The cubes on the right or left, I think you can buy 5 of them for $21 and just use, the iPhone app that comes with it as an example. So you can get pretty thrifty. I think sometimes we get stuck or in I want it as one app that does everything. And that's later. That's later. We're still chewing away at the elephant here.
Right. So here's some devices that you can buy off the shelf today, off Amazon, to turn your devices on and off, right? There's an app. You configure the app, you sign in, or you make an account. It's got a button, and then you rename that button power supply, rename that button amplifier, and you get all of that control at the palm of your hand. Whenever I was doing this, no one told me this, but now, obviously I figured it out. I'm going to tell you, you can plug your power supply in to one of the relays, your Casa, your Waze control. I have a digital loggers here. So you've got the AC, your DC goes to your radio. Leave your power switch on and control your power switch through the relay. I kept on trying to figure out, how am I going to turn this power supply on? Just leave the power supply on and control it through the relay. So we've got that hurdle already taken care of. Let's talk about antenna disconnect. One of the main questions that I get is, how do I disconnect my antenna from my coax for lightning protection? The Paradan antenna disconnects are your way to go. Whenever you apply 12 volts to the Paradan disconnect, it attaches the relay and attaches your antenna. If you remove 12 volts, it detaches your antenna. It's grounded. There's a gas discharge tube in there. It's an all-in-one thing. So I would suggest if you are in an area that has a lot of lightning, take a look at this. Yeah, go.
So I often get what do you do with lightning? Well, until we get an application that unscrews the coax from the back of it, throws it out the window, and puts the radio in the box, it's a bit of a risk. I personally run a 403A antenna switch. When I pull my 12 volts off that, it grounds everything. So that's good. That helps me for EMP, which is rain static, snow static, dust static, nearby strikes, clear air strikes. You can lose a radio, not to scare everybody, and not even know how it happened, but it does happen. Fortunately, every radio built today's got some fairly good front end static tools in it. I also add arc plugs. You can get them at DX Engineering on every antenna lead, and they work. They have a little doohickey in them. I've taken it out, looked at the doohickey, and you'll see the center conductor is pitted and more pitted. You should see the one from my 160 meter vertical. Thank you. Did you shoot it? Thank you. And so just keep that in mind. I'd like you guys to bug 403A in Montenegro. They built this beautiful mechanical disconnect switch for, I think, 6 or 8 feed lines. Does it throw the coax out the door and out the window? No, but it's the closest thing I have seen. And essentially, you're going to use a remote button to say, okay, pull the feed lines apart this far. It's a start. And so we won't go through the mechanics of what would happen in a strike, but you're significantly more protected because even if there was, say a dipole took a big pulse, it's going to arc the ground right there, and hopefully keep it off the radio. Let's go.
Those Paradan disconnects are really cool. I have a bunch, and I don't know if they've ever saved me, but it keeps peace of mind that my antennas are disconnected at the remote station. That is not a substitute for grounding and bonding all of your equipment properly, but I know whenever I look on my dashboard, I know that my antennas are disconnected and I have that peace of mind. So now we're going to talk about controlling your radio, because that's, the main thing that you need to do here is control your radio. And then we'll get into some amplifiers and some other things. The Flex makes it very easy, right? They had remote control in mind whenever they designed the 6000 series and now the 8600. They have a thing called SmartLink, and you can log into SmartLink anywhere in the world and make a connection back to your radio. You don't have to have DNS. You don't have to have anything. All of that stuff happens in the cloud, and they make it very easy. So I will say I'm a little biased towards Flex because I have Flex, and I'm the most familiar with the Flex environment. They also have a Maestro. The Maestro is a great tool to, like Paul was operating on the cruise ship for Ham Radio Workbench on the air. He literally had a Maestro in front of him, I think, and the Maestro had everything incorporated. It's got a screen, it's got buttons, it's got a keyer, it's got SSB input. So it's got all of that stuff integrated. So they're really ahead of the ball on the remote aspect of ham radio, remote ham radio. But that does not mean that you cannot control your ICOM or your Yaesu or your Kenwood. ICOM has got a whole bunch of software out there, the RSBA1 software, Win4 ICOM software, the FWView software. These are, made by ICOM or they're programmed by third-party application developers. So you can, buy the software. I think some of these might be freeware. And there's a whole range of radios that you can control. Make sure before you download the software that your radio is compatible. Kenwood has got this ACRP 891 software. Show of hands. Let me go to the Yaesu. Yaesu's got that win for Yaesu. Who is controlling their radio that does not have a flex? You have in the past. What are some of the software? What radio that you had, and what is the software you used? So you have the 890 and you use the 890 software. Somebody who's got a Kenwood? Anybody got a Kenwood? That's there. TS2000 had the write your own app. Okay, yeah, Apache Labs, yeah. You use the ICOM software? Oh, geez. Over here, real quick.
K3 with remotehams.com.
Yes, we're going to get to that. Yes, Marcus is amazing. Over here. Oh, a new one went through. Yes. TS480 with the remote what? The remote rig boxes. Yes, that's a good solution. Over here, right here. FTRDX. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's new.
Gotcha. One more.
Kyle, just hold on.
Yeah.
Just repeat that for the microphone. So
Yeah. What was it again?
FTDXRC.
FTDRXC. FTDXRC. Thank you. It was a busted call. Sorry. 890, and then one more. Yeah. 991 with the remote hands. Here's Yaesu. Somebody had an Elecraft. Yeah, over here. Those are easy to remote with the remote head. Gotcha. So here's some universal radio control remote rig, remote TX. Somebody said remote TX in here. Can't remember. And then we've got, sorry, do you want to take this picture real fast? Yep, sure. The Elecraft, radio control, the K4. Elecraft is doing some really cool stuff for remote ham radio. I set one up at a friend's house a couple months ago. Then you've got remote rig and remote TX. You can see there's a ton of solutions out there. Then you've got the MFJ RigPi. Is that still being made? Is that still being supported? Is anybody using RigPi? Yeah? Yeah. I know that it was hot like a couple years ago at Hamvention. RCF Orb? I think that's like an Android client. It is, okay. Gotcha. One of the main things that you're going to find out is you need a PC at the remote end. Why? Because you can remote into that PC and you can troubleshoot issues, but also think about digital modes. If you want to use FT8, you can remote into that PC and do all of your digital modes there. You don't have to hear the deedle-dees, right, and the horrible FT8. Just remote the screen and use it remotely. The NUCs are really great. You can find a NUC that runs on 12 volts. I think most of them run on 19 volts. Yeah, but you can find PCs that run on 12 volts. So I use Chrome Remote Desktop. If you have a Google account, this is baked in. It's free. I have run contests all weekend on Chrome Remote, and it's worked fine. So keep that in mind. It does, but it's very latent. So I would not try and mimic a CW key or do SSB, connect your headphones into this PC and then remote into another PC. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, so the remote PC was something I learned immediately, like in day 2, Just being able to remote desktop and gave me everything to do, as Kyle said, for maintenance and whatever, and digital. When it comes to the user interface, the audio, that is the hard part. When it comes to CW, that's even the harder part. This is why we say the maestro is throw money at it and a flex radio and it's done. It doesn't mean you can't do it. The audio, I used Skype for a long time in Ham Radio Deluxe in a user-client situation. TS480 and remote rig is, I think today, one of the easier things to set up with a bit of networking skills. Flex is incredibly easy networking to set up, but great all-around station solution. It's an okay, I'm blunt, it's an okay radio. I wouldn't use it in Seeker Worldwide sideband because it just doesn't have the front end type of thing. But there are numerous ways to do audio. Mumble, Skype's gone, so you can't use Skype anymore, but Mumble gamer stuff, very fast, very low latency. Gary Hull does some great pages on Mumble and ham radio, and I think he's got a way to carry push to talk through that as well, so you don't have to use Vox. Max Marcucci, M-U-C-C-I-E, I can't remember his call sign, has developed the, you don't have a CW slide, do you? CW, for remote CW, using an Arduino at either E-end, you do have one? Oh, I'll shut up. Next.
Yeah.
Anyway, he'll skip over that. So that's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. All right. It's the next. It's the next slide. How about that? So a single sideband is kind of easy through remote, right? It's just audio. You can have some latency and some jitter in there, and it's okay. That does not translate well for CW, right? A DIT can turn into a DA real fast, and then you got a busted call. So, but there are solutions. So you also have to think about foot switch control, the PTT, how you're going to key the remote radio. Is that a local foot switch and it sends a signal out? Do you just hit the space bar and that turns Mox on? Like how are you going to do that? A lot of the radios and the software has solved that for you. So you got to take a look on how that's solved. CW, this is the bane of all CW remote ham radio existence. The Marconi keyer is an awesome solution. It was designed by Max N5 NHJ. Thank you. He has gone back to Italy. He's an Italian. He's gone back to Italy, but he still supports it. You can still buy it. I bought a Marconi keyer, and a couple of other people that have the station. Connor back there, I don't think you've got a Marconi keyer, but I think Ward has run like 35 words a minute, 40 words a minute on the Marconi keyer. It's flawless. CW Hotline is another one that you might want to take a look at. Let's get into antenna switching. Yeah, go ahead. Sure. Yes, yep. Yep. Right. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Hold that thought. I use Control K, right, to then do a fill, right? Hold that thought. I think we'll get to it. Right. Yeah. You guys need to, yeah. Okay. Antenna switching. I got a few slides about Node-RED, antenna switching, things that you want to take a look at. These are some solutions that are remotable that you might want to take a look at. We have these WA4 MCM boxes at our contest station. I think Mike has got an Antenna Genius. But all of these solutions are out on the internet. They are remotable. There's documentation on what to buy and how to remote these things. All you have to do is buy it and put some time into it. Here's some rotators. The A4TX box, that's what I use. Green Heron, PST software. All of that stuff is remotable. Amplifiers, of course, the PGXL, the RF kit, the the ACOM newer amps are remotable. The KPA Alacraft series is remotable. I have a KPA 500. It's remotable. Tuners, of course, the Tuner Genius, the Palstar, the Alacrafts, they're all remotable. Very easy. Power meters. This is,
Can I interrupt you?
yeah, sure.
I'm gonna do an advertisement.
Yeah, go
We have a new slide that we didn't put in here.
Oh, we didn't?
Oh, we didn't. So I'm gonna do a flex advertisement, so quick pause. In all that things, we've had a radio, we've had an amplifier, we've had a tuner, and maybe an antenna switch. And if you haven't dropped by the flex booth, please come by, see our new radio that has a killer remote 500 watt, all in one box radio that runs 110 volts at maximum of 7 amps at and key down for 8 hours straight, because that's what we did yesterday at full power. We probably should have added that only as it's one of its cool apps is the ability to drop in a single box. You know, the puzzle gets smaller and smaller on how to make all this work as a remote station. So it runs Smart SDR and Smart Link. And I still think one of the easiest to set up. Okay. Advertisement over.
Yeah. The drop-in solutions are great because there's less work, right? On the air faster. Third-party remote ham radio, DX remote, web radio control is one. Remote ham radio is probably the easiest. You pay the dollars, they give you a login, you're on the air with big stations. So if you don't want to go through the hassle, there it is. Going to do a couple of slides about Node-RED. I think, you know, if you've dabbled into remote ham radio, you've probably heard about Node-RED. I'm going to do a talk at 2:40 today in Forum Room 4, and we're going to demonstrate this down here, and we're going to actually control a radio. I got my KX3. We're going to plug the KX3 into a Raspberry Pi, and we're going to control it live with a blank canvas. I'm going to show you how to do that. So, and Node-RED can basically control anything that you can get RS-232 into Ethernet. It's a great solution. Here's a dashboard example of what Node-RED can look like if you configure it. You know, here is my station with, so these are 3 antenna rotators, and then we've got an antenna switch in the middle, and then more antenna switches on the left or the right-hand side. I'm going to skip this slide. George is going to talk about the station controller, but this right here is a full station controller on this board. This is all you need to control your station. George is going to talk a lot more about it. If you want to learn more about remote ham radio, I have a YouTube channel. I do Node-RED, I do remote ham radio, I do a whole bunch of other stuff. I've got a whole series on different things that you can remote, and I've basically done a brain dump. If you want something to go to sleep by, tune into the channel. The Flex YouTube channel. Mike has got a ton of stuff on the Flex on how to remote stuff, the different pieces of software that you can use to get the most out of your radio. That's a great channel. And then we also have a Facebook page, Remote Station Building. Go on Facebook. There's a whole bunch of discussion about where to get more information, where to get help about remote ham radio. It's a great group. People ask a bunch of questions and they get answers. That's it. George. That is mine. George is up.
Thank you, Kyle. Morning, everybody. My name is George Zafiropoulos. I'm KJ6VU, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the station controller project or product that we came out with in February. So this is really the first time we've talked about it publicly, and also an exciting new piece of software that we'll talk about to help you manage your remote station with multiple operators. All the stuff that I'm going to share with you here, you can come see in our booth at booth 3012. Oh, good. Okay, so let me just sort of set up the topic a little bit. The original idea behind making a station control product, why are we not? There we go. is simply this, that if you look at building your remote station, you really have sort of two categories of challenges. One is, how do I remote my radio? And that problem, like you all just talked about, several different kinds of solutions, and more the radio manufacturers are solving that problem for you, like Flex or Elecraft or ICOM. They're all building software products to make the remoting of the radio easier, and that's great. The problem is there's a bunch of other stuff that you'd like to do as well. So you'd like to be able to turn the station power on and off. You want to switch antennas. You want to measure RF power. You want to take the temperature of the PA or whatever. So for all that other stuff, you need to cobble together some kind of solution. And so we decided that we would build a product that basically addressed all that other stuff that would work with a Flex radio or an Elecraft or whatever radio you happen to have. So at the high level, there's sort of three things that we're talking about here. The middle is the actual radio remote control, as I said, managed by the software provider or the radio manufacturer. And we have two things that we're announcing. The thing at the top is a software product called iShare Radio. We'll talk a bit more about that. This allows us to build and administer a remote radio station with multiple clients with individual logins to be able to share that radio. Really important if you're running a club station. And then the other thing down at the bottom of the chart is the actual station controller itself, the physical controller that's monitoring and controlling key aspects of your station. And so I'll dive into that in a bit more detail. So what you see up here on the platform is an example of a typical remote station controller. So the remote station control system is a modular architecture. It has 4 or 5 different kinds of modules. You can mix and match depending on what you're trying to monitor and control. And I'll briefly walk through what each of these things do. The heart of the system is a computer running Node-RED. And in our case, we can supply that as a Raspberry Pi with the image already on the SD card, ready to go, literally plug and play. It has the flows already built into it, so you can start using this in 5 minutes. You literally take the modules out of the box, plug them together, plug it into the network, apply power. The display gives you an IP address. You point your browser to that IP address, and you're on the air. You're controlling the station controller that controls your station. The other modules that are part of the system do different functions. One of them is a general purpose I/O controller that does things like relay control, has DC voltmeters, temperature sensors, and so forth. Another module is an RF watt meter power monitor, and a third is a HF and 6-meter coax relay, and we have a brand new one that's a VHF coax relay as well. And all of this runs off a Node-RED dashboard, and we supply that flow on the SD card with the station controller so you can start using it right away. So each one of those modules, we provide the flows, and you can see on the chart here, there's relays on and off, there's antenna selectors, there's voltmeters, temperature gauges, and so forth. Being Node-RED, you can modify it as much as you like. You can take our flows, integrate it in your own flow, or start with our flow and add to it. So if you're a real experienced Node-RED person, then you just take our flows and incorporate them. But a lot of times people are starting from scratch and they don't know where to begin, and it's daunting when you sit there and go, I don't know Node-RED and I don't know where to start. You can take our flow as the baseline, use it, understand it, and then add your own customization to it, integrate rotor controllers, temperature, weather stations, whatever you like. So this is a guy who's using our station controller, this handsome man over here. So
Wearing the same shirt too. I took a shower.
did you wash the shirt? So before we came out with this product, I had an idea what I wanted to build, but before we started it, I thought I should talk to people that know more than I do about how to do this stuff. So I talked to Kyle, I talked to Mike, and some other guys who are very experienced in remote operating, and I wanted to get their advice about what sort of features would be useful. We talked about how to do the software control, and clearly Node-RED was the way to go, and modularity in the architecture was important. And a lot of the features really came from these guys giving me advice on what to build. So the system allows you to plug multiple modules together. You can have one module, one of every one of the different modules, or several copies of each of the module if you really need it to make a really big station, or add to it over time. And everything clicks together with a cable. It's very simple. So the Raspberry Pi that hosts the Node-RED flows comes on its own board, and that includes 12-volt DC power supply to run the Raspberry Pi and the necessary connectors to connect to the other station control modules. You could even take another PC and put Node-RED on it and use it for the master. In some cases, people want to use industrial-grade server-class computers. That's fine. You don't need to use the Raspberry Pi. But for most stations, this is a great way to go because they're low power consumption, they're relatively inexpensive, and they're easy to use. Let me talk a little bit about some of the control modules. The most popular one to start with is our general purpose I/O module. The GPIO module has 18 I/O channels. There's 2 digital temperature probes, 4 open collector outputs to switch large relays. There's 4 built-in dry contact relays, 4 digital inputs that are opto-isolated, and there's 4 DC voltmeters that'll measure from 0 to 50 volts. So with all of that, you could use this for a whole variety of purposes. You could use it to turn the power on and off at the station. You can measure the temperature on, in the cabinet, outside the building, taped to the power amplifier's heatsink. You could use this to have a door alarm to see if somebody's opened the cabinet. I've got one customer that's using the 4 digital inputs as a band decoder to auto-select which antenna they're using. The applications are really limitless for something like a GPIO module. And the way the system's architected, if you said, well, I need 16 relays, you just have 2 of these modules, and they all have their own separate address, and they're just individually accessible from that dashboard. So it's very easy to add new modules to the system. The first coaxial relay product we make is a HF and 6 meter 4-port module. It allows you to select 4 antennas to 1 radio, or 4 radios to 1 antenna. So my first use case for this was not remote. I have it in my shack. I've got 4 radios and 1 antenna, and I just select the radios remotely without flipping a switch. I could use the web page or a Stream Deck to send a command to switch the relays. But for a remote station, you probably want this to at least switch your antenna or a dummy load to the radio. But as you add more antennas, you can plug in more antennas. If you get more, you can add another module. So it's very easy to add on. These will handle 100, they're rated for 100 watts. I've got someone who's running 300 watts through one. It's so far so good. It uses all latching relays. So if you lose power, it stays in the last state that it was programmed to. So it maintains the connectivity for your antenna system. The next module is an RF watt meter module. This allows you to plug in a directional coupler, an RF sensor, that measures the forward and reflected RF power on your feed line. This controller supports 2 directional couplers at the same time. And you can get couplers for different power levels and different frequency bands. So there's QRP sensors, there's 2 kilowatt sensors, there's VHF, UHF sensors, and you plug them in, tell it which particular profile, and then it's pre-calibrated for that particular frequency range and power. So the nice thing about the RF power monitoring is you can do a ad hoc test, like what's the power, or we're constantly monitoring it, and if the reflected power is too high, it could take some kind of action. So it could either warn you, or it could shut something off, or it could switch antennas. One application, a fellow came up to me yesterday and said, at my repeater site, I want to watch the reflected power on my primary antenna, and if the reflected power goes too high, I want to fail over to another antenna. Could you do that? And I said, it already does that. I mean, it's like 2 blobs of Node-RED flow, and you'd have that. It's very simple to automate something like that. The other coax relay that we just came out with is a VHF UHF model. This is a 2-port switch, so 1 in and 2 out. It's good to 500 megahertz, and it plugs into the network and operates along with all the other modules. One of the things that we also looked at was how to make this a really physically extensible system. Sometimes you have all of your control gear in one place. You've got your radio, you've got your station controller, and the internet drop, and everything is in a rack, and that's all clean. But sometimes you might have things that are far away from your station. So you might have a tower that's across the property, and you want to remotely switch, let's say, antennas and run one big feed line back to the station. So to accomplish that, you could do it a couple ways. You can take one of these modules and put it remotely at the tower or wherever you like, and run a piece of Cat5 cable to provide power and data. That works fine, thousands of feet, no problem. or you can use one of our 900 megahertz data radios, and you can communicate with essentially a transparent wireless link between parts of the network, and it is transparent to the control system. So it's very easy to add on other modules far away. In fact, where I live, we have a gate that comes into where our house is, and we have one of our GPIO modules on the gate, which is a half a mile from my house, and I could see it from one of these little radios in the window of my house, and so I can check the power supply and the battery voltage and stuff at the gate. So there's lots of applications for this sort of thing. So the last thing I want to mention is a new software service that we're also coming out with. You can use the station controller by itself, or you can use the software by itself, or you can use them together. And one of the challenges that we identified is for large stations where you have a club with many users, there's really no way to manage multiple users. So, for example, in our club in Portland, we have a flex radio, and it's available to all the members of the club. And there's a single sign-on that we have to give everybody to access that radio. So we decided to build a software product that would allow you to support multiple users with individual login credentials to access that station. So let's say you have 50 club members, you can give every member their own login. So rather than logging into SmartLink, they log into our server, and then our server talks to SmartLink. And every user login has its own unique set of parameters. If you're a different class licensee, for example, we can restrict what frequencies you can transmit on. We can restrict the power level. We can basically manage what privileges you have on a user-by-user basis. We also have a scheduler that allows you to come in and reserve time on the station. As the system administrator, I can come in and block out time so you cannot reserve time because maybe the system's down for maintenance. So it's very easy to manage something like that when you have some control around the system. And thirdly, it interfaces to the station controller. So again, let's say I have a large remote station, many members in the club. If I want to take an antenna down for maintenance for a week, I'll send an email to everybody, but maybe who's going to read it? You know, so what I can do is go in as the administrator and say, okay, the 20-meter beam is not available. And so if you select it on the web page for the station controller, it won't switch. So it'll be disabled. So it's a really nice way to manage a multi-user remote system, even if it's just for a couple of friends, because you might be messing with your station and you want to prevent someone from trying to use it, and you can't rely on calling them and telling them please don't use it. So it's a great way to really manage your whole remote station. We're launching this towards the end of the year. We're showing it here at the show. We can talk about it. We'll be in beta probably around September. So anybody interested, we'll love to give your email address and let you know what's going on. The first release is built for Flex radios specifically. So we spent a lot of time with the Flex radio engineering team to figure out how to make this whole thing work. They've been super supportive, and we're grateful for that. Thank you, Mike. So that's worked out great. And eventually we'll create a version to support other radios. Sorry, Mike. Besides Flex. But that's the place to start, because we all have Flex radios, and they're really popular for remote. So it makes it a good place for us to begin that development. So we're in booth 3012. So come on by and check it out. Kyle? We don't have pricing figured out, but it'll be an annual subscription because we run it on our server, and we're thinking about tiering it. So I'll just tell you sort of the thought at the moment is kind of a two-tier pricing model. First tier would be more for an individual. Like, I just want to constrain the station if I let my buddy use it. And then there's more the club model where there's, tens, 100, or 50 users, and so it's a bigger thing. So we'll probably have two price tiers. One of the suggestions that also came up in this conversation, actually your idea, which we loved, is the idea that, what if you want to make your station available for rent? And so one thought that we have is to actually create kind of a marketplace for accessible radios like remote ham radio, but instead of it's such a big thing, this would be like, well, I've got a Flex and I got a Beam and I don't use it most of the time, so I'm going to make my station available, and you can come to our website, you can reserve time on it, you pay for that time, and then the owner gets a chunk of that rental, essentially. Oh, yeah?
Constantly asked about
I find that, first of all, Flex is not for everyone. And I hate seeing people buy a Flex and then badmouth it when it's not for them. So I like to show people, and then they either love it or they move on. So if I could have that, I could show people in our club.
Yeah. So the reason that we wanted to do this, like in our club, in most clubs, you know, some people have big property and big antennas. A lot of people live in apartments. They live in HOAs. You don't, you know, so you want to share a club radio or your buddy's radio, but there's like sort of no way to control that environment. And so we're trying to solve that problem. So a good example for like a demo would be, you can set it up to say, okay, here's Bob, here's your login credential. We're going to set you up receive only, no transmit privileges. You can do whatever you want, but no transmit. Or we'll let you transmit, but at 50 watts.
So we're running out of time, so George, you want
Yeah.
to wrap it up?
Yeah,
I want 30 seconds.
Go ahead, Mike, all yours.
Okay, no finish.
No, that's it. So please come over to 3012 and check it out and ask questions. Thanks.
I wanted to trade your places so you can hear me. I want to thank George for bringing this forward, and Kyle for doing a lot of the legwork to be here. You can find us all over the property. I'm at Flex Radio booth. Len, you've got a great idea as well. George, and who else is working on that with you?
Alan.
Alan, thank you, Alan. And there's more to that to come. It's long overdue. We Flex weren't able to get to it. We know it was on our list. But I'm walking over to show it to Steve in about 2 minutes. And if you have any more questions, please find George at 3012 in the corner there with Halibut. Kyle is mobile.
I'm gonna be over here after the
Yeah.
forum.
Or we may step outside because the next one's starting. Thank you so much for coming. We hope we found this useful.
I have an application, I don't know if you've seen it, it's called Flex Craft. And it connects your Flex and your, it controls your Flex, it right in the internet. Gives you, Outlook controls, automatic wording, apps is online, drop down to whatever out there.
Runs on Windows? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you send me that GitHub? Can you send me the GitHub? Yeah. Yeah, I need that. Yes.
Sorry? That's yeah. I'm sorry.
So, I'm good.
Yeah, good. Oh, good.
I don't know.
Fun stuff here? Oh, all right.
Right. Yeah, I know. Hey, how are you?
That's not gonna be practical. So, you can't get rid of remotely.
Yep. I do, yeah.
Guess what? They got
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah, I'm staying in an Airbnb.
Yeah, these are all the other guys.
Good to know for next time, I guess.
Yeah, but I think you have to get.
That sucks.
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, Mark. How are you? Yeah, Mark.
How you doing?
See you again.
See you. Good job.
Been busy. I know you're working today. Yesterday, today. Oh, you?
I got one later.
Oh, yeah, but then how you gotta do all your YouTube stuff too? Oh, really? I know. So did you do one of those new radio units? Everybody wants to do a presentation. I was good at it. Yeah, that's, I was GXT, I have a 7. Interesting. We'll see it, buddy. Okay, Kevin's asked. Here, he's streaming live. Here's a microphone. Want to put it up here?
Yeah, let's put it there so you
And we both can. And we'll both. Is it better to go here or on the? Go right there. Right? Catch it. Yeah, this is what this is where the wall right here. The ticket, you gonna park right now.
We're good. Everything's working, so we're good. Yep.
There's all the guys, give it out to everybody. It doesn't do any good now. There's a parking pass at the main gate. Yeah, exactly, but whatever. Whatever we do. Okay, and Mike, nice to meet you. No, thank you.
No, thank you very much.
You, I've met you a couple times on
Yeah,
Zoom. Yeah,
We're trying our best.
you do so much work. Thank you. Yeah, extra stuff.
No, it's not.
Because people like, from Kentucky, like, I know.
So get a
While we're working to get started, if you want to click on this QR code, you can follow along. There's going to be a survey we do later on. It's optional, so if you'd rather not, that's okay, but just zoom in on the QR code and it'll take you to the presentation.
we're just very.
What was the order again? You have to go, we're gonna sit there.
Oh, yeah, Jason.
Just make sure you guys use the microphone. Hey, Carrie. They brought them up.
Less.
It's his article, though.
Oh, she said go get something.
sitting outside.
Are you at Cedar Creek? We saw some pretty good rain, but we didn't, I don't think we saw hail.
I mean, that's not what they didn't have hail.
Oh, yeah, I did see where you guys were. Okay, yes, yeah.
Like, slated and that man.
That's good. My pet probably didn't survive so long. My pet did okay, but the top half on my Jeep. Had water all over my thing. No. Yeah. It was for a little bit. We were actually in our friend Jim's camp. So we weren't in the tent.
This is, I was delegated.
Oh, did Sam bail? Oh, okay.
Experience, first impact.
That's okay.
Did you get this?
Thank you.
Be able to laugh again, I'll try to find it.
I'm sure.
Oh, let me tell you, the first thing, we just caught this rabbit. Traffic takes off. I'm thinking, wait up, Bill, wait for me.
Tablet, can I set my tablet up here just for my notes? Like,
Sure.
I mean, whenever I'm in.
I'll take this with me.
I'm
whenever.
last though, right?
You can find something more entertaining what I have to say from the Cartoon Network.
You can't get away with saying, I can't do it, I like shots. And I had to wear the post. I thought it was upside. I don't remember. It's one of the vendors. I think Ham Radio.
Oh, I'll wait.
It was 10 minutes.
What?
They have a lot of options, a lot of colors and styles.
Oh, my mouth is getting dry.
I'm not really either. I'd be more nervous if it is. That's the fear I have.
Around to get to the point.
Here, I practiced a little bit, try to make it.
Good morning. As soon as everybody finds a seat, we'll get started. My name is Kevin Thomas, W1DED. In 2016, the ARRL introduced a program called National Parks on the Air, NPOTA for short. It was only intended to last for 1 year, so when it concluded a year later, there were a group of people, including Jason Johnson, W3 Alpha Alpha X-ray, and 3 or 4 other people that are still on the board with POTA. They said, I'm having too much fun. We can't have this thing go away. So between Jason and his band of bandits, they put together the current Parks on the Air. And if you talk to any of these guys, they never dreamt that this would be worldwide. They were hoping to do something for their buddies, to keep going to parks. In the original program, they only had US parks, but we all know how it's grown since then. I think that we've surpassed the 40 million QSO mark, and you'll hear some other statistics. You'll hear other statistics during this meeting and the seminar that's following this, but it's been pretty remarkable. Some people say that POTA has saved ham radio. I'm not going to step up to that, but I think if you ask around, we certainly have made a significant difference. Today, we're going to give you an overview of what it's like to activate a park. And rather than me and Mark, who we'll introduce in a second, rather than us stand up here and drone on, we brought these 4 individuals. And there's a saying in POTA, if you've been around for a while, that there's POTA royalty. And these are POTA royalty. These are people that you all know their call signs. They've activated a lot of parks. If you haven't met them in person before, you certainly have probably met them on air. And we thought it was best to hear from them how they activate, what interests them, maybe even how they got into Parks on the Air to begin with. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my compatriot here, Mark, K8MST.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Mark Terrigian, K8MST, as he said. We're really happy to have everybody here. It's amazing, as he said, the exponential growth of POTA. What I like to say is it's really not about radios and antennas, and everybody talks about this new POTA towers, and it's about the magic of the people. And I think having this many people, this is our real first opportunity in delving into symposiums. It's fantastic. So I want to say on behalf of Rick Parent, who's really like the CEO, he got involved in the beginning, put in the money, made POTA where it is today. He was going to be here. He's ill, and he wasn't able to travel. And I know he's really upset that he wasn't here, but the doctor said, no, you're staying home. So I do want to mention, thanks to Rick and his leadership in giving us the board of director. And I'm a new board of director. We all knew I have Tom here, Mike Case is here, John Ford is here, Tom Martin is here. If you guys are here, you can stand up. In the second symposium, we're going to talk more about what we're going to do and why, how, what, and just to keep the perpetuation of the growth. It's just been fantastic. I like to say POTA on, but it's magic. So thank you for being here. And I will one more thing. If you see the screen, the QR code, Kevin did a great job of this code. You can type a question, send it up, and then we can kind of go through the questions if you have questions to any of the activators. And then in the second one, the same thing. So it'll help us keep track of it and then just keep the flow moving. So I get to introduce Jason. Jason and I are in the same club in Michigan, and I nominated him as the royalty. I said, Jason, the silent majority here, he's done a lot of activation. So he's the first one, and he's going to talk about how he likes to activate. Jason?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jason. I'm Kilo November 4 Alpha Lima, and I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I'm honored to be here because I don't consider me a big fish in POTA. I'm more of a medium fish. So I definitely respect all the people who run all the miles and everything. But I'm going to talk a little bit about equipment, I guess how I got started in POTA and equipment and setup. I first learned about POTA from my buddy Lewis, N8LEK from the South Lyon Amateur Radio Club. He'd been in it since the beginning, and that's about all I knew about it. I had just recently got back into HF, so I was hearing these people on the air saying CQ POTA, CQ POTA. Okay, well, I'm happy to give you a contact. But it wasn't until another friend showed me the website, and I'm like, and I registered on the website, and I actually had a couple of awards waiting for me. I said, that's kind of neat. Plus, you have a spotting page. So the next 3 months, I had a lot of fun on weekends going down the list and seeing who I could hear. And I know there's a lot of big hunters out there. That's great. It's a lot of fun. But I quickly learned that I wanted to be the one going out to those parks. I love to travel and see new things. I'm always game for a good road trip, so or an off-road trip. I do have a Jeep, and it's helped me to get to some of these crazy places. So anyway, my first activation, we had this beautiful warm sunny day in February, which we never get in Michigan, or even here you probably. So I said, I want to get out there and activate. So I tore apart my base station. I threw it in the back, threw it in my Jeep. I had a big battery I used for a trolling motor on my canoe, and threw that in there and said, okay, I'm ready to go. I'm like, oh crap, wait, I need an antenna. Okay, at home I mostly run wire antennas because I live in a neighborhood with an HOA. They're pretty lenient, but you don't want to push the envelope. So I literally spent about 10 minutes soldering a 34-foot piece of wire to an SO239 connector, hooked another one on for a counterpoise, and went out to Pontiac Lake State Recreation Area, which I live next door to, and that's my home park, US 3323, and set up in the West Pavilion, threw the wire over the tree. I'm on the air. Don't know if it works yet, but I'm on the air. Made a couple of park-to-park contacts to test it out. They came back to me, okay. Things are working. Started calling CQ, and next thing I know, 15 minutes later, I had a page full. I'm like, I did it. My first activation, I did it. Well, I was hooked after that. So I spent the next 2 or 3 weekends doing the same thing, and I quickly learned I don't want to be tearing apart my base station all the time and everything. So I'm like, I like this. Let's get some equipment. So first thing, radios. My radio of choice is the Yaesu FT891. I like it because it's kind of a compromise between, it's a smaller footprint. Some people run the bigger radios. I got friends who run, 7300s and FTDX10s. That's great. I like it's a little bit smaller. I have friends that go the other way and run QRP, like, KX2s, KX3s. They're beautiful radios. But I also wanted something that puts out 100 watts. QRP, you can do amazing things with 10 watts when conditions are good. But sometimes they're not. As, last 2 or 3 weeks here, they've been dismal. So I like having that little bit of extra power. So I went with the 891. It's a really good price point for the radio. I think you get a lot of bang for your buck. The next thing, needed a battery, something a little smaller than the big one I had. 20 amp hour lithium iron phosphate batteries. I won't use anything but lithium iron phosphate. They're fantastic performing batteries. So 20 amp hours. I'm mostly a sideband guy. So I found with 50 watts out, I get about 8, I call average activations out of a charge, which is about 30 to 60 minutes. So I run that. Antenna tuner, that's optional. I run one because I do, the 891, one of the compromises is the 891 doesn't have a built-in tuner. That's great if you run resonant antennas, but I do run some non-resonant antennas, so I want the antenna tuner. I run the LDG 100. It's a fairly small, lightweight, can sit right on top of the radio. Okay, perfect. So I run that, and then probably one of the biggest things you want is antennas. That end-fed long wire worked great for me for probably the first 40 or 50 activations. But I wanted to look at other ones because sometimes, well, as it got warmer, now you got rangers in the park. You're not supposed to have wires in the trees at most of these. Plus, I went to some parks. There were no trees around. Now what do I do? So, okay, I've got a couple of 17-foot telescopic vertical whips and Wolf River coils to go underneath it to give you 40 meters. Those work great. I have both the option. I can put it on a tripod. So if I want to go, I don't have the radio mounted in my Jeep. I keep things pretty simple. I'm more of a keep it simple kind of guy. So the radios usually sit on my passenger seat. If anybody who has a Jeep Wrangler knows there's not really a lot of room to mount radios, but I don't want it in there because if I want to go to a pavilion, okay, well, I want to take the radio over to the pavilion. I can put it on a tripod and some radios on there. It works great for that. I put a mount on the back of my Jeep so I can put it on there too. I still run the end-fed long wire, and I also, at home, I run a G5 RV Junior. I love that because it tunes up great on every band. I got some friends who run dipoles, off-center fed dipoles that work really well. Well, for that, I got one of those spider beam masts. I got it where I can put it into the put it in a flagpole carrier, slide that into the mount or to the hitch of my Jeep, and up in the air I go. It's good to have a lot of options because when you go to parks, sometimes you got a lot of room to set up. You can put the big elaborate antenna up, but other parks, you got people parked next to you, you got people walking around, you can't necessarily do that. So with the vertical, I can put it on the back of my Jeep and sit in my Jeep, and nobody's, other than this crazy 17-foot stick sticking up off the back of my Jeep, nobody knows what I'm doing. So you can get away with activating parks sometimes without being too obtrusive there. I've also learned carry extra things with you because, something will always go wrong. I've heard somebody coin the phrase, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. One of the first activations I did with a friend of mine, we went out to show him how to do POTA. I took that end-fed long wire out, and because I'd used it so much, the connector fatigued and just fell right off the end. And I'm like, uh-oh, now what do we do? Fortunately, he had brought an antenna. He had like a PAC-10 or something similar, so we were still in business. But as much as you can, carry extra stuff with you. A lot of people can't necessarily afford a second radio, but interconnecting cables, coaxial cables, battery cables, an extra battery, multiple antennas, have it all with you. It will save your activation, especially if you've driven 3 hours to go hit some new parks for the weekend, and you might be stuck if you don't have any, if you've lost a critical component there. So definitely recommend that. The other thing I'll say, if anybody is looking to activate, I also want to put out a plug to my buddy Mike, W8MSC. Go on to the website if you have any questions. He meticulously wrote all the documents there to to explain to you how to do an activation. So go check that out. Anyway, that's about all I got. If you have any questions, I'll be around the Hamfest today. Feel free to stop me, and if you have any questions, you want to talk. Thank you.
Next up is a gentleman named Les, KI5GTR. I met Les down in Turks and Caicos. He traveled that far to activate a couple parks with John at the end of the aisle here. So it doesn't have to be just a U.S. park. People are, as I said earlier, now activating parks worldwide. Just another statistic I'll throw at you. And these statistics go out of date so fast, I almost don't dare say this, but I think at last count that I knew, we had 68,605 parks worldwide. It's amazing. And just a shout out to the volunteers. This is an entirely a volunteer-run organization, and people like the mapping representatives, managed by John Ford, by the way, who's in the room, work tirelessly to keep up with us all. Les, thank you.
Jason, I think he's a public speaker. It's going to be hard to follow his act there. I'm kind of shy behind the mic unless there's a radio there, but my name is Les Chalfant. I reside near Little Rock, Arkansas. Drove up here for the Hamfest. My first time here in Ohio at this Hamfest, and I really am enjoying this. I'd also like to thank Kevin and Mark for having this forum and having us here. And also, I'd like to thank all you guys for taking time out to show up. Thank you. And I'll just say a little bit about my experience. I was licensed in 2022, and I got a late start. I'm 53 now, and I wished I'd have got started earlier. But some of my memorable things, I wanted to set a goal that I wanted to activate all the parks in our home state of Arkansas, about 286, I believe it is now. And I did that in little less than a year. I won't be able to retire soon, Because as well as everyone knows, POTA, you think, okay, that's all I need. I'm going to buy this and I'm done. And then my wife, hey, I think you need to get a tower at the house. I think she was wanting me to stay home more because I was traveling so much. But use a lot of sick leave and everything, try to expand my time to get out and do POTA in. But I really enjoy it. And I had a friend like Jason that said, hey, come check out POTA. I didn't know what it was. And then it took that one time I activate and been doing it since. I love it. And one thing I really enjoy is talking to people. And I've got to meet a lot of people here and put a face to a voice, which means a lot to me. Because you can see pictures online or anything like that, but until you actually get to meet them, the ham community is great. All the POTA family as well. Great group, and I'm glad I got started in this. I wish I would have got into ham radio sooner, but that's a little about me. I'll give you just one story before I kind of go over. I was going to discuss 3 modes and challenges with them: phone band, CW, and digital. But I got into CW, and I really enjoy it. It's probably my mode of choice, but like Jason said, make sure you have your gear. So I get out to a park, and I'm about to do some CW, and I realize I don't have a key. I left my key at home. Luckily, I had my 7300 with me, which I remember reading in the manual. Hey, you can use the microphone, the up and down buttons to key. I said, this is challenging. This is what I'm going to do here on this activation. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't good fists at all, but I actually got through an activation keying up my microphone up and down, calling CQ POTA. Hey, I recommend someone try it. It's a great experience and fun. But I probably won't do it again. I'll make sure I have my key with me. But just kind of briefly, kind of newer folks, I'm just kind of curious. A raise of hands. I know there's some veteran POTAs here. Is there anyone here that's getting involved that hadn't really been in POTA yet? Can you raise your hand? Okay, good job. Looking forward to getting you in the logbooks. And we have a lot of seasoned veterans here. I love hunting and running the airwaves. But the first mode is phone with me, and I think everyone will realize this. Between POTA, net control, or nets, people just rag chewing, is phone. And challenges with me is, everyone knows, finding a frequency. Man, there's someone on there. There's someone on there. But the way I've done it is, if I can't find a frequency I'm activating, I'll hunt some parks, because you get credit towards your activation. And if not, switch bands or switch modes. It's the easiest way to try to get some contact. Stick in there and do it. So kind of that's the way I do it. Or I'll switch to a CW, which finding a frequency isn't as hard at all on CW. If you know how to do CW, switch over, and there's a lot of CW ops that'd love to get you in the logbook. Or digital. I know we got some digital guys out there too. I am challenged with digital. I do get it through. It's probably my most challenging mode. So all the digital guys out there, please come see me. Give me all your hints, man. But the other thing with sideband pileups, everyone loves the pileups. Sometimes it's hard to catch who all's calling me. So what I try to do with pileups is hone in on a voice, couple characters, a letter, and start narrowing it down so you can start getting one contact, and then go from there. And then another issue with the sideband is QRN. I have set up at parks where you go, this is beautiful, state park. Turn on your radio and you're like, what is that noise? Well, they got a pumping station down the road, you know. I don't know if anyone's ran into that. But in my favorite mode is CW. I'm a newer CW ops, 2 years now, got into CW ops, and I really enjoy doing POTA with that, because it lets some people that only hunt CW. You know, their only mode they want to do is CW. They don't even own a microphone. But same issues there. Challenges, pileups. Sometimes you get stations that are weak or you can't copy them. You know, I just try to keep working them. I like the stations that are way down in the noise. Maybe they're QRP. Just trying to get them in the logbook there. And pile-ups with CW, that's tough too, because all you hear is, I call it beeps and squeaks. Try to pick out a tone. Some guys will offset a little because they know that's the way to kind of get in. It offsets from everyone else on the frequency. So even if you're hunting, maybe offset your frequency a little bit, your tone, and it distinguished sound other than everyone else. And tell you, if you don't know CW, and it's a good mode to learn. I like it, but I do like talking to people as well on sideband, but it is getting tough. POTA has exploded, and even I thought, I'm going to get out on a weekday. It don't matter. All right. Last thing I'll talk about is digital, and I have found this out personally with the digital is, I get out, I have no cell service, GPS, and I go, how come this isn't working? It's always important to sync your computer time, because when it's not on and it's way out, I at least haven't made a contact doing that. So getting your time synchronization with your computer is very important. And that's when I figured out, okay, I've got to learn this mode better for me. And that was one thing I figured out. The other thing is I figured out the wrong way is RF in my audio interface or my USB cables. Because when I'm touching my laptop, I'm going, why is this laptop hot? Ooh. I had RF issues. I didn't realize it. So choking stuff, stuff like that. But that's probably my least experienced modes. Digital, single sideband, and CW are my favorite. But just for POTA in general, I really enjoy it. It brought me to ham radio. I do get into contesting now, and I love rag chewing and doing Skywarn stuff in our area. But POTA was what got me into ham radio big time, and still looking forward to it. So the people that are new, congratulations, stick with it. Want any opinions from me, feel free to email me. Ask your Elmers anywhere around you. I'm sure POTA is everywhere. You can ask anyone to get any info. But one thing leaving there, yeah, I did meet Kevin out there at POTA Park in Turks and Caicos, out of all places, which I was fortunate enough. John took me along there, but beautiful water, had a great time there. Other than my credit card got cut off the first day I was there because I didn't tell my bank I was going. When I went to buy my first souvenir, well, real quick, I go to buy everyone dinner. I said, I'm treating everyone to dinner. The waiter goes, oh, sorry, I actually didn't run up $2,000 for the dinner. I canceled it. Please do. $200 go through. We're all good. I go to buy souvenirs the next day. Your credit card's declined. I'm not near home here. What do I did have cash, luckily, so I did learn take cash with you. But anyways, thank you for all coming out, and I'm looking forward to talking to you again on the air, as well as the new people. POTA is a great, I would say a radio. I call it a hobby and an addiction now. It really is. Who's on the air when you pass the radio? Who's on the air? Spotting page. Every second my ham alerts are going off. But thanks everyone for coming out and supporting these guys with this forum, okay? Thank y'all.
Password. 1 second.
Technical issue. We can run a radio, but we can't run a laptop. That was directed to me, not you.
Yeah, that's right. It's his computer. I'm a horrible computer. I'm going to just check the questions. Oh, here's the question. Anyone using digital voice for POTA? Let's see. Well, let's ask Jason or Les. Anyone using digital voice for POTA?
Not me.
No? Carrie? John? Oh, D-Star. Okay, you'll save it when you do your little talk. You can talk about that. Let's see if there's anybody. Remember, the QR code is a good way to do this. For somebody just getting started with Parks on the Air, how important is it to join a club that's active in POTA, or is it just as easy and fun to get started solo? Well, my club is with Jason. I'll let Jason answer that one.
It does help. That is nice because if you have any questions, you got people there with experience. Because so many people are like, what do I do? What do I get? You know, you come out to, even if you don't have equipment, if you come out to, we do a support your parks quarterly for spring, summer, fall, and winter. And yeah, it's nice because you can actually come out there with them and they can show you how to do it. I know another one is the Black Swamp Club there. They are great for that too. They're big POTA people, and they will be happy to show you how to do it.
Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. And also, just one plug, even we want them to talk, not me. Quarterly Support Your Parks Week is really important for everybody in the room. It's a great way of supporting both sides of the equation, hunter and activator. Okay, let's see. Anyone? Oh, that question was already asked. What program do you use to sync the time? Wes, do you want? I can answer that one. I'm not a computer guy. Time.is, and I think that's one I use, and I think it's really a good one. Anybody else want to venture a comment? That one. Very good. While working pileups during an activation is exciting and fun, clicking off QSO's contest style gets a little impersonal. Is there any call to be more laid back and get known on the other op?
It's your activation. You run it how you want. If you want to rag chew a little, that's up to you. If you want to just boom, boom, boom and work a pilot, that's up to you too.
Great answer. I hear that all the time. It's your activation. And it is. You're in control. You're the station operator. Other than FT891, what's your second favorite radio for POTA? Well, yeah, that's a loaded question. I was going to joke when I introduced the next speakers. Who's got the best radio? What is it? But that's, you get the old, you ask 10 people and you get 20 answers. Anybody else want to give a comment? Les, what radio do you use?
I use a 7300, or I like to hike a lot. Me and my daughter go hiking, and I like to take these state parks and stuff, and we go hiking in them. And when I get to the top, I'll take an IC 705 QRP rig, and I built a resonant QRP antenna, little embed wire, about 66 foot. I would say that, but I just got a new radio and I like it the best now.
Exactly. And all these vendors out here, they will tell you which is the best radio. They'll be happy to tell you. And you don't need only one. Yeah, my wife says, how many do you need? I said, I haven't figured it out. When I do, I'll tell you. So one public service comment, the photographer asked at the end of this presentation for everybody to stay in your seat. She wants to come up here and take a picture. This is our inaugural presentation. She wants to take a picture of everybody out in the room. What a great attendance. We're really happy that you're here. Jokingly, I wanted to say, did you hear the bands are all dead? But then did you hear these POTA people, that's all there are. They can't get through. It's POTA everywhere. Well, the next activator is Carrie. And I was going to remind, she'll say some, but if you know that big tent that we have out there, that's really Carrie's group. And you'll see her there working all the time and all the nice trinkets and souvenirs that we all have. Go visit her after the second presentation. But Carrie, come on up and do your presentation.
It's good to see a lot of familiar faces out here and some familiar call signs that I actually haven't seen your faces before. I've just heard you on the air a lot. My topic to talk about today is making QSOs and logging and uploading that. But before I get there, I'm just going to a little bit about me. I've been doing the Parks on the Air since POTA. I started with my husband in February. I think we went out President's Weekend in February in the snow at Antietam National Battlefield. And that was a start of a long journey where we did a lot of activations. I'm over 1,500, but still chasing somebody again. And right now, over 5,000 activations and over 200,000 QSOs, all related to POTA. So I think I have a little bit of experience in making QSOs. As it was already mentioned, I think QSOs, as you're running a activation, it really is your activation. I'm not normally a talker, so this is really uncomfortable up here. But so when I run my activation, my goal is to get as many hunters in my log as possible because they want that park. So I don't normally spend a lot of time chatting. I might chat with a few old timers who I've had several thousand QSOs with. Or there's a familiar call every once in a while. I think some of you might have heard it. Whiskey Delta Zero, Alpha Charlie Bravo. You know, those sync, you know, they sync in your brain. You've heard them over and over again. I'll recognize that call sign in a pileup just about every time. I only need probably that Bravo at the end, and it's probably Bruce from Kansas. So when you're activating with a QSO, the QSOs are, I'm running them fast. I do a list. Everybody has a different style. Some people don't like a list if they're a hunter because they say, well, I don't know if you actually heard my call. And that's true, but I do try to say I've got a list, I'm making a list, and I'm gonna run down the list. My list will be partial calls and full calls. And I usually try to go about 5 to 7 calls in that list as I go, making the QSOs, and I'll run down the list as quickly as I can, then call for another CQ. That's the way I do it. Everybody else has a different way. Some people want to do it one at a time, and I think part of the logging issue, if you are logging into a computer, it is easier generally to log one at a time. I've been paper logging since the very beginning. I've just started using Ham2K, which I do enjoy. I'm doing both at the same time because I'm still not sure I trust everything. I don't want to lose a log. So and I like my list. So when I write down my list of calls that I hear in that pile up, I'm going to make that list and then run that list for that. As far as we go for the logging programs, I've used several different kinds. I've logged on a laptop. I didn't like it, so I went back to my paper log. But I've used like N1MM, NFJ, whatever, N3 FJP. I'm not sure what it's on my laptop. I've tried that, and I've always gone back to my paper log. For the last year, I've been using the Ham2K, and I do enjoy it. It's easy to use. It's user-friendly. I've even got my husband trying it out, which I normally log for him, so that's a good thing. So those are some of the different things I've logged. When I do the paper log, I convert it then. I use a logging program called Fast Log Entry. It's real easy. I can make since I sometimes at work, I can't use a computer in general tied with that, but if I'm on lunch hour, I will take my logs in and I will convert it to a text file, and then I'll put it into FLE, and I can upload it that way. It creates my ADF file. The other program I've probably used the most, well, no, I always go back to logging paper. I know some people say, well, it takes a lot more effort to get it out there, especially when you're logging as many parks and QSOs as we do. But I can write faster than I'm typing on the phone or in the laptop for that matter. And I don't usually lose battery because I do take more than one pen. I do probably 4 or 5. And I have usually always had paper, even if I forget my logbook and decide, oh, I'm going to go do a park on the way home and I forgot my logbook. I didn't put it in there because I do always have a radio in a vehicle because I made sure that's what we do, even when he sends me out in the car. We actually put a trailer hitch on a Toyota Corolla so that I can put my Eagle One up when I go out. It works. Uploading. I love the fact that we can upload on our own now. It wasn't always the case. When we started, we were sending our logs off to those faithful volunteers who were uploading our programs or our files, telling us, oh, you have some issues here. Can you redo them? Yep, we'll redo them. The big thing now is they're still the volunteers doing that work for us behind the scenes. And if you accidentally, well, some programs, sometimes you miss a file, it doesn't have SSB in there. And, well, that log's going to barf on you. So you have to ask them to remove it and resubmit it. My problem is sometimes I forget to go resubmit it. It will eventually get in there because I'll go, I know I did that part before, and it's not in the logs, so I'll have to go find it and re-upload it. But the volunteers doing that are great, but I really love the fact that we can now upload our own logs. If anybody of you are just starting, you have the benefit of the years of experience that those of us who are going, oh, please let the logs go in. But now it's pretty easy to get it uploaded. You just have to do it in the right format. One thing I like, Ham 2K does the formatting for me. The naming convention is there to upload it. It makes it really easy, and enjoy it. Best thing that I love about the Parks on the Air right now is you guys out there. Because this family has really helped, ham radio, I think. We've been doing it for 12 years now. 12 years. And as Ray will say, I used to go, just turn that off. I don't like the static. Or when he was doing Morse code, I said, no, you can put your headsets on, please. And now he tells me to put my headsets on or turn down the volume when I'm doing FT8. But I now do not just the voice, but I also learned to do CW because of this. I think it's a great thing. And even when, learning to do this in my 60s was not an easy thing to do CW, but I think it's a benefit for everybody because you do have hunters out there who will only hunt CW. I want to give them that chance to get a QSO at a park that they might not have had one before. That's it. Thank you.
We'll get back to some of the questions after the next presenter. So the next person up is John, N5VOF, as you've heard now several times. I met him in Turks and Caicos. One of the notable things about John is he has two sons that are very active in POTA, and one is actually doing a forum while we speak, I believe. So it was really impressive that John's brought his kids up into the program and participating in Parks in the Air. John, thank you.
All right, good morning. As Kevin mentioned, my name is John Russell, and I have a POTA addiction. So I know everyone in here, if you want to raise your right hand and follow after me. No. So just a quick, my name is John Russell again, N5VOF, and as Kevin mentioned, I have two boys, Josiah, WD5JR, and Isaiah, who's 13. My oldest son's 17, my youngest is 13. KJ5CMP, Isaiah, and they're both in the youth forum right now. My youngest, 13, just gave a presentation over youth and POTA, so that was an awesome experience for him, and Josiah is over there on a forum right now doing a Q&A. So kind of what got me into POTA was about 3 years ago. I've been licensed since about 1989, and as you know, a lot of times through ham radio, life changes. Things come up, you get married, you have kids, and you go on with life. And so that's what happened with me. I was 14 years old. I got licensed. My dad was a ham, my brother, my mom, my grandpa, just a whole family of hams. And my dad used to tell me stories how back in the day he couldn't afford to talk to his dad when he was off to college. So they had a radio. And what they would do is they would pick up the line you could call on a telephone and a party line and say, you know, I have a collect call. And then the other person would pick up and say, I decline that and hang up. Well, that was their cue to get on CW and to say, hey, we made it safe, and then they were get on sideband. And so that was something it was actually a great way to communicate back in the day. But what really got me started back in POTA about 3 years ago, we had kind of a family scare. My wife was diagnosed with breast cancer, and we're from Oklahoma, live in Enid, Oklahoma. And not knowing she's a nurse, and I didn't really know what to do. And so my mom and dad live in Titusville, Florida, and they said, you know, there's a Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida. Pack up your motorhome and head this way. So we did, and we stayed. They live in a community that's an RV community. They also have a house there. But my boys were just getting into ham radio and just took their license, and thank goodness they have online testing now, which made it even more unique for getting licensed and easier and so forth. So we were in Florida, and we were about 45 minutes from probably one of the most dangerous candy stores in Florida, Ham Radio Outlet in Orlando. And I got to meet some great guys there. Mike, I think is Whiskey One, Sierra Romeo. I don't know if he's here, but super nice guy. Helped get us started in POTA, and we were going and visiting there weekly. And anyway, I had quite a bill tab running there at that ham store. But you know, as I think back, and I just want to give a praise to God right now for my wife is healed from cancer, and she's over there with my boys right now. So. And, you know, I think back as what got me started with POTA, it was family. My wife's even a ham. So we get out and we go activate parks. She sits there and she just enjoys listening. She's a technician, but she just enjoys listening. And my oldest son, Josiah, he's an extra. And my youngest, Isaiah, he's a general. And they're both very proficient in CW. They can send 35 words a minute. Easy. And I'm back around 17, 18, so I'm still kind of rusty. But what really got us going was going and activating these parks while we were in Florida and stuff, and traveling back and forth from Oklahoma to Florida. She was doing treatments, and it really brought our family close. It kind of gave us a reprieve. And I see some, when they raised their hands earlier, there's some new interest in POTA, and that's amazing. So what I want to talk about just for a few minutes is why building a community through parks on the air really matters. And as Kevin mentioned, you know, we look at parks on the air I'm probably the least, if you look at my stats, I'm the least qualified to be up here. These guys are great. There's some amazing activators and hunters out there. But what really maybe makes me a little bit different from a lot of other people is we activate with 3 activators, me and my 2 boys. And there's probably a lot of people that don't like that, and that's fine. I respect your opinion, and I have no issue with that. Some people just spin the dial when we have 3 activators, and I don't, you know, that's fine. And sometimes I get frustrated too in a pile up and there's a lot of activators. So you know, I understand. But with building community through POTA, I think this is very important. We love to travel. And we have a motorhome, and we like to travel to different places and activate these new, you know, POTA entities and these parks. And when we're there in these places, I just enjoy promoting ham radio and, in general, parks on the air. People come up and they say, hey, what are you doing? And it's like, hey, sit down and explain it, you know. And we're what keeps POTA alive. And as Kevin mentioned, I really, in my opinion, parks on the air kind of really gave a boost to ham radio overall, and it really maybe saved it. And in fact, a lot of people that maybe are mic shy, they get on the radio, and it's like it's a little bit harder just to get on there and call CQ. But if you're at a park or if you're hunting a park, you just give a signal report and maybe your park number, and that's it. So it's not as hard as, you know, as you might think. So we like to demonstrate, you know, parks on the air. And I don't know how many is a member of a local club. You got some club members? Okay, so one thing in our local community is our club is stagnant. Okay, there's a lot of clubs. We get older generations of people, and they don't like change. And I understand that. It's kind of hard for some people to change, but one thing to do is have club-sponsored activities, you know, a picnic, different things to promote POTA, and, you know, getting out in the club as he's kind of mentioned, you know, and showing off, you know, some of these things. And, you know, one thing that I've noticed as Kevin mentioned, we had met in Turks and Caicos, is my big thing is building connections globally. So I'm a world mapping rep for the Turks and Caicos Islands. And what kind of got me in that position is we actually travel there probably 3-4 times a year, and we do activations and do ham radio there. And so I was trying to, you know, inquire about different parks and things. And for those that are looking for parks, park ads, different things, I encourage you to go to the POTA website and look for your mapping rep for your state, your country, or whatever, or where you want to travel, and send them an email. And they will respond. If they don't respond, send another one. If they don't respond, then go, you know, somewhere else. And and that's what I had to do. And I got a hold of David. I didn't realize David was even here. He is the world mapping rep, the head of the world mapping rep. So he's an amazing POTA representative. I want to give him a hand. And so since I got in connection with David, I became the VP5 or the Turks and Caicos mapping rep. And I've only added one park. There's a lot of new parks over there that we're looking at putting on the air and trying to add. It's a little different in other countries, so you have to bear with us on doing some of those things. And I do want to give a little plug that if you are a seasoned POTA person or somebody that's maybe not, and you want to help promote Parks on the Air, there's a list of volunteers. Go to the website, talk to some of these guys. They need volunteers, and that's what keeps it going and active. My 17-year-old son is the Oklahoma POTA mapping rep, and I want to thank John Ford for helping him get that. He's amazing. He's added probably 30 parks, and he's answering emails daily and just all the time. So it's a very good thing to continue to promote. And one more quick thing with that, you know, when we look at adding these parks, we get a lot of inquiries about why can this not be a park? There's certain reasons and restrictions. So if the POTA map says this is why, just take their word for it, or go to the website and see that. Sometimes we'll post that. Now, I also started a Facebook group for our state, Oklahoma, and it's a closed group. We have about 105, 110 people in there. So there's a lot of different groups on Facebook. Go to the main Facebook group if you're wanting to, and get on the POTA, and there's like, what is it, 20,000? There's a great amount of people there, and they post activations, and it's just a great way. Social media is a great way, whether you like it or not. I have mixed feelings with social media, but it's a great way to promote your activations, your hunts. Put a picture on there. We started as interestingly enough, being in Turks and Caicos, we travel there, and I think we've activated about 65 times in the last maybe 2 years. And when we went to, somebody mentioned, and I want to, before I lose this thought, somebody mentioned about you're activating, and we don't say hi long enough, or we run it in a contest style operating. When we're running 3 operators in Turks and Caicos, and we sometimes have to move through the pileup. This is more like a contest when we're there. We're the DX. And so those that have actually tried to hunt us, or those that are in another country that know this, Kevin's a contester, he knows this. You can run 200 Qs an hour. I mean, just like that on sideband without any issues. And if you're running through 3 ops, it slows it down a little bit. So sometimes we go into what we call contest mode. We were running 4 ops just about a month ago there with Les, and you know, it's something that we have to try to get as many logs in the book as possible. And we do apologize, you know, because we have so many POTA friends, and we want to say hi and, you know, handshake across the airwaves and stuff. But when we don't have that much time, you know, you're the activator, you run it. So, and that's sometimes the best option, is to run it, you know, contest style. So I want to kind of look at one more thing. As we were on the island on our last trip, got to meet Kevin. Kevin is a wonderful activator. He's a, you know, a very awesome person to have in the POTA community. And we got to meet him as on one of our activations, and he has a YouTube channel as well, and he, you know, does a lot of things for POTA. So you see these guys that are up here, nothing is paid. These guys do this on their own time. We do this on our own time as mapping reps and trying to promote. I encourage you, as Carrie said, she is running the booth with Michael, W4OPS, super nice guy. And I give a shout out to Michael. He's a wonderful, wonderful person, and he's a great addition to the POTA community. So I just wanted to close with, you know, one more quick story. We went to, when we went to Turks and Caicos for the first time, I kept getting this call in my log, and I'm like, what's going on? So I kept logging and started getting these other calls in my log. And before I knew it, I was like, this dude's haunted this park like 100 times. And what's going on? And within just, I don't know how many activations, we would jump bands. And so I got my log, we go to the next trip, you know, 3 months later, we're back in Turks and Caicos. And I go, what? And, you know, it was Les. And so I got Les, and I didn't know Les before then. But Les has become like family. He's like my brother. And so you build this bond, and there's so many people that we just become friends with. I have another great friend, Scott, K3SDM, Randy, KN4DY. You guys know, you hear these calls, they become great friends on the radio. And as Carrie mentioned, you just hear that call and you're like, oh yeah, you know, and you just become, you know, friends with these people. And, you know, it's a great thing. So within that, Les sends me an email. How do you guys pack? How do you travel? You know, well, what radio you use? How do you carry your batteries on the airline? And so I shot him an email. We changed numbers, talked, and next thing you know, him and his wife are heading to Turks and Caicos with us. So we're going to set up a GoFundMe. So you guys want to do de-expedition to Turks and Caicos? I know the mapping rep there, so we can do that. And I have connections to help get the license moved through pretty quick. So you'll have to get a license, you know, to operate there, but it's not very expensive. So anyway, I just wanted to share this. And most importantly, youth. Let's keep youth involved. And as I have 2 boys, I want to thank every one of you guys that have hunted them, worked them, activated, and let them hunt you. Maybe you've heard their calls, I hope, but that's what's very important, keeping youth engaged, and Parks on the Air and ham radio. And I really want to just thank the POTA group, and you guys are amazing. I just want to thank you guys so much, because this is life-changing. This is like we're family. We become family, and you know, this is just a great way to, you know, continue to grow Parks on the Air. So thank you so much. God bless, and 73.
Password. Thank you, John. That was a good, you want to open the password? We're going to do a few more questions, and then we will respond as best we can in the next meeting. The next presentation, just to be ready, the entire board's going to come up, and we're going to talk about basically how we want to administer the group and what we're going to do. And it's not going to change, it's going to improve. And I know people are nervous about what we're thinking and what we're doing. So you want to ask questions in the next meeting, please. Think time, let's go through this. Does the POTA organization need donations? That is a great question. Thank you. There is a donation on the POTA website. Many people do make donations. There's a book that's been written that Rick wrote and others have contributed, and that money goes to pay for the mapping, the computer, and we'll get into this in the next one, but there are a lot of expenses. When I first got involved, I was amazed at the activity and the exponential costs that are associated with it on our end. And again, it's all free on our side, what we're doing in the time. So yes, donations are very welcome and will help us do many more things. How can I find the park originator for my state? I think that's, John, I think that's on the app as well. The park originator?
Like, is that
Who?
your mapping rep in your state?
They're all listed on there.
Yeah, on the
It's
website.
on the website. All right, go through some of these older or newer ones. Does anybody use Rocketbook's Notepad for a log?
I do not.
No? All right, let's see. What's Carrie's preferred logging program?
So right now, pen and paper is still my preferred, but I'm really liking Ham2K.
And Sebastian, who is the programmer, I don't know if I see him here, he's going to start volunteering in POTA and help us. His own app, and it's a wonderful app. I use it as well. Is it possible to do a multi-op CW activation, letting the hunter know you're passing the key to another op doesn't seem seamless as SSB? You want to say that?
I've actually wondered that myself, and I want to try it, and I know he's here, sitting down right there. But I would like to try a double op CW, adding a double call to that, and the CW op on the other end would have to be listening to really pay attention and know, okay, what is he sending me? He's sending me 2 ops names, so if he logs that, that's great, because it's a little tougher on CW to go, wait, no, I need 2. These are 2 ops, because it gets drawn out then. But that's a good question. I haven't done it, but I want to do it, is my answer.
Thank you. Here's a comment. He works for Ohio's newest state park right here in Xenia, Great Council State Park. Never underestimate what POTA means for the park's global exposure. Thank you for that comment. Like the best camera you have, the best radio you can own is the one you have with you. That is true. And working. And you know, it's practice. Every time you go out and you use it, you get more experience in that radio. Donations, we answered that one. How can I find the park? We answered that one. You need to be online to do POTA. No. You need a battery.
Parks, and you're not going to have any online access, so prepare for it. But you don't have to be online, but it does help you have to actually log in at some point to join the POTA family.
Right. Now, this is a good question, and I'm going to add something. How do you spot yourself when there's no internet or cell? You can do it at home. On the app, there's a thing for an advanced that you can put on there, modes, and if you're having a QSO, you can ask them, hey, please spot me. Or sometimes if you're not spotted, they'll say, do you want me to spot you? Yes, please. And then go. Or in CW, the beacon will realize. And somebody had asked me to make a comment for park to park in CW. If you're working somebody and you're at a park, go on the spotter, put on there, thanks for the QSO, I'm at Park XYZ, and then upload it. Then later in the log, that CW op that's hunting can go back and remember, oh, call sign, KIG5, he's over here, there's over, and it's a good way of promoting it. So if people start using the spotting service on the apps, that really is helpful.
Yeah, one other thing, I noticed if you're calling and you can't spot, I've done this, is when someone finally hears you, ask them nicely, if you have access, will you spot me on this frequency? And here's my park number and call sign. And had people spot me that, so that
Yep.
worked as well.
This is a great question. I know a lot of people raised their hand earlier about being first, and sometimes we forget because we've been doing it. How do you handle your first failed activation when starting out? Any tips from bouncing back? There is never a failed activation because you learn. You forget your antenna breaks, something happens, you don't finish it. The battery, I had bought this S-Bit-X, got to the 10th one, it was going, it didn't log, and the battery ran out. I'd say, darn it, I need 2 batteries. But everything is a learning. And all the new people, don't be afraid, get on, because we were all new. And it's not about how many QSOs, how many activations. The best time to start is now. Just do it. Don't worry. Everybody in the room is all friendly. You're going to become friends with everybody. They're going to work you through it, even while you're doing it. So don't worry. Just do it. Have fun. That's what we're all doing. I think John had a great comment. It's a community. That's why it's seeing everybody.
But also remember, if you only get 8 contacts, log them anyway. 'Cause
Yeah.
you may not get the credit, but your hunters want that credit. From
Yeah, even if you get one,
Yeah.
log that.
it anyway.
I think we're getting a number that we have to stop. While overseas, I found that I need to log with my U.S. call instead of the foreign call. Is that any way that you can get that log loaded? John, you want to, about a foreign call sign?
Make sure you log it right. So we're VP5 stroke in our call. So just log that in as right, and because if not, and one quick thing, if you activate out of country or something where when you put on your POTA your call, when you're setting that up, make sure you put all your calls. If you say portable, put a stroke B, and you'll be surprised for mobile, stroke M. Because a lot of times if I'm hunting a part and I say mobile, they're gonna log me mobile sometimes, and then if I don't have that under my POTA parts of my calls or my VP5, I won't get credit for it. So it's very important, and if you're doing QRZ as well, that's very important, because a lot of people won't log us VP5, they'll just log us our call, and you're not going to get a confirmation on QRZ as well, so.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna end this first presentation. We want everybody to stay for the photo, and then you want to stay for the next presentation, please do. And it's gonna talk a different perspective in all the board members. This last question about what a mapping rep does, I'm gonna ask John when he comes up in the next one to talk about it. And David's here, we'll explain more, but I want to thank everybody for being here. It's great, and we're just having a lot of fun. And I really appreciate it as a new board member that this is the kind of community we have. Kevin, you want to say some comments, and then we'll get the photographer up here. Thank you, everybody.
Just double down on what Mark said. If you want more Parks on the Air, sit in your seat. The board's going to come up here soon. We're just going to do a quick transition, and then we'll be talking more Parks on the Air. Thank you. And thanks to these gentlemen and ladies. Thank you.
I'd like to add one thing real quick.
Oh, come on.
Through the POTA community, I just got to add one thing. Through POTA building communities like John was talking about, is I actually needed a 10-foot tower section that was made in Michigan. And I got a hold of Jason here that was going to pick it up from where they made it, who was going to hand it off in Ohio to Tony out here that was coming to Louisiana. So it saved me a big shipping cost. So, hey, POTA helps you in a lot of ways too, and I appreciate it. Hey, thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, man. Good job. Well done. Thank you, John.
Don't want to be behind here, do we? No, I mean, fine with that. Hey, and the people looking probably would too. I'll be kind of sweet and that amount of the wall, so. How are you, Tom? Huh? How are you? Good.
starting. I paid for another night at a hotel, so she's down on she's going to the our parents. So I'm not reality. Appreciate it. It's not 9 hours. Yeah, I get on your rocking chairs and I try to get more in here. We're good. We're good. We can figure it out. Let's squeeze in. And then a bag of these chairs. My son goes to that, so I'm too much. I like the light shirt. I don't think they put enough pressure on it. You can see me. I love it. I want to make it myself. I can exist. So I used to make it. I didn't get out right. He's over there. That's oh, yeah.
You know what it is? It's rank discipline. Just as long as you stay on that rank.
Remind ourselves. First try all 80 ball. I did the second try. So just to yeah. Real close to my arm. Good certain I always have to be right. Yeah. See that I'm I don't know judge, but when I get up here, I'm not going to be on it.
You can loosen this up and crank it up.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I mean, it's pretty sensitive. If you're off to the side, it's not picking it up.
You can say anything with like things volunteers. Good job, we do have some volunteers. We do it again. Did you meet David yet? Did, yeah. But I didn't see it before. I was like 4 or 5 minutes in the conversation where I realized who it was. Yeah. Oh, you're that thing. He's our gateway in the international world. Yeah. So he's pretty sharp. So that's awesome. Are you going to be here tomorrow? I want to swing by. Yeah, I think I need to report on it too. It's pretty lame. Yeah, I've thought about it. I have a story. Okay. So, what? There it is. Thank you. How was it? It was fine. Good. Yeah, oh, no, you did great. You did awesome. Yeah. And I put my phone over there so I wouldn't play it in the years. I know it's massive. I was going to take time. Yeah. Okay. So. So the lady said, you're going to be watching the picture. And I'm just saw it and sent him the ring too. I don't want to say something. It's great. I understand it tomorrow when I walk in. Not just QR code, it's those nonsense questions. People right we don't have that's fine. We can very easily choose what to during this one,
can we take this computer over here, then we can use it more effectively? Leave this like it is. Will it reach? Just we'll put another chair here. Then
We're just limited by this table.
You gotta be careful that way. I don't get you in trouble. Yeah, me there. I know. Here I am. You don't like it? There's a door. And by the way, give me your call sign on the way out. I'll take care of you. We're going to talk about more now.
You could take a picture. I'm gonna let her. About Rick, yeah. I'm gonna let this kid, he wants some information. Will you have a problem if he takes a picture of this? Huh? Here, take a picture of that.
No heckling, no still but it still applies. He can be our happy. I mean, yeah.
I'm good, when you have to, you do this.
10 feet. Right, 10 feet. 10 feet away. Save on a private pleasure.
Did you hear that question?
I think we'll get started. If everybody can find a seat. Gotta love the Parks on the Air community. Everybody's chatting. Les is running his own activation over here. So I've got to say, this group has already been noticed by Dayton Hamvention. Chris, who handles all the forums, has already come forward, really impressed with how we filled the room for Forum 1, and now doing this into Forum 2. So we'll be back on their agenda next year, and maybe with a third Parks on the Air forum. So thank you for showing up, because that's going to allow us to do that next year. So as I said earlier, POTA back in 2016, 2017, Jason Johnson, W3 Alpha Alpha X-Ray, as well as Tom Martin, Mike Case, Rick Parent. It's a group of about 4 or 5 individuals that really created POTA, the POTA that you know today. I think one of the things that's been very impressive about POTA, 2 things actually, the number of volunteers we have, and I just want to recognize those volunteers that are here in the room and those that aren't for all the work that they do. The second thing I think that's really impressive, and this really speaks to the board, I think it's really hard in any organization, whether it's for-profit or not for profit, for a founder to step down and allow the organization to move on to the next phase. And Jason Johnson has done that. He's very successfully transitioned from being one of the lead founders and all the success he's created. And it really was his idea in working with others that there should be a board established that can steward the Parks on the Air program into the next phase, whatever that's going to look like. The forum that you're in now is a chance to introduce yourself to each one of these board members. They'll give you a little bit about themselves, their Parks on the Air experience, probably a little bit about their professional experience and why they're on the board. We've built in some time for Q&A. I don't suspect we're going to be able to get to it all because with the previous forum, we ran into our own, so we could go over. But if we don't get to your question, now you know who to send an email to. Okay, so these are the people that are responsible for Parks in the Air into the future. Make a note of those call signs, and if you have questions that don't get answered today, feel free to forward it to these guys. Mark?
Thank you, Kevin. My call sign K8MST. We're going to talk a little bit about our background in a minute, but I just want to, on behalf of Rick, his call sign WOZAP. We were all ready, and he said about the CEO, Rick is really like the CEO. He was involved with Tom, really the originator, and he was ill, and he couldn't come, and I know he wanted to come, and the doctor said no, and he kept saying no, he wanted to come, and they said no. And I just want to talk a little bit about him because he has been involved in ham for years. John, I think, lives by him and probably knows him better. I didn't even get to know him. He asked about being on the board, and I said I'd love to and talk to him, and just loves POTA and loves ham radio. So on his behalf, I know it's getting recorded and he'll be able to hear it later. He would say he's very happy that everybody's here. He's happy that we're here, and he's concerned about the future, not in a bad way, but in a good way, wanting the board to run the organization as a professional organization to protect and defend it for the future. Because we're coming up on 40 million QSOs. It's amazing in a period of 9 or 10 years what we've done. So on behalf of Rick, he would really like to be here, but we said you have to stay home because you're not well enough. So do we want to have the first? Do we have an idea? Kevin is a great YouTuber. You got to look at his YouTube. Who do you want to start with, Kevin? You want to start with John? Okay. Even though I will have to tell you that Tom here, he's the patriarch. We'll save him for the next one. He was from day one. John, why don't you come up here?
All right. I'm taller, so. All right, so my name is John Ford. My call sign is AB0O, Alpha Bravo 0 Oscar. I'm also very addicted to POTA. I was laughing when Carrie was talking about, recognizing call signs. Well, I've activated about over 1,000 parks at this point, and I've got about, 30,000 QSOs in my log. I actually write down call signs before the person tells me their call sign because I recognize the voice. So imagine that many activations, that many QSOs. My brain is weird, I know, but I can recognize your voice before you tell me your call sign many times. So that's how it gets when you get this deep into it. Anyway, I'm pleased to be, I'm honored actually to be asked to be on the board of directors. I'm looking after mapping for North America and work very closely with David, who works coordinating mapping on a global scale. And we have about 200 mapping reps, give or take, worldwide. And one of the questions earlier was, what does a map rep do? Well, one of the questions that I'm anticipating somebody will ask is, why don't you add, my favorite park, city park, county park, whatever. Why don't you add all the parks? Well, I didn't know this before I became a map rep, but once I became a map rep, it became obvious, one thing became obvious to me, and actually Jason explained it to me early on. As was mentioned earlier, POTA runs on volunteer power and on donation power, and those two things are limited. If we were going to add, all of the parks in the world, there's probably 500,000 parks, and there's just no way that our overhead, our volunteer people power, people hours, donations for IT services would be able to cover that. So the way we do that is we have very simple rules to qualify the parks that we want in POTA. And, national park, nationally and state-owned parks. And that translates into something different for all the countries in the world. But by and large, it's worked for us. And we have 60 some odd thousand parks mapped in 230 countries in the world right now. And that is working for us. It limits the number of parks to something that our volunteers and our donation volume can handle. So, and we maintain the quality and the consistency. And the consistency is the big thing. When we ask our map reps to start working on mapping, that's really what we want the most, is let's be consistent in applying the POTA qualification rules for the parks, so that if a park is in POTA, you know that it belongs there, and it's there, and it's qualified to be there, and it'll be there forever, so to speak. So we ask our map reps to look at each park before they add it to the database, look at the URL, the website for each park, to make sure that it complies with the POTA rules. They are what they are. Pays the same. So the map reps are not interpreting or changing or ignoring the rules. They're just making sure that the park qualifies per the POTA rules. And we put it in a database, and it becomes available. So as a map rep, it's it's a lot of time consuming research on the web. Okay, this park, what is it? Who owns it? Who's running it? That sort of thing. And if we check off all the check marks, then we add it to the database. So it takes some time to do that. Sometimes it's a no-brainer. It's a national park or it's a state park. Sometimes it's not so much. Sometimes it's a wildlife management area, and you have to look in a little bit deeper. That's it for mapping, I think. Personally, I'm retired, and I'm fortunate to be retired. I worked for 30 years as I was involved in managing a global construction materials company, and I worked in engineering and investment and acquisitions and mergers and that sort of thing. I've been a ham since 1981 and an extra since 1982. And I'm currently licensed in 2 countries, Canada and U.S. So I've, like I said, I've activated about 1,000 parks, and I started activating, my first activation was in 2019, and I've been going strong ever since. My other hobby is I fly airplanes. So I've been a pilot since I was 16 years old. Yes, I was a pilot before I learned to drive. In fact, I was a military instructor pilot before I had my driver's license, so I could teach people to fly an airplane in the military, but I couldn't drive myself to the airport. So I've been flying airplanes for about 50 years, and I haven't gotten myself lost navigating, that I'll admit to anyway. So the fact that, I worked in a global company all my life and traveled the world, and I've flown all over and navigated this and that, that's my stake in the ground to say, maybe I have decent knowledge on mapping and maps and that sort of thing. So that's kind of why I've been interested in the mapping function, and I've been doing it for, 3 or 4 years now. And I think that, in the 3 or 4 years that I've been doing mapping, we've not only doubled, we've quadrupled the number of parks on the air. So it works, and it's, I think we're the, like I said to somebody this morning, I think we're the 800-pound gorilla in ham radio right now, and it's getting even bigger. So thank you very much, all of you, for participating. I look forward to seeing you or hearing you in my activations. So thanks very much.
Next up is Tom Suggs, N4 MTE.
Make an adjustment here. John, this is what you were looking for a while ago. Yeah, how about that? There we go. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Tom Suggs, November 4 Mike Tango Echo. Great to see such a crowd here today. Great to see people that I have worked many, many times. And like John, I mean, we can fill in your call just from 1 or 2 letters. So that really makes it a lot of fun when we get out there and get to talk to the same people over and over. 2 things I want to say before I get into talking about what they ask us to was one problem I don't have. I hear people talk about it's expensive to get into ham radio and all. Thankfully, my wife is here, she's 42 years, and she's a quilter. So she has more money in sewing machines than I have in radios. So I can come to a place like, seriously, I can come to a place like this and get away with just about anything. So that's great. And the other thing I'll say is, I mean, I've activated a lot of parks too, and we all have our stories about forgetting something, right? And usually it's equipment. In my case, it was shoes. I showed up at a park at 7 o'clock in the morning in northwest Alabama. It's 30 degrees outside, and I always have a pair of shoes in my truck that I use for things like that. For some reason, I had taken them out, maybe to do yard work or whatever. And when I left the house, I didn't put any shoes on. I just drove down there in my socks. So I had no shoes. I had everything I needed, so I pulled my socks off and got out there on the cold ground and set the antennas up and did my thing. I found a Dollar General that had a pair of camouflage slip-ons for $5 that I carry with me everywhere I go now. So, yeah, it happens to all of us. But my background a little bit, I'm a retired also. I'm an electrical engineer from Mississippi State University, and I worked in the power industry for 41 years. Designing power grids, and later being retired as chief operating officer of a medium-sized utility in Tennessee. Been retired about 2 years now, and but I've been licensed since 1985. I was licensed as N5IQI when I lived in Louisiana back then, and I did the normal things that you did back then. I chased some DX and contested some 80-meter nets, that kind of thing. Because POTA wasn't around, right? So did that for about 15 years, and then we moved to Tennessee. And I had a new job, kids were getting involved in things, and I had my first experience with something called a homeowners association. I don't think those existed in where we were from before. So ham radio kind of fell out of favor for several years. I took up metal detecting, which is another great nerd engineering hobby, and in Middle Tennessee, that's a great one to get involved in. Actually, I found a lot of cool Civil War things and all. But 4 or 5 years ago, wanted to get back into radio. Didn't really know how I was going to do it with the HOA, and I started seeing these tripods with the verticals, and I said, that's something I can put up in the backyard and take down. I had an MFJ version, and then the Wolf River coil. And started doing that. The second or third contact that I heard after I got back on the air was somebody calling CQ POTA. And I had no idea what it was, just like everybody else had no idea what it was the first time you hear it. And so I answered them, and back then, contacts were hard to get back then, right, Carrie? I mean, you really had to fight for 10 contacts sometimes. So they were gracious and took some time to explain it to me. Looked into it, said, well, this is pretty cool. So I chased a few, and I live about a half a mile as the crow flies from Stones River National Battlefield. So it was an easy thing to go over there and try to set up to see if I could actually do this. And the question about, do you have to have club members and all that are in it? It helps. It absolutely helps. But no, you don't, because I didn't have anybody. I just went out there and winged it, whatever the right word would be. But you know, it worked, and I got the addiction pretty quickly. So I have spent a lot of time traveling the roads. I like to drive. I like to see new things. I like to get off the interstate and drive. So I have set goals where I've at one point I had all the parks in Indiana, Tennessee, and Mississippi activated. We've added some since then, so you know, that's always an ongoing challenge. But and now when you get to a certain point, it's expensive to go get new parks. So it takes a while to get to one that haven't done before. But it's just if it wasn't for Parks on the Air, I don't know how active I'd be in ham radio. I'd be doing a little bit of something, doing the things I used to do. With 100 watts and a wire across my backyard right now, it's, you know, I wouldn't be able to compete with the big guys. So this gives me an opportunity to get out. All I need is a mag mount on top of my GMC and the radio in the seat beside me, and I'm in and out. So if you haven't done it, if you're worried about it, if you're nervous about it, I get it. I was fortunate, again, contacts were hard to come by at first. So pileups really weren't a thing when I first started doing activations. That it kind of grew into those. But now you know when you've been spotted because, boy, the voices come from everywhere. And so don't worry about it. I mean, pick out a letter. Just find something that you can grab hold to and ask. And yeah, there'll be 7 with Zulu in the call, but at least that's better than 27, right? So, you know, just work your way through it and go. But I look forward to participating with the other members of the board. It's a great group. I've enjoyed getting to know them. And it's just very heartening to see such a turnout and such interest in POTA.
Thank you, Tom. So the next two gentlemen up to the mic are the OGs of Parks on the Air. They were at the table with Jason Johnson getting POTA started. The first up will be Tom, W8TAM. I had the pleasure of interviewing him for my YouTube channel long ago and learned a lot about POTA. So, Tom.
There we go. There we go. Oh. There we go. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tom, W8TAM. I've probably worked quite a few of you, or I hope to in the future. I was licensed in 2014 and didn't really know what to do with ham radio. Had my technician license. I got it at Xenia, or at Hera, back at Hamvention in 2014, and decided that I needed to upgrade to general, and worked with my Elmer KB6NU and took his class on general and took my test and got my general. And my wife, Julie, she is now WTAJ. We decided that we were going to go portable for national parks on the air, and we activated a couple of national parks here there in Michigan, and we had a blast. It was an absolute fun time. And when that ended, she found this other program, Parks on the Air, and we started doing that. And there was also a Michigan program that was for the Centennial. It was a 3-year program for the Michigan DNR. And so we decided we were going to activate all of the state parks in Michigan. And that ballooned into, we're going to activate all the POTA parks in Michigan. Well, when POTA started, there was another program that we all participated in. And there was some threats of it being shut down, and we decided, well, we can roll our own. And I'm an IT professional. I work in cloud infrastructure, and that's all kind of my background. I'm unemployed right now, so if anyone's hiring cloud engineers. But I thought, well, how hard can it be to build a database and a web page to, there's maybe 500 or 600 people, a couple hundred activators. How hard can it be? We'll just put up a web page. People can email us their ADIFs. No big deal. All the awards were built by hand. There was, Jason was building them, and his wife Katie was our graphic artist. It was a small little thing that we put together, and it took off. It wasn't just something that I like to do. It turns out a whole bunch of people like to do this also. We really did make plans for scaling. We tried to make it so that if it did take off, we'd be ready for it. I put as a cloud-first program. We can scale basically as much money as we have. So donations are important. Keeps the lights on and keeps the web page up. I run most of the back-end systems, the database, and with Mike, and originally it was Vance also and 3VEM. We set this program up, and we had a whole bunch of volunteers behind us to make it work. And we've moved forward with technology, and we have more technology coming in the future. The page has been, or the website has been pretty static for a little while now, but we have big changes coming. It's going to improve POTA. You know, don't worry. We're not getting rid of POTA. It's going to improve. It's going to be even better than it is now. And POTA has always been a technology program. You know, we've always pushed. It doesn't look like a ham radio webpage. It looks like something completely different. There's no other page that looks like POTA. And in the future, it's going to be even more integrated with your mobile devices, even more interesting for stats. We have big plans, and we need all of you to continue participating. 40 million QSOs in our database, huge, absolutely huge. 75,000 people signed up for it. Never would have guessed that would happen. I appreciate you all. I appreciate all the volunteers that have made this happen. There's a lot of people standing behind me that have volunteered to make this go. I appreciate you all. Take care, everyone, in 7-3.
I'm short. I have to reduce this. Okay. I'm going to get to introduce Mike, W8 MSC. He's my friend. And the reason I'm on the board is because of him, and I'll talk about that at the end. But Mike's been one of the original people, as well as like Tom. And in Michigan, he knew I loved POTA, so he got me involved. But I get to introduce my buddy, and we're in the club together in the POTA, and I'll get him up here and get to talk to you. And I know a lot of people talk to him because he's a prolific activator. Thank you, Mike.
Hello. Hi there. I'm Mike Case, call sign is W8MSC. I come from a telecom and IT background, so I've always loved technology, and I also love the outdoors. I got licensed in 2014, and like new hams, I joined my local club, the Southline Area Amateur Club, and had the field day. Loved it. I love the combining of the radio and the outdoors. To me, it was like chocolate and peanut butter go great together. So, but field day was once a year. That was not going to be enough for me. So I wanted something different that I could go out and more often and get my skills better. So I was looking for things. I didn't find a whole lot. You know, at the time, anything that I was looking for on the internet was all club field day stuff. How to set up your generators, your towers, your antennas. So there wasn't a lot out there. I saw summits on there that looked really cool. I thought that was interesting, but I live where it's flat, so that wasn't going to be an option for me. So along middle of 2015 or so, AWL is just going to do National Parks on the Air. They're going to do it for a year and celebrate the National Park Service having their 100-year anniversary. I thought, perfect, this is exactly what I wanted to do. So I skilled up real fast. I self-taught a lot of things, how to build a mobile station, how to build the antennas, how to do the power systems, how to do all the logging. A lot of work to self-study. I didn't have a whole lot in the way of the portable ops. I had a lot of good Elmers on radio skills, but there wasn't a whole lot there. So I was making notes, and I dove in head first. I got into national parks. I did the activations, and joined the Facebook community, and was able to meet some people and exchange notes and some comments back and forth. But where do you operate? What do you do? And so I was doing all this, and then I get to middle of the end POTA, and I'm pretty well up on the Michigan leaderboard because I was really into it. I jumped into it head first. So I ended up getting contacted by Michigan DNR conservation officer. His name's Will Radke. He's a silent key now, but he was an AWRL MCOM rep for the state, and he was working with the national or the Michigan DNR, and they wanted to do something similar to what AWRL was doing with national parks, but they wanted to do it for Michigan state parks. So he said, you got a technical background, would you like to help? And I said, yeah, I can do it. Didn't know what I was getting into. So yeah, it's like, if I knew what I was getting into, there's no way. No, right. So I decided to help out. I worked with a couple other guys, and we had a real small system, and we had a little website, we had a small database, and I was working on the software to do all the log scanning to help automate the process. So I ended up doing that with them for a while, and I got the attention of Jason and W3AX. And he's like, hey, we're kicking around this idea. We don't know what's going to happen. You want to join us? I said, okay, yeah, I'll join. So at that time, we were calling it Brainstorm. We didn't even have a name for it. So we decided we wanted to develop a system to drop in, replace the POTA stuff after that expired at the end of the year. So we were kicking around all the ideas, and we made some changes from what the end POTA rules were, and we adopted them for a national system with all the state parks. So we wanted to have multi-locations. We wanted to carry on some of the rules like the 10 activations or 10 QSOs to make the activation, because at that point, solar cycle was low. So we decided to do that, and we launched this little website, and we kicked it off, and we thought, if, a couple hundred people bought into our little game, we would consider that a success. So, here we are 8 years later. We've scaled and with a little bit of growing pains, but I think the one thing that we really wanted to do when we designed the system is, at the beginning, we designed it as a whole system. It wasn't just going to be make your QSOs, update the stats on the leaderboard, and you're done. We designed it from the get-go, and we baked in the community aspect. I want to thank everyone who brought that up, because that was a key component to key in on, that this is a community first with an operating activity at the center. And all the QSOs that we make are only a small part of what POTA is. There's a lot of preparation that people put into ahead of time to get ready for that activation before they spin wheels. They research the parks, they get their gear together, they build their radios, antenna systems, and they go to the parks, they upload the logs, and then they follow up with the stories. And without all of that, we wouldn't be here. So I just want to say thank you for playing in our little game. And if you got anything else, just let us know. Thank you.
All right, I'm back up here. So Kevin, when I got on the board, obviously we met. I never worked him. I never knew him. We got to meet. In fact, yesterday was the first day we even got to meet face to face. But we worked a lot together making this, doing these presentations. He did all the work, most of it. I just gave him ideas. But nonetheless, he's a great guy. Good YouTuber. He's got a site, Q5, worldwide. And it's been really nice to get to know him. And he's on the board, and I'd like to get the chance to introduce him as a board member. Kevin?
So I'll make this quick because I don't have the great stories that Mike and Tom have, and John. I got licensed first in 1978 when I was in high school, WB1 DED at the time, and I was totally immersed in ham radio. There wasn't any parks on the air at the time, but I went off into getting married and 3 kids, and I unfortunately let my license lapse. And I was still carrying around my Kenwood TS 830 that I had spent every dime that I had back when I was in high school, and I carried that around for 40 years. And typical story, but COVID came along, and I decided now it was time to get the Kenwood off the shelf, and now I need to get relicensed. So I relicensed. I was lucky enough to get the W1 DED call, kind of a call out to the experience in 1978. One of the issues I had was I had a small lot off the coast of Maine, and I really wasn't doing well with the dipole in the backyard. And like you've heard today, someone said CQ POTA. I had no idea what this was, but it was a great lifeline for me. I got totally immersed in parks on the air, started traveling into parks that were close to my home. My particular type of activation, you won't see me out there weekly or daily. I love to go to a location and make as many contacts as possible. I've traveled, I've taken Pelican cases with K3s down to the Bahamas, to St. Vincent, to Virgin Gorda. One of my best activation stories was going to Acadia, which is K-0001. At least at the time it was K, and I just wanted to get that in the log, and I parked a tent there, put up a DX commander, took a K3 and a KPA 500 because I could plug in, and made 1,500 contacts in the worst weather imaginable, but it was really a great experience. My professional background, I come from the business world. I've started a few companies and grown them, so I think that I can provide some sort of experience in that area to the board. I have a particular interest in communication. I owned a media company for a while. Now I fool around with Q5 Worldwide Ham Radio. That's actually how I learned most of what I know about parks on the air. I interviewed, as I said earlier, Jason Johnson, W3 Alpha Alpha X-Ray. And if you ever want to hear the origin story, just check that out online. I talked to Tom because I was really interested in the software side of it. I interviewed James Linden, VE3JLN. If you don't know that call, he is the primary person rebuilding the back system right now and doing an amazing job. I interviewed activators like Carrie, KB3WAV, who gave me a great perspective, WD4DAN, Dan, I'm sure most of you know that call sign. Just gave me a wealth of information about what POTA was and really energized me since I didn't really have this kind of community in the state of Maine. So thanks again for being here. I appreciate you listening to the story. Next up is Mark. You've heard him already, but he's going to give you a little bit of his background.
Thank you. Well, as I said, Mike introduced me to the idea of POTA on the board because he knew I loved it. And I'm not 4 years. In fact, I looked at my license like, wow, the anniversary is tomorrow, the 18th. I'm like, wow, that's great. So 4 years. So it's relatively short, and I haven't activated that much, over a little bit over 100 parks I've done. And as I said, I really enjoy doing it, the meeting of the people, the community, the park camps, everything. So when Mike asked me to do it, I said, sure, I'd like to. And when I say what I did, you'll know why I'm here. I retired last year, and I had worried about, I worked all the time, and I was traveling all the time, and I didn't know what I was going to do. So now I'm a professional POTA radio guy. But I retired from Hyundai Motor Company as general counsel, and I was a lawyer for 40 years, and Rick said, oh, having a lawyer would be wonderful on the board. So that's why I'm here. But nonetheless, no, we had a wonderful talk when I first got involved with it. And he said, look, we don't want to make it all intensive with rules and regulations, but at least making it very clear, unambiguous. I was working as a lawyer, as a corporate executive, but I said, this is great. And if you have real clear rules, clear procedures and policies, it makes it easy for everybody and all the people. And there's a lot of questions, and that's what it's so governance. And so that's what I think my role really will be is I come up with the meetings, say, well, what about this liability? What about that? And the intellectual property. And as you say, we've grown and grown and grown. The value of POTA is immense. And it doesn't mean that it has to be assets that you own all these things, but we have a tremendous value. And we do need the donations to keep the money coming to run it, but we need the people. It's more about the people. And somebody asked earlier, don't forget the hunters, and the hunters are essential. And I was a hunter for the first 4 years, and I learned to be a ham from POTA, and I learned to be a member of the community from POTA, and it's just wonderful. And so that's my whole role in this organization. And I think the thing I said earlier, we want to protect what we have. We have the FCC on one side, all the park regulations, and on the Facebook, people say, oh, the park ranger did this and they did that. And, if you just deal in a nice way, talk to the people, friendly, open, you can get everything done. Some people say, oh, we should be kind of hidden and don't show the people what you're doing. And we have flags. Go see Carrie. You can buy all kinds of flags and logos. I personally go right in. I say, I'm here to play radio. The first thing I do when I go in, and I let them know, hey, I'm here to do POTA. You have any problems? Nope. Unless you're in a federal park. It's not a commercial activity. They really can't stop you. But you don't want to go from the legal part right from the beginning. So you do have the right to do it. We're federally licensed. So that's what my role is, and that's what I'd like to see. We protect POTA, we grow POTA, we become more stronger, more valuable, and that we're going to be here for the next people when we're not on the board. New people come, then it's, hey, I built something. So that's what I do. Thank you. So now, and we really have to say thank you to you people here. I'm going to read some of the questions, and then I think we'll see. You guys just pop in when you want. Is the frequency in use? I don't know if that's a question or comment, but yes. I mentioned it earlier. People complained about it, right? Oh, ham, it's dying, it's dying, it's dying. Tell me about it, right? Okay, in Tennessee recently consolidated separate properties into a single new state park. If it happens in our state as mapping reps, how should we handle the old references? So I'm going to point to Tom and John.
Since I'm Tennessee,
Yeah.
I just did this in Tennessee. I'm the mapping rep for Tennessee and Mississippi. And yeah, we had a couple of references that were state natural areas, very remote areas, pretty small, and they had been in POTA for some time. And the state of Tennessee created a new state park, pretty large area that encompassed, and it's official in the documentation for the state park. It specifically says this includes, I think it was Virgin Falls and something, anyway, Lost Creek maybe. It includes those two areas. So we have a rule in POTA when we're creating parks that we don't have sub-parks, if you will. We don't have parks within parks. And so this particular situation, I felt like that a state park was more important than state natural areas. I guess there's a little bit of a hierarchy there. The state park being the larger entity. And so when I created the state park, at the same time had created two sub-parks. So I went back in there and deactivated those. So in this case, and it's rare, but in this particular case, we added one park and deactivated two. So we had a net loss of parks there. But at the same time, we had a new state forest. So at the same day, I added a state forest. So it was kind of a wash. But I think that I cleared that through with John, and that is the appropriate way to handle this. We just don't want to get into a situation where we've got subparks. And before anybody asks, yeah, those exist out there, I'm sure, that are grandfathered in. There's some things that happened in the early days that we've got a better handle on now, and we try our best not to allow those to happen anymore. But that's my response.
Thank you. Oh, here's a follow-up. Go, Tom.
Well, they could, right? I mean, they could resubmit their log. If they were in one of the subparks, they could resubmit their log as part of the larger park, I would say, because it is included geographically. I thought your question was going to be, did the people that activated those two parks lose their credits? And you don't. Anybody that had stats from those two parks, you definitely keep those. Yeah, we need to talk about that. That's.
The lawyer is going to say it depends. No.
We're going to have to huddle with the attorney.
The kids, I always say it depends. They say, that means no. I said, no, it doesn't. Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. No, we'll be interactive and we'll look at it and we'll study it and do the right thing. Next question. Thank you to the board. And I lost my voice yesterday from talking to everybody in POTA. It was all day. I lost my voice. Thank you to the board for being thoughtful stewards of POTA and fostering such a supportive community. Your work has made a big impact. We appreciate it. Thank you. On behalf of the board, thank you. What is more important, number of activations or number of contacts? Tom. Oh, what happened?
It totally depends on what you like. For me, it's unique parks, and I've been to 1,207, I think. Maybe there's a couple I still need to upload, but everyone can set their own goals in POTA. If you want to make a bunch of contacts, make a bunch of contacts. If you want to go to a bunch of parks and rove like I do that. There's lots of room and lots of opportunity for you to make your own goals.
Oh.
Well, parks is the answer.
Who is the winner of that park?
It's in your heart.
Yeah.
I'll flip a coin.
It probably, the default would be, by the way the system is, the number of times you've gone, because it looks at the number of activations.
Yeah.
And then, but it cross-references it. But I think the way the program, and I always say, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know anything about IT, but I think that's the default, because when you look at who's the leader, how many times have you done it? But we'll see. It's a computer flaw. But remember, it's not a contest. It's not a contest. You're supposed to have fun. I don't know. It depends. Okay, question. Love the POTA tent. Thanks to all that set it up. Curtis and Carrie Turner, Michael Turner, Ray and Carrie Wright, additional people helping out like the Black Swamp crew and others. Very much so. Thank you. And we'll put another bid, because Carrie's sitting right there, buy your POTA gear. It's great to have it. Show your friends. So is there a parks program for just Michigan State Parks that's mentioned by W8MS? It's MSC. I don't think anymore. It's gone. It's merged. No. Okay. What are some things that will help us help you if we're interested in volunteering as mapping reps? John, it's your question.
Okay, so the way this works is, as I said, David and I look after a network of about 200 map reps. Traditionally, up until now, we've had pretty much one state map rep per each of the 50 states in the U.S. We now have about a dozen map reps in Canada looking after 10 provinces and territories. We have another dozen or so in North America looking after all of the islands that are geographically part of what's called North America. So on and so forth. So what happens is that, we're all volunteers. At some point, I'll say to Rick, I'll say, hey, you know what? I've had enough. Life happens. I got to do something else. And sometimes I get a call from one of the map reps and say, hey, I got to move. I got a new job, whatever. I can't do this anymore. So I have a list of people who are on deck. So if you want to be a map rep, you can get a hold of me or David and give us your name. We prefer to, my preference, like I'm a map rep for Missouri and I live in Missouri. So that's our preference, but I'm also the map rep for Texas. Okay. There isn't anybody else that wants Texas right now. And so, but if somebody really wanted Texas, who lived in Texas, then I'd have a chat with that person and get them online. Same thing for a variety of countries across the world. If somebody was interested in a particular country and lived in that country, then please give us your name. So it's always good to have a number of names on deck that we can pick and choose from when we have a need like that comes up. So that's really, if you want to be a map rep and you're interested in mapping, and that sort of thing. You don't have to be a GIS engineer or anything like that. You just have to be interested in mapping and parks and that sort of thing. And then we'll fill in the blanks for you. And it's not that complicated. We have some very good documentation to help you get started as a map rep. I think we've pretty much got it down to a science at this point, and it's pretty easy to do. So if you want to help, that's a good way. Email me your names. Email your names to David.
How, is there another way on the website they can put in or help desk, or do they want to just email you direct?
Yeah, if you can email me direct, or you can, the help desk is an excellent channel to get any and all questions and suggestions and putting your name in the hat for map rep or any other volunteer job. Charlie at the help desk and James and a number of other people who manage the help desk are extremely good at sorting the mail sort of thing and getting the mail going to where it needs to go. So the help desk is really a nice feature that we have in POTA. It's a one-stop shopping if you want to make a suggestion or throw your hat in the ring.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we got the hook. We got to wrap up. I think what we'll do is we'll collect all these other answers and we'll try to feed it out somehow. But to my final comments, again, thank you. It's a great community. Hopefully next year we get better answer this question. Can you discuss the benefits of working with your own state QSO party concurrent with POTA activation? Who can do it? Tom?
Sure. One of the absolute benefits about POTA is that there is no set exchange for POTA. We typically exchange signal reports, maybe a state, but there is no set exchange. If you want to operate a contest from a park, you don't need to exchange anything for POTA. You don't have to announce that you're in the park. You don't have to announce that you're operating POTA. You can just operate whatever contest, whatever event, whatever else, and still submit the log to POTA as long as you and all of your equipment are in the park and the rest of the POTA rules, which are very simple. Benefits, you get to double dip.
And I find that I get a lot more from state user party, I get a lot of the state park people coming in. And the double dips.
Yep. So the statement was that you get both the hunters and the activator gets to double dip. You can submit your log to the state QSO party and also to POTA. You also get, so if you go to other states also, you get credit for activating other states and you can work towards your activate all states. Yeah. Yeah, if you operate in those states.
So I think we're bumping up against the next presentation, so we'll wrap up. There's going to be one more photo, so just stay in your seat for 10 seconds. Again, thank you. Thank you for activating. Thank you for hunting. Thank you to all the volunteers.
They want to take a picture. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, good job, Mark. Thank you. Well done. Oh, you come down the step.
I know who you are. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, connect me with right here. I got our paper for you. Here, you have that stat? I know. Oh, here. Entire talk. Those are about and shoot it. Yeah, and it's just a context. And that's and then you have to make and I have something. Yeah, and he can give he knows. Okay. Bring everything down. Every single
Where's the proctor? We might need him sooner than later. They shut it down. Where'd the proctor guy go? Do you know where that proctor guy went? Where? Maybe it's working. They shut it down. Oh.
General, Good morning.
Oh, Mark. This wasn't shut down, so is it okay?
We need our presentation, like our presentation's already saved to the computer. So.
I'll take care of it. So. Oh, now so. Okay, good. Thank you. Well, let's see what happens here once I get. What are you laughing about? You're on what? That's what this is. Look at this thing replace. How you doing, Logan?
You doing okay?
We're working at it. Yes. I think we are. I'll let you know if we get a problem.
I'll keep it on the live stream. Anything, just talk in the microphone.
So are you guys doing a live stream then?
Yes.
You doing video also?
Just the screen.
Just the screen. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Are you recording it too?
Yes.
Thank you. Good. Make sure I'm just going to go through all these charts. They're on the screen. I know. I'm just trying to. You might want to look at your stuff that's coming up here.
I was just looking to see.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah.
These two are messed up. Same as last time, so let me fix it. Don't understand why it does that. It's okay.
Like
Does not like the apples. Yes. You two want to come up? You're on the stage. You're VIPs. Up here. Yeah, I think they saw the way it was set up. Yeah. Oh, that's not going to work. Okay.
I know quite a few minutes about that. So, I mean, like, I have my.
Hey, Mark, stay on all the time? They just turned it on. Yeah. Put the doors open and close them.
It's nice in here now.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's a little bit noisy over the microphone. Jim's gonna come in. It doesn't even say.
Let me take this out of here.
There's a lot of mistakes in it. It's really, there's not like yeah, that's
Well, we have people down from the booth saying, I thought you guys were presenting at 10 o'clock.
That was key. And then, Jerry takes me to the elevator sometimes. I think they're going to make them, let's do theirs now. It's just Hey, we're going to have an honor off, and we understand some people want it on, some people want it off. We're doing this for right now. And that's all we know to do. We're okay. Our spot is, but yeah, maybe the best one was. Whatever you want, I can turn it off. Yeah, we can turn it off. Yes, it is. We're good. We just turned it off. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks for the talk. Everyone has a throw to people. I can't really last in this one second. Be the same way. I've got like a police vest that I can shoot my planes all the time. Hope I can do that. That's really good, but I think I would be funny in different ways. Oh, you are? That's good. That's a good question. I was thinking of the next thing. Actually,
Test. Yeah.
that's it.
you know that, but it needs a price to be in it. Because otherwise, we have our right now we don't have it, but we're just trying to see the public. Since we're having the issue, I want to see if we can get our
Guess it just stays on here. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the ARIS forum for today.
We're back.
So I want to introduce Rosalie White, K1STO. We're going to be letting everybody introduce themselves, but the two of us are going to introduce each other. Go ahead, Rosalie.
And I know nobody here knows Frank. Frank Bauer, KA3HDO.
Okay, so we have a lot to cover today. We are entering into our 25th year of continuous operations on the International Space Station, and we really want to describe to you how this FRAM2 ham activity we just did is enforcing, significantly amplifying our ARIS 2.0 vision. Before I start, though, what I would like to do is, I mentioned 25 years of continuous operations on the International Space Station. I want to recognize Lou McFadden, W5DID, stand up, Lou. Lou has been involved in this activity for over 40 years. He is the one that built was responsible for the building of the flight hardware that's flown on all the vehicles, and we'll talk about the vehicles in a minute, from the beginning. And we significantly appreciate all of his long-term support to the ARIS and SAREX programs before that. Thank you, Lou. So how many of you have actually witnessed or been involved in an ARIS contact? Raise your hand.
And how many of you are teachers who were involved?
Couple of teachers. And how many of you worked a crew member on board directly? Okay, let me just say that, yeah, well, you did because you were doing an ARIS contact. Let me just say that there's some excitement for the future. We will talk about that in this meeting, okay? All right, so let me just say that I think everybody has seen this slide before. We're a K through 16 international program that inspires, educates, and engages youth in STEM education. We spend 4 to 6 months, 3 to 6 months, if you will, getting them up to speed and doing STEM education projects. And we are also backup comm for the International Space Station. And the last bullet, we're starting to put things in our charts to also explain to these commercial companies what we're doing. And we basically, the astronauts, a significant number of astronauts get their license for a reason. And that's because they enjoy these connections with youth during their missions. Over 50% of the crew on space stations get their license, and 70% of the Axiom astronauts get their license.
It's important to them to inspire youth, so that's why they like ARIS.
These are our sponsors from an ARIS USA perspective. Our space agency sponsors are NASA, the Space Communications Navigation Organization, WIBE, because we're backup comm to their comm, and the ISS National Lab. ARDC has been a very strong supporter in all of our education activities. We thank them for that. And from a leadership perspective, ARL and AMSAT have provided, real money as well as in-kind support.
And of course, besides them, which, they're a big drop in the bucket, but there's all of you who have donated either occasionally or more than occasionally. And I can point to 3 of them right there. And Burns, if you want to stand up, and you guys, it's up to you if you want to stand up. And there's a guy over here who's giving quite a bit. And we love it when you can give anything you can afford, because we are growing so much that we need your support. And we so much appreciate it when you are standing with us to make this program grow. Thank you.
Thank you much. We live and die by our donations. So please, whether it's, a one-time or, a RMD, or, a lifetime legacy opportunity to donate, we would really appreciate anything you can do for ARIS. Okay, thank you, Rosalie. So, since the last time we met, this has expanded. We continue our work on space station, and in the past, the shuttle and the Mir space station. But as of this year, we now have a certified capability on the Crew Dragon vehicle, and we supported the FRAM 2 mission. So we are expanding. And for those that don't realize, our major pillars, our three major pillars in the organization are STEM education, which is the most important aspect of what we do. But we cannot do any of that without the strong engineering support and the development of spaceflight hardware and software systems, and our spaceflight operations support. So all of it's critically important. We are all one team, and the space agencies, the private organizations, they all want to do education. So, pulling all that together, we have a very strong activity within the organization and strong teamwork. As I said, we're starting to get into how we actually, to show people how we do business. And we've generated this, and I'm not going to go through it, but basically on the bottom are the three pillar organizations, departments, I'll say, of ARIS, engineering, education, and operations. But we have a strong regulatory function we have to do with crew licensing and frequency coordination and everything else, and then public outreach. But what we want to focus on, and we've mentioned this in a lot of the briefings we've had recently, is we wanted to focus this forum on the FRAM 2 activities. This is the mission in a Dragon capsule where 4 private astronauts flew over the North and South Poles on a 3.5-day mission. And what we can proudly say is it's mission accomplished. I will tell you all that a number of us were pretty scared, I'll say that, as we're leading up to this thing, because we started this in August of last year with a thought of an October launch, which got moved out to March. And to try to pull all of this together was a tremendous feat for everyone that was involved, for the private astronaut, for SpaceX, and for ARIS. And so it was a great collaboration on the FRAM 2 mission between ARIS and the FRAM 2 astronauts. And it was designated or named, the payload was named FRAM to Ham, which kind of made sense. Those of you that aren't aware, the crew members, Chun Wang was the mission commander. He basically was the cryptocurrency person that made his money and financed this mission. And then there's 3 other individuals. All of them had extensive polar exploration experience, and that's how Chun selected them, was their experience in doing things in the polar region. The one we worked with, our customer, if you will, was Rebea Roge, and she got her amateur radio license from Norway. And I talked about regulatory situations. So the first thing we had to look at is she's flying on a U.S. carrier. You think of ships. She needed to have a U.S. amateur radio license. So the ARIS team worked and got her license through the ARL Volunteer Examiner Program. We have a bunch of volunteers, examiners that worked with her to get her license, and she got KD3AID as her call sign. Now, a lot of you seen this chart before, but I've got highlighted in yellow actually what the contributions from FRAM to Ham that have occurred. For those that aren't familiar with our ARIS 2.0 vision, it's to significantly enhance our education activities for the future. And that's for not only youth, but also for lifelong learners. Now, who's all a lifelong learner in here? Every one of us, as ham radio operators, by definition, are lifelong learners. So this is for the hams as well as for the youth, okay? And so you can kind of see through the FRAM to Ham activity, we increased our educational outcomes and our lesson plans and things like that. We've expanded beyond just the ISS with this mission. This was a truly total commercial activity independent of the International Space Station. First time we've ever flown in a small capsule as compared to a big shuttle, a big space station Mir, or a big International Space Station. Okay? And what came out of this were some interesting SSTV opportunities too. We'll talk about that today. So, I showed you that one chart which talked about, what ARIS supports, and I'm not going to get into this, but basically this kind of shows specifics of what we were doing on the FRAM to Ham activity. We're going to talk about that in the next few minutes with the individuals that are going to be talking as part of this presentation. So let me bring Tanya Anderson up, and she's going to talk about the education role in the FRAM 2 mission.
Thanks, Frank. So my name is Tanya Anderson. I'm the Director of Education for ARIS USA. And so what I did is I worked directly with Rabea to put together her vision for what she wanted for her mission. So she knew she wanted to engage youth in her mission, so we decided on an SSTV competition that was for 16 to 25-year-old students. The reason we had to cut it off at 16-year-olds is one of the tools we used for the competition was Discord. And in Europe, there are lots of regulatory things that come down with age and who can be online and who can be communicating. So that was the age range we were able to use. So we helped with the registration process. The youth had to register for the competition with their educational institutions, whether it was their college radio club, a specific department at the college, their high school, something like that. She wanted there to be international cooperation among the students. So the key to this competition was having international team members. And like I said, we used Discord for communication. So there were two parts of this competition. So there was the SSTV images that everybody basically could participate in pulling down the images. And then the student teams also had it was a TESMAS entry form. So think of like a Google form with lots of questions that pertain to the SSTV images. So the students pull down the SSTV images, just like you all did if you were participating in this event. And the images were transmitted using Robot 36. But what made this event different is it was a puzzle. So we had 3 geographic locations. We cut each of the locations into 4 different images, and then we scrambled them. Not only did we scramble the order that the images came down, but we scrambled the orientation of the images. So if any of you pulled down the images, you couldn't figure out which way was up necessarily by the words or the numbers. You really had to get a bunch of the images and put them together like puzzle pieces. So that is why international teams were really beneficial, because depending on where you were on the globe when the passes occurred, you were able to get certain images, and you really needed all 12 images to be able to put all the puzzle pieces together. So the second part was the entry form. And so once they unscrambled the images, they had to answer questions about polar history. So things about former explorers to the different polar regions, and the vehicles, the ships they used, and what they did on their expeditions. And so you can see we did a lot of things that supported this. We wrote a competition manual. We held an informational webinar. We helped moderate the Discord channel. ARIS supplied the TLEs and the Doppler shift charts on our website to help the students. We helped with the team registration, and then we are the ones that handled the results and provided them to Rebea. So overall, we had 55 educational institutions worldwide divided up into 14 teams. And on this slide, you can see the different states and provinces in the North America that participated, as well as the countries in Europe. So we did really have an international competition, and it was great watching all of the students communicate with each other on Discord. I think they really enjoyed it. So the educational and outreach outcomes from the FRAM 2, we had three winning teams, which Rebea sent prizes and space flown stickers to. The youth were really engaged on the Discord channel. And like I said, it was really neat watching them have these conversations with people on the other side of the world. And what we found out is they want more competitions like this. They love the SSTV events, but they really liked the puzzle aspect of it. They liked the cooperation of the international community. And so here are some of the quotes from our follow-up with some of the youth, and how you can see in their quotes how excited they were. You can also see on this slide that they were really into this activity, and the teams made mission patches. So they came up with their mission patch designs and team names, and it really brought them all together. Frank, are you going to talk about Okay, so I'm going to give it back to Frank, who's going to talk about the operations.
Okay, a couple things I did want to make sure you all were aware of, and because I know some of you are wondering, this thing came out of nowhere and it was very quick. You have to realize one important thing. In the very beginning, when we got asked in August of last year to be involved in this, we were under a non-disclosure agreement because this was all new. People didn't know what was going to happen. Even the crew didn't know whether they were, they wanted to do this. Rebea wanted to do this, but we weren't sure it was going to happen or not. So it wasn't until we got everything solidified, and it wasn't too, it was late in, I think it was in December, when we had our own little nomenclature, because we couldn't even talk within our own ARIS team about some of this stuff. There was a small cadre at first, and then we could open it up over time. So it was an interesting thing, and we all learned, and I'll say SpaceX learned, the private astronauts learned, and we learned. It was one of the first things when we talked to Rebea, I mentioned, this is pioneering. You all are doing a pioneering mission. Never before had humans flown over the poles, but the amateur radio aspect of this all across the board was pioneering. And the other thing, Tanya talked about the puzzle. How many of you knew about an astronaut named Ron Paris? Anybody in the audience? Ron Paris was actually the one that wanted to fly, Lou knows this, wanted to fly a puzzle SSTV experiment on his Astro 1 and 2 missions, and it was just too big, and it was too hard because the technology wasn't there to let it be automated, and that's why he did packet instead of SSTV. So when Rebea came to us about these ideas, we resurrected Ron's vision, and it turned out to be outstanding. So I'm talking a little bit about operations, and Tanya mentioned a little bit of this. We pulled together you know, the youth, and we've have two of our youth that are going to be here and talk a little bit, but the situation is we had a whole spectrum of individuals that were youth that had no to some satellite experience. So we had to give them, and we didn't know how the antenna was going to perform. So we provided antenna recommendations to maximize the probability that they would be able to hear the SSTV. We also, as Tanya mentioned, we had Doppler correction tables and other tips and techniques so that they could test their systems like you fly. In other words, it needs to be ready because it's a 3-day mission and you have one opportunity probably of being able to use this and make it work. And if they miss that opportunity, they missed it totally, if you will. So we actually did on Space Station what we called a FRAM to ham simulation, where we did an SSTV activity so that the youth could actually, and the hams, of course, because the hams love SSTV too, they could all practice this. And the big thing that was different, and we wanted to, especially the ham community, to be comfortable with this, is that during this session, they didn't get to see their images in the gallery like we normally show them, because it was going to be a competition. And so if we showed everybody's images, it ruins the competition for the youth. And so, yes, like Tanya mentioned, we supplied Keplerian elements as part of this, and then the gallery was there to capture all of the downlinked images from folks. Now, this is after the mission was over, so before the mission was over, all you saw was the name of the individual that submitted an image, and then we opened it up. So we had to change the SSTV gallery around, do some engineering on that, and then people got awards. The other thing we did during the contact was we demonstrated the ability to do an ARIS school contact, and we did it with the Technical University of Berlin, and Rabea really enjoyed having that opportunity. And as Tanya mentioned, we were helping guide as best we can, but we wanted the students to guide themselves on how to prepare a station, particularly within their competition teams. But also we gave them updates on what was going on during the mission. And then I want to thank Elizabeth's team, Team Rice Ball. They pulled together all the puzzle images and generated these 3 images and what the locations are of each one of the pieces of the puzzle. So this is actually, for those that grabbed images, these are all 12, all put together. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to engineering and their responsibilities on FRAM 2.
All right, thanks, Frank. So let me ask a question. How many of you listened to the SSTV coming down from anybody? Oh, that's quite a few, actually, so great. It was a lot of fun, actually, and I feel a little bit better now because my hands aren't tied behind my back. When we first started doing this, we had an NDA. Couldn't talk to nobody. It was unbelievable. But I have to thank, ARIS as a whole and the satellite community, because we had a number of folks helping us worldwide, right? And without their help, we wouldn't have been able to do this at all. But when we looked at the mission in August, we were given a radio to use. We didn't have an idea about an antenna to use, and every one of us had an idea. It was like we had rubber ducky antennas by the window. We had arrows up in the Space Dragon capsule. That wasn't going to work, let me tell you. So we actually we came about, and SpaceX was very, very nice to us and helped us a lot. Actually, they provided an antenna, and I can't talk about it in detail because we're not supposed to. It's under NDA. But that helped us a lot to move forward, right? And so we had the radio. The radio was an ICOM 705. And, at first I was a little dubious about that because I'm like, okay, we got an HF radio that's going up and it's only 10 watts, right? We're used to putting up 50-watt radios on the ISS and using them at 10 watts, right? And having them on all the time. And that usually works pretty good. But, I I got to start testing the radio in December and January, and I really like the radio a lot. And I have to give ICOM a high five about that. So do like that radio a lot. So back in late August, when we were brought in and started looking at this, I had an epiphany that, hey, we could use one of our satellite programs that we used a year ago that we developed by ARIS that would, well, at the time we had problems with the Russian side segment with the SSTV. So we developed this piece of software that would use a crossband side and the Columbia module side, right? And we were going to send up SSTV pictures and back down. Well, I'm like, well, we can turn this around because we already have the GUI, we have everything already done with it, right? And so, well, let's add the feature in. The idea that I had to add into it was be able to say, well, SpaceX had told us that we could only use a battery with the radio. They were not going to allow us to hook the radio up or install it into their systems, right? And totally understood that, and it was okay. So we had to use a battery, and that actually kind of made a big difference for us too, because when we looked at the battery was only 50 watts, right? And I'm like, oh, we've got a 4-day mission, and we've only got 50 watts on this little tiny battery. How do we make this last longer? So the idea that came up was from the ballooning. So if you guys gone some of these ballooning conferences and so forth, they geofence as they go across the oceans and across like the UK. You can't transmit over the UK or North Korea. So I came up with the idea about that, and Chris Thompson, who's on my team, the engineering team, he's done a lot of work for us, and he's a great engineer on the programming here in the software side. He actually jumped right on it, and we had something working within just a couple of weeks, and that was really amazing to have that. And as it evolved, we actually added in a lot more things to it, and other features for taking in different Kepler layering elements and so forth, having with the puzzle piece of it, we had ground stations all over the world that were going to try to participate, right? So we had to make sure that when Dragon was over that area, that it was on for sure, right? Even along the coastline. So it was a difficult task, and actually it worked out very well. So I was very happy with that here. The one thing was that the certifications was kind of amazing. SpaceX did a really good job helping us out with that, and it wasn't like NASA. NASA's certifications, and it's been a learning lesson to me, typically takes about 9 to 12 months to do. It's nothing simple or quick. We had an HDMI converter that the COTS and said, oh, this is going to take, it's a COTS. It'll only take, it'll be a short time to get that done. It ends up, it's the same amount of time. It's about 12 months to get it through too here. So, but SpaceX is much more efficient, I would say. And the guys were very, very helpful with that too, actually, on what we were doing with that here. So the work worked pretty good with it. We had to train the astronauts on the software, Rebecca, and she was great. She actually did a really good job. And we used Robot 36 for the SSTV, and that actually worked very well too. And actually, I've been pretty impressed with that. We've been using the 120 over on the space station side of it, and that takes 2 minutes for the transfer of the SSTV picture, and this is 36 seconds. And it was actually really nice. And so I think if I was going to make recommendations going forward, I would say let's kind of move that forward with that. And I think that Rebecca had a lot of fun too. We had a lot of nice pictures from her and a couple of videos. And I saw a video the other day that's like several hours long, but I'll save you that. But pretty happy. She was pretty happy about that, and I'm looking forward to that. So the epiphany came to me on the Dragon once we got certified is that in the future, well, maybe when it's docked to space stations or the ISS, we can have that up because we're already certified with the radio. And so that's kind of interesting. If you look at the picture with the radio, one of the certification processes was a heat. Well, they put it into a foam carrier, which was really worrisome to me because I was afraid it was going to overheat. And so we were trying to keep it 36 seconds on, 36 seconds off, so we could let it cool down while it was being transmitted. Unfortunately, that didn't occur as well as we thought, but that's okay. It did work very well. The Berlin contact was amazing, I thought, that happened, and was very, very good there. The software actually built in, had the tracking software built into it, right? And you can see the red lines are actually the orbit lines from the Dragon. And as a polar orbit, it wasn't going around like the ISS does around the latitudes around the 0 degrees there. But they actually worked out very well here for us in moving forward with that. This was a picture of the software. We have the software running over in our booth. You can come by and see it if you want to see it. It actually transmits the slow scan TV pictures. And one nice thing about the software, which we added into it, was the capabilities of converting JPEGs or just about any pictures into an audio type. And so if you're interested in that, we can show you what type of software that is. And it's actually pretty cool to be able to use that here. And I think that's it. So let's see here. Turn it back to Frank.
Sure thing. And now we want to provide some opportunities of some of the youth, and we're going to bring Elizabeth Ziemer on board to talk about her experiences. And we want to thank her for her leadership, and she'll talk about that.
Yeah, thanks for having me, everybody. So first of all, to really briefly introduce myself, my name is Elizabeth. I'm a amateur radio operator. My call sign is KD9ORR. I graduate really soon. I'm an engineering student, and the reason I'm talking to you all about FRAM 2 today is twofold. Number one, I was a participating student with my university and with other, individuals all around the world, but also I supported FRAM 2 as an employee of SpaceX at my internship this past summer at Cape Canaveral. I've worked for them in the past, and I will go back to them after graduation, so that's pretty exciting. Basically, my goal with my little segment here is to convince you all of the value of this. I consider myself kind of a product of the efforts of ARIS and similar programs. And so I kind of want to sell you on kind of this cycle and how it creates new professionals for this industry, and not just for, the space industry, but adjacent industries. So I kind of got the seed planted for my involvement in amateur radio because I was really obsessed with the space shuttle as a kid, like maybe even a little unhealthily obsessed. Like I thought it was the coolest thing in the world and the coolest thing humans had ever done. But the amateur radio payloads on the space shuttle and kind of introduced me to this hobby. I got licensed in high school, and that license got me my first job in industry in SATCOM, which opened the door to me to SpaceX, and eventually I ended up working on Dragon this past summer. So while I was at Cape this summer, one day, one of the members of our team, Leo, he kind of popped up in chat and he said, basically, like, does anybody know what a ham radio is? Because I got this thing going on and I really don't know anything about it. And I was like, yeah, I know some things about ham radio, but at this point I didn't realize that meant we were going to put ham radio on Dragon. I thought he was just asking out of his own interest, like maybe he wanted to pick up a new hobby or something. But no, it turned out we were actually putting ham radio in Dragon, and that was super exciting. And, the folks at SpaceX, super smart. Like the RF team for Dragon, these are awesome people, but, they've spent their lives working in these like high-tech, like industry environments on this kind of technology. They've never seen like ham radio technology in their lives. So they have no concept of the fact that like people are already talking to the ISS, with their little handheld radios. They just had no idea. So they asked some like reasonable questions, like, is this actually realistic? And I went back and forth with them, kind of explaining some things to them. And then eventually we hit like the regulatory question, like, how does this even work legally? And they also still weren't completely convinced of the logistics either. But then I realized, like, wait, there's a group that has done this already. Like, some of these are solved problems. And now I'm on stage here with the ARIS team. So we got connected with ARIS, and kind of that was that. So actually the first meeting that the team had with ARIS while I was at SpaceX was like the day before I left to go back to school. So things kind of started to just get exciting, and then I was out, and I didn't have an NDA signed or anything, so I was back at school. But actually that was kind of awesome, because now all of a sudden, after having like worked on this internally, now I'm a student and I'm participating in it, like, the actual thing. Like I'm doing the competition, I'm working with my friends, etc. And so kind of what I want to impress on everybody here is like the excitement around this at my community at school was very strong. So not just like electrical engineering students that might already care about antennas. Like, sometimes it took a little bit of convincing, like, hey, you should come with me and we can try to listen to this satellite. We started practicing with AMSATs in general, the International Space Station. But then once they came and they did it, they were like, whoa, this is super cool. Like, I want to keep doing this. And it attracted students from every discipline. We had a mechanical engineering student step up and design basically a phone holder for a Yagi. So you could point it at the sky and use your phone as a heads-up display, and he designed that part for us. So super cool stuff. And then online, outside of our like immediate, local community, the Discord server and everybody that got connected over that was, I don't think anybody kind of expected how positive it would be, but it was one of the most successful kind of like off the cuff internet communities I've ever seen. It was helpful, it was productive, people were nice to each other, and I feel like I've made like genuine friends. So yeah, that was just an amazing experience and super exciting. And so basically, you know, I want to say, looking to the future, you know, we have these commercial space companies now, we're building commercial vehicles, they're going to space all the time. How do we keep doing things like FRAM to Ham? And I really want everybody, you know, even if you're yourself not directly in the space industry, but, you know, if you get involved with something like this, you know, as a mentor, as a student, whatever, like stay outspoken about, you know, what kind of impact it's made on you. You know, take pictures, take notes, like help us like build kind of the catalog of experiences that shows that this has a real impact on people. And then, you know, keep in touch with the young people in your life, include them in the technical work you're doing, include them in the new exciting things to come, remain outspoken. And yeah, so I just want to say again, like it's not just a pipeline to space like ARIS and, you know, space, amateur radio operations in space, you know, happens to bring me to human spaceflight, but it's bringing people in general to, you know, technical and non-technical fields of great prestige, and it benefits, you know, our communities, our local communities, the country, you know, different countries all over the world. It's amazing. So yeah, that's all I got, but thanks so much for having me, and hopefully we do more of this in the future. It's been a blast.
Thank you, Elizabeth. All I can say is that it was amazing to watch her leadership on Discord. She was helping guide people along from a technical perspective as well as a lot of other perspectives. And you know, between Elizabeth and Hope, you'll hear from in a minute, the leadership, the technical capabilities, and our future is here. And I was so excited on the Discord channel to see all the youth and recognize what I was like 20 or 40 years ago, about the same age as them when we started doing Owen Garriott's flight. So it was kind of reminiscent of that. So I'm going to turn it over to Hope, and she's going to talk about her experiences on FRAM 2, as well as some other things she's got planned.
Okay. Well, I'm Hope, November Delta 2 Lima. I've been a ham for 10 years now, over 10 years. And I consider myself, like Elizabeth, a product of ARIS, because my first experience with amateur radio, my first contact was through satellites. And I started to get involved into space, and fast forward 10 years, I am now a student at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach, Florida, where I study electrical engineering. My final goal is to be an astronaut, but a big part of getting here was my experience with amateur radio and as an ARIS participant. And I was able to help organize ARIS contacts in the past, and I was fortunate to be a participant with my amateur radio club at my university of the FRAM to Ham mission. We had a lot of freshmen in our club who had no experience with either amateur radio or amateur radio in space. And so as a first exposure, that was epic for them to be able to learn to use all the equipment. And so a lot of work went into our team learning how to use the equipment. We wanted to be sure everyone involved got a chance to get something out of it, whether it was learning SDRs, getting their licenses. We've had several get their technicians. Some have gotten their generals, and some are now upgrading to general and extra class. We have had over 24 hours of work between our club during the competition and long before, all of the preparation that went into it. I know you guys put even more time into it, but we had a blast doing it. And we hope to be able to continue in future missions, because we definitely have learned a lot and want to continue it. You now have 5 new hams in our club who are now active on satellites. You'll hear them on the ISS repeater, and they're excited for the next SSTV event, especially if it involves any kind of puzzles. We had a lot of fun. Our team wasn't just my school, it was international. So the impact goes well beyond just our school, just beyond our club. It goes all over the world, all the students who were involved. Sorry, I didn't realize. There. Sorry. This is several of my club members and our equipment. We were outside. We spent a lot of late nights, sometimes halfway through the night, both before, during, and after the competition, learning how to use the equipment, continuing satellite passes. And we've learned a lot. We had so much fun. There's about a dozen active members. And so me and the boys and a couple girls, we all got together and we just made it happen. And looking to the future, we have more upgrades, more licensees to come from this. We hope to have some people working in the space industry because they were inspired. They realized, okay, I'm studying aerospace engineering, but maybe I want to rethink the aircraft side and go into space. And so looking into the future, I think a lot of good will come into it. And looking into the near future, in a couple of weeks, I get to work with ARIS once again at a conference in Montreal. So a lot of good has come out of this and through ARIS. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope. And yeah, as Hope mentioned, Hope and Ruth Willett have written a paper at a Space Ops conference, a major conference, and we'll be presenting that at the end of the month. So I just wanted to, now, let me just say this. What we just heard was the real impact of this program, the FRAM to HAM program. There are other metrics out there, you know, how many participants we had, as Tanya was talking about earlier today, when FRAM to HAM got launched, all of a sudden, there were about 500 people on, and all of a sudden another 200, 250 people showed up because they wanted to hear what was going on in real time on the Discord channel. And we had about almost 2,000 submissions to the gallery, and about 400 folks that were submitting, individuals that were submitting to it. So a lot of activities there. I put in the coursework at the bottom of all the things the youth did, whether it was orbit prediction and antennas and test like you fly and polar history and things like that. A lot of things they were engaged in. So with that, I'm going to kind of wrap up the FRAM 2 discussions and get into some of the other updates we have in ARIS, because there is ISS out there still too. So bottom line, very quickly, I think everybody's seen this. We've now done over 1,700 amateur radio connections with youth over the years, starting as the first operational payload on November 13th, 2000. And now we are up to 97 countries. We're really growing the program and expanding into the whole world at this point. As many of you know, we do on the order of about 40 to 100,000 students a year, and you can kind of see our totals for last year, including the audience. We had about 200,000 people engaged in our program, and we did a record high, not total record, but high in probably 10 years of 111 schools. So that's over 2 a week we're doing last year, while we were doing FRAM 2, while we were doing Axiom, which I'll talk about next. Last year we did Axiom 3. We've done 3 Axiom flights. These are the flights where private astronauts come up to the International Space Station and spend, a week to 10 days on board. We have coming up here no earlier than the June 8th, Axiom 4. They want to do the 3 astronauts on board. There's 4 astronauts on board. The commander has too much to do to do amateur radio, but the 3 international astronauts in India, Poland, and Hungary are going to do 6 amateur radio contacts with the students. They're talking, they want to do ham general contacts. So we'll see what happens with that. It probably will be over Europe, but we'll see whether they're able to do that. They have the time to do that. But if they do it, they'll do it through the voice repeater, just so you're aware. Okay. And last Monday, I was in Houston because Kenneth Ransom, our longtime, ops support person in Houston, is retiring. That does not mean he's totally going to go away, but he's retiring from his work at NASA. And while we were there, Randy and I went to visit Axiom, and we were talking to them about their modules. And they're very interested from the perspective of backup comm, as well as what we can do from the communications perspective with youth. And so we're talking about the most important thing you have to have. And we all have this same problem on our house, which is a feed through, and then the antennas. We want to start with that. And we had a lot of interesting discussions. Let me just put it that way. So it's very encouraging. We'll see how it goes. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim Reed to give a report on our social media.
Thank you, Frank. Hi, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well today. So going to spend the next 5 or 8 minutes talking about what we've done on social media the last few months, the opportunities we're looking for, and the fact that we are looking for help on a new platform. So social media, we have 42,000 followers worldwide. We've grown that by about 20% over the last 12 months. We continue to grow at about 20% every year. So very excited that we're getting new people looking at our content. 4 million people have viewed our content, or 4 million views. Could be one person 4 million times, but 4 million views of our content last year. And the top events that we've had are FRAM to Ham, the SSTV events, Girl Guiding in the UK, because we had a royal family element and that drove a lot of things. And we just kind of post, sometimes we post general things like, hey, can you listen to astronauts in space? Sure you can. Here's you go. And that gets a lot of engagement from other people. So on that topic of listening to astronauts, let me ask a question. What do you think is the #1 question we get from people asking us on social media? Anybody want to take a guess? Yes. When's the next contact? Very close. Anybody else want to take? Yeah. No, that's what the kids ask. What we get asked on social media, when do I get to talk to an astronaut? How come the astronauts aren't talking to me on the repeater? It just went over and they didn't talk to me yet. Astronauts will do what they want to do in their free time while they're on the space station. And if you looked at the last crew that was up there, Don Pettit, he spent a lot of time taking amazing photography because that's what he was interested in. Well, I'm glad to say that right now up on the space station, it's Expedition 73, great number, and it's Crew 10. The next crew going up, Crew 11. One of the leaders on Crew 11 is Mike Fink. And if you heard that name before, it's because he was a veteran shuttle astronaut and spent a lot of time doing casual ham radio contacts while he was on the space station. So if you didn't get a chance to work an astronaut before, I'll bet, and I'm not 100% sure because it's up to him, but I have actually asked him this question. Are you going to make casual contacts from the space station when you go up? Yes. So starting in the fall, watch for Crew 11 to go up and be ready with your antennas and your gear to watch for passes and get an astronaut in your log. You can watch for our updates on that by watching us on social media. And if you have your phone, you might want to get it out, scan these QR codes. Each one of those will take you to our different platforms where you can subscribe to us. We are most active on Facebook and X. That is where we get the most engagement, and basically it's 80% those two platforms and 20% every place else. But LinkedIn, Mastodon, we're getting a lot of people growing on Blue Sky right now, and that's very exciting for us as well. What are some of the kinds of things we post? Well, we post things on education. So we want to make sure that when there's an opportunity for people to submit for student contacts, you know when that is, and you know when the deadline is, May 23rd. And so we post things like that. We post the operational things. Hey, the repeater's going to be off for a couple of days because they're working on power, or there's a Soyuz Soyuz ship coming in, because we don't want you standing out in a park going, where is it? Where's the ISS? I want to work it when the radio's off, right? So we want to do that. We share the story about 40th anniversary, 25th anniversary, fundraising, and sponsor recognition. We have some amazing sponsors, and we like to recognize them. And we do answer questions and engage because it's very important, and everybody comes to it at different times with different questions. So we do want those when can I work an astronaut contacts, and we want to be able to explain to them when that's going to be. And then special activities as well. So most of you probably learned about FRAM to Ham from social media. We want more of those things going forward. I'm going to skip over these real quick, and just these are the kinds of things we post when you subscribe with us. So that's good. This was great to be able to post this picture of Robea with the radio. So if you want to see that again, 120,000 views of that picture alone. So more Instagram, more posts like that. You get the idea. We are going to start focusing more on YouTube. So one of our goals for 2025, 2026 is to expand our YouTube channel. We've got a few thousand people right now. We post some content related to long form school contacts and those kind of things when we can get it. There's a couple of things like if you want to go back and hear Richard Garriott talk about his experiences on the station and his dad's experiences, those are there. But there's a lot more opportunities we think we have with YouTube. So we're looking for help. If you are a YouTuber, or if you know somebody who is and who wants to get engaged with ARIS, we're not looking for a ton of time, maybe 5-10 hours a week, but we want to start expanding this more and getting more content, more shorts, those kind of things, and getting more into video. The other thing we're doing is, you heard the ladies talk about how Discord was really great when we had it for FRAM to Ham. So we're having a Discord. We have a Discord ready to go. What we don't have ready to go is moderators. So if you know someone who can help us out a couple hours a week, just be able to go in there and help people, answer questions, let us start, get organized, please reach out to me or Frank or anyone, will get you to the right place. But we're looking for Discord moderators so we can get a Discord going. So all that comes together, and really my ask of you is follow us, share the content, comment on us, get engaged on what we're doing on social media, because you're not just helping yourself, you're helping other people discover it and learn about it. And we are where you are. So Instagram, Mastodon, Discord is where we'll be. And these are the different pieces. Also, if you are an educator, we have a special group for educators on LinkedIn. You can get involved in there. Dan runs that, and he does a great job on it. So if you want to be involved there, come check that out as well. That is what we got for social media, and thank you for coming by. I'll be here after if you have questions, but in the meantime, I'm handing it back over to Randy.
All right. Good deal. We've only got a couple of minutes left, so I'm just going to go through this fairly quickly. So engineering has done a lot this past year. I was looking back on it, and yesterday I kind of made the discovery that, you know, most people go from point A to point B. When you start projects, you try to get it completed and so forth. Well, my life basically was like this last year. So we actually... We delivered Ham TV at the beginning of the year, which was great. It flew up to this space station in March, and we thought we were done with that. Actually, that was not the case, because we had one space agency, NASA, which we were signed off on, but then ESA was not. And so we had a lot of difficulties getting paperwork done, and then they had a vendor that left, and they had to start new paperwork over, and so it became a long cycle with that. But we're up there now, and we're planning on being installed June 20th, just to give you a rough idea of what's planned right now. So hopefully next month we'll have a Ham TV up and running if you're interested in working with that here too. So the student virtual mission control, we started that a couple years ago. We actually had to put that aside while we were working on Ham TV, and that's okay, because we're back on top of that project again, and it actually looks really nice, and we're about ready to deliver that to NASA later this year for starting certification. So I'm hoping first half of next year we'll be up with that on the space station here. Commercial flights, Frank and I started thinking about commercial flights last year, and that was like late July, August, and we started thinking about how we were going to, what could we do for feed-throughs and radios. And Well, that worked out really fine, but late August, FRAM came, and so FRAM took us on another detour, and that was actually a great one because now we're certified on the up on Dragon now here. Sorry, my phone was going there. So anyway, that was fun. So that's kind of the basic update from last year here. We've done a lot. I was asked to kind of present at the symposium, the AMSAT symposium late last fall, and I was looking at that. I'm just highlighting it here, but you know, everything that we've done the past 2 years, we've done about 22 different projects and so forth that Aeros Engineering has worked on. So I'm very, very fortunate. I have a really nice team, and that there's a lot of dedicated folks that work a lot of hours on this. And so it's great that we have that team members. And we're always looking for new folks. I brought on 2 more team members this past year, actually, which were students. And so I'm glad that they're on board now here. So the student virtual mission control, basically we were building out a sensor system for that. And so we're putting that up on the ISS. We had the University of Berkeley was working on the virtualization software, and we may have to take that over at this point. But the sensor system that we started with had all these sensors on here right now. But because of COVID and then being distracted to some other projects that we had, we got through the alpha board, and I showed that last year. The alpha board was working, and it looked really good, and we were going to move forward with that. But because of the delays and so forth, we actually found another board that took about 5 or 6 of these sensors and put it onto a small board that was on top of the Raspberry Pi. It's called a hat. But anyway, it took away a lot of the work that we were doing, so we can mainly focus on the gas sensors and the ultrasonic microphone and a few other things here too. So we still have the cosmic ray detector that's going in. If you want, come over to our booth and look at it. We have the device set up over there that's working. You can push the button in the front and cycle through and see what's available for it too. Ham TV, I mentioned that, but we're done with that pretty much. It's up on the station now. We're waiting for it to be installed here in June, which will be great. Coming here in just a couple more minutes. Actually, we were working on certifying the HDMI converter. Frank has helped in doing the safety part of it. It looks like we're good with that now, so we're moving forward with that here, and we'll have that up so we can hook up to the newer cameras up on the space station. And Caviar, I talked about that last year. Caviar basically is 5 and 10 gigahertz. We're using it. Our plans was for a gateway. We were also looking at using it with Artemis 4. We were invited for a grant, and so we were looking at working with a number of folks on that and incorporating that on Lunar. I think we're going to have capabilities of this in the future. There's going to be a lot more opportunities for us on the moon, so we're looking forward to working with that. The software, again, Chris Thompson used some of the software that's been developed in the last few years, which is really nice. So we brought in all the temperatures, all the sensor capabilities for that, and we can graph them out really nice. And so that's actually working very well, and that's kind of where we're at with that. We've got to pick the project back up because we got detoured several times here, but now that we're going to get the student virtual mission control done, we'll focus back onto this project. So that'll get us out in deep space, right, moving towards the moon, which would be great. And I'm going to stop there. I was going to go over space stations, but I don't think we have enough time for that.
Thank you, Randy. Appreciate that. So what I'd like to do now is, does anybody have any questions? I have the summary, and I'll just leave it up here. Any questions? Anybody? Anything? Which antenna? Oh, okay, so let me say that. You talk about FRAM to ham. Let me just say this. What I tell people, and some of those on the Discord channel heard it too. I mean, first off, like Randy said, we're on NDA on that. We now know how it performs. I mean, every one of you build an antenna, and after you build it, you don't care what it is or whatever. You care about how it performs. And what we know now is that FRAM2, the antenna we're using on Dragon Capsule performs outstandingly. I was very impressed that, you know, with a simple Yagi, I didn't have a preamp on my system, and I was able to get full images out of it, you know, over a major portion of the pass. So, you know, I think the thing is, and it doesn't matter what satellite it is, you got to change polarizations all the time as you're doing it. So it's an antenna, it's up there, it's performing. Let's use it. And that's what we need to do, okay? Other questions?
do I get to work the astronaut on the space station?
Well, when do I get to work an astronaut on the space station? Well, I want to thank Keith. Raise your hand, Keith. Keith is one of our cheerleaders with the astronauts. He's actually a flight surgeon, and he's worked with a lot of the astronauts over the years. And he gets them excited about ham radio and things. And so, as Jim said, I think we've got an outstanding opportunity here coming up. No guarantees that Mike Fink is going to be on the air. So pick up, remember, they're all using the repeater. So if you haven't done it yet, get your, this is going to sound familiar, Elizabeth and Lee and Hope, is that get yourself proficient in the use of the voice repeater, because that's how you're going to talk to Mike Fink. Okay? Yes. Packet is still, so let me make sure you all recognize is that on Space Station, we have 2 radio stations, one in the service module and one in the Columbus module. Columbus module is doing the voice repeater. The service module is doing packet. It was down for a bit. It's back up and operational right now, correct? Jim would know better than anybody else, because he finds out, social media finds out first when there's a problem, okay?
It does go off when SSTV is on.
Yeah, that's right. When we do SSTV, of course, you don't have we can only do one thing at a time, okay? But Randy's trying to change that so we have SSTV in the Columbus module too. Other things? All right, well, I think we're at our time limit. I want to say that, I want to remind everybody that the FRAM to HAM activity enabled ARIS to make significant progress in our ARIS 2.0 vision. We came in with new capabilities for youth and the hams, and we thank you for all of your help. Please donate to ARIS. I got to make that comment. And have a great rest of the weekend. We got one last question. Okay, so that's a good question. We've been normally doing, the question was, how often do we do SSTV? Normally it's been quarterly. You've seen it a lot more lately. If we can bring it in Columbus, we're going to do more because people really like it. And so we did more because we got 2 sessions in from FRAM to HAM, one on Space Station and one on the FRAM 2 mission. And then the Russians wanted to do something for their Victory Day, which you just saw. So probably our next opportunity is in October. Yeah, I think it's usually October. But there's a couple other things we're trying to work. Okay? Thank you all. Have a great rest of the day. Enjoy Hamvention. Can't get this thing. There we go. Thank you, Logan. How do I get this thing that mouse is working?
I am chauffeur from the Garden to Radio. So I want to ask about engineering for K-6
like that. I'm glad it looked.
Ken McCoy.
Oh, Ken.
Yes.
Well, I already talked to Bob about it.
Yeah, Bob and Ken are the ones to talk to us.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Is this your flash drive?
No.
Okay.
It's not. I took my flash drive out.
Most of that came out, I got to get great.
You probably get this about a million times this weekend. Where we gonna go?
Start the slideshow, so make sure I get it in presenter mode. Actually, tell, can't you got something over there?
Yeah, only recording the screen. Do you know what the order is?
Yeah, we're after Robert now.
No, I mean, within your. I just need to know who.
You'll see when somebody gets to the end of theirs.
Thank you.
It'll have the name of whoever's next. Yeah, I think we can. I was wondering about that, but it looks like Robert's going to talk and then we're up. So it looks like that's not working.
So you want us to come?
Give me a second here. Let me get set up. Oh, I know what I did. Or didn't you? No, it's already over there. Isn't it? Well, that's kind of weird. It should come up with presenter. Well, I guess it won't matter that much. I was trying to get going in presenter view, but it's not. Because I have to do this. I don't want to duplicate, I want to extend, right? Extend. Yeah. And then that way I can do presenter mode. Anything there? Or if it's not recognized.
Yeah.
Still won't happen again. I think you're after Burns. So it's me and then Mike and then Burns. And you're after Burns. Yeah. Dragging up the rear, I think. Yep. All right. Sorry. We don't need any volume out of the PC here, so I just muted it. Coming out there. Nope, stop. There, that one. Yeah, I turned the volume up still. You know, like here too, so like I said, turn that down and mute.
Should have them all come up now. Covering everybody.
Good afternoon. My name's Robert Bankston. I'm with AMSAT, also officially, I guess, known as the Radio Amateur Satellite Corporation. How many people here are members of AMSAT? Raise your hand, please. So good mix there. How many people here have never worked a satellite? Just as many. How many people are interested in satellites? Should be everybody. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting in here. All right. So, you know, we've been around for a little while, formed in 1969, but we've been doing satellites in space, I guess with Oscar 1 moving forward. And our whole purpose in life is to have amateur radio available in space for you to operate from. And if you haven't done it before, it's a blast, especially when you're chasing that little chunk of metal flying through the air at 17,000 miles an hour and trying to keep up with it, whether it be by hand or with a Azel rotator. But it's great stuff. But even more than that, we get the opportunity to design and build that satellite that goes up into space and the radio that are on it. So AMSAT has a lot to offer for everybody. We're about 4,000 members. The majority of those are in the United States, although we have 53 countries represented, as well as there are AMSAT organizations around the world from UK, Spain, Germany, Japan, Brazil. There's a whole list. Too many for me to remember, especially at my age. But anyway, today we're going to provide an update about what's going on. And I'm going to kick it off with the most important part is what our AMSAT engineers are working on. And it's some great stuff. So I'm going to hand the microphone over to Jerry, who's standing right behind me. He's going to kick it off. And then more importantly, he is going to, he's brought along his team with him. And they're going to share all the great work that they're doing together. So Jerry, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Okay, mic check. Sounds good. I am Jerry Buxton, Vice President of Engineering. We have a lot to talk about. We have a lot of our engineering team who is able to be here today, and so I'm letting them present a little bit on whatever system or part component of the satellites that they're working on. So each of us will get about 5 minutes, 5 or 6 minutes worth. I wanted to start out. Oh, sorry. I hear myself fine, but yeah. Sorry about that. So I just wanted to open up with a little bit of getting to know you. I want to know about the audience. The people are here, so it's kind of a little raise your hand quiz. And that is to find out how many of you are just found out about or just come in to learn about working the satellites and such like that, or just started working satellites. Go ahead. No penalties. Thank you. Okay, and then how many of you here are current users or have been users? You know, you're experienced and understand what AMSAT's about. That's good. We've got ages. Anybody less than 18? Any kids? Yep, there's one. I lost track at 18 as well. So 18 to 30. Okay, interesting. 30 to 60. And then, of course, there's the too old to care anymore. Well, this is for, yeah, hopefully this is going to be something that goes on and everybody gets a great opportunity to participate in it. The last questions, if you will, are to find out how much time you spend on your hobby here. And so 1 to 5 hours a week maybe that you get to do Hammond. It all depends on, you know, what's going on in your life, right? 5 to 10 hours. And I'll bet you I know which age group's going to be the top. 10 to 20, and greater than 20 hours per week. Never sleep, you know. Okay. So actually, it looked like it was kind of just scattered around between those variety of hours, but sort of by age. The whole point that I'm getting to has to do with frequent question that we get, and really we don't get a lot of opportunity to discuss it or show it, and that is, why does it take so long to build a satellite? So the 1 to 5 hours of typical volunteer time is what we're asking. I know Eris asked for 5 to 10, and I'm going, we got to do that. But 1 to 5 hours, 30 to 45 minutes per day is what we ask a person who's new to volunteer, because we don't know what your free time's like, what your life's like. But if you can do that, then you can make substantial contributions. And we've been attracting younger volunteers, and so things have changed compared to all the 30 to 60s or over 60s, right? That there's a lot of stuff going on, children moving, new job, and all that kind of stuff. So if you take 5 to 10 hours equals about 1 to 2 hours per day, and many of our volunteers work at this level. We have also the 10 to 20 hours that contribute, average this is, of course, 30 to 45 minutes per day, and several at this level, and it's also a burst level for people who have the variable opportunities, because this is really hobby time for us as well. This is amateur radio hobby. And then we had greater than 20 hours, 48 hours per day. There's a few of us, and this is where the old white guys that run AMSAT come from, is that we're all retired. It takes that to be able to put in the amount of time, just as the people that are too old to count or care how old they are. And so we took an average of 30 volunteers that we currently have on our teams, working best output, 5 to 10 hours average. That's 7.5 hours a week, 225 hours, more or less 5 people working a 40-hour week. And in doing that, there are so many things that are going on in the satellites and in the projects, we'd actually have to have those 5 people working on even 2 or 3 aspects, which really they can't, or they're going to come sequentially if they're capable of that. Some are already doing that, but the vast majority is something that it just has to be sequential. And everybody has their own specialty. Everybody's there because they know something about RF, computer, and various aspects of what's going on mechanical. That's what they know, and that's what they're there for. So that's why things progress kind of slowly. But everything really hinges upon the number one thing that we all face, and that is real life. So that'll knock you right down, even the too old to care, down to 1 to 5 hours a week sometimes, right? You've got to take care of everything else before your hobby. And they're random, and they might take people out even for, zero input for a period of time. And that's what affects our production. So that's why things seem to move along at a snail's pace, while really for the work that we're doing, we're putting everything that we have into it during that time. Just as the hobby of working the satellites, but we're kind of working from the ground in. Sorry. And then I'll hop into the overview of engineering programs and projects. We've got the Golf T project, part of the golf program. Expected completion, I'm talking summer of next year. It was approved in 2017 by the board of directors. I submitted CSLI proposals immediately, and in February of 2018, the CSLIs were selected. This is where you get your free ride from NASA. Selected means that they will find us a launch. If they can, it's not a guarantee, and they pay for the launch, which is the whole point of going through that. We started out in 2021 to be on a mission, USSF flight on the Virgin orbit, which is also what our Fox 1E satellite went on, Launcher 1. We had to pull from that at the end of the year because Ragnarok, who was going to do our ADCS, failed to deliver, basically. And so we had to demanifest it and take us off the launch. Fortunately, there was no penalty to us because we did not cause that situation. Then, very shortly after, we lost our mechanical engineer, Bob Davis, KF4 KSS, who had many, many years working on AMSAT satellites, and he was a major contributor to more than just the mechanical. So it was a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience that was lost with that. And so we turn around and we recruit some new engineers, specifically, especially mechanical engineers. There's a lot of stuff about CubeSats is different than being a typical mechanical engineer, if you will, in a typical job. They're smaller and require a lot of different considerations of what makes them go. So Golf 1 2017 also approved and selected in 2018. We're basically waiting for Golf T to be completed. We learn a lot in just putting Golf T together before we start putting Golf 1 together. And hopefully then we'll be able to fly Golf T in the meantime and find out. I mean, the whole thing Golf T is doing is testing solar panels, RT-IHU, the radiation tolerant IHU, SDR and microwave capability for data, 10 gigahertz, and the ability to control the satellite with the ADCS attitude determination and control system. And Golf 1 then will also go back to our typical STEM of carrying, in this case at least, a camera experiment from a high school. ASCENT is our Advanced Satellite Communications and Exploration of New Technology skunkworks, it was called. It was formed back 2015, and we've got things going on in there such as SDR Gen 2. If you watch ANS, you have seen that advertised as such. We call it SDRB, so if you hear SDRB, it's the same thing. This is going to replace the EDIS E310 radio that's on Golf T. That takes up a lot of space, and that's what makes it difficult. One of the difficulties with mechanical is fitting that in with our typical stack of boards. There is a great propulsion program going, and these they're mostly concentrated over in Arizona. They are looking at a lot of opportunities that we could use to be able to develop and use propulsion. We need that to get above about 600 kilometers, where we have to maneuver and be able to deorbit. The ADCS is necessary to be able to point the right directions. The propulsion is necessary to be able to move it. But we've got to know all of that before we try going there, because you're very dangerous if you're not, properly in control of your satellite. That's not to say that we wouldn't use some commercial propulsion and do a mission, but we have to even know how to work that first. And we have a crossband transponder, which is a program to provide a SDR multi-capability transponder to fly similar to B, except it's working toward different ends with more data and such like that. But that's kind of on hold right now because of the lack of personnel. And the PACSAT multi-channel AX25, that's 4 channels up and 1 channel down. You've probably heard about that at previous Hamventions or symposiums. So that's still being worked as well. That's all I got for that. And now Mike Moore is going to take over. He's doing the Fox Plus.
Thank you, Jerry. Good afternoon. I've been doing Fox Plus for the last year and a half, I believe. And I'm here to give you an update today. The Fox Plus is a continuation of the Fox series of satellites. We're going to do improvements on it and bring it up to date. The idea for Fox Plus was to use COTS components as much as possible, off-the-shelf components, and then integrate our AMSAT LTM that Jerry talked about into the COTS components. So for that, for the COTS, we chose ISI space. We're using their frame, their electrical power system, and their solar panels. For the AMSAT, we use the linear transponder module, and that is the LIHU, the ICR, the improved command receiver, and the RXTX. This is a block diagram of the Fox Plus system. Showing the ISI space components and the LTM, the AMSAT components. I've only got 5 minutes, so I can't really talk about this too much, so I'll just move on. What I'm going to do again is give you a project update. So the problem was we had the ISI space frame and PCBs that it comes with, the power interface unit and so on for the EPS, and fitting our AMSAT boards into the ISI space frame and the mechanical difficulties there. So the AMSAT standard is what we call the ME 113, and that differs from the ISI space PCB, which is based on the Pumpkin standard, I believe. Yes, so here's a diagram of the ISI space hole pattern and board dimensions compared to the ME 113, the Fox ME 113 board dimensions. You can see the holes, they're just offset just enough to make it a real problem. If they were offset by, a bit more, maybe we could do something with just offsetting our connectors. But that wasn't possible because of the proximity of the holes to the other holes. So this made us a real design challenge. From mechanical, so we have adapters to do this, and so this is one of the mechanical adapters we're looking at right now. Our mechanical engineer is Andrew Robinson, who's not here today, and then this is the electrical, and what I'm showing here is my bench, and I've got adapter cards. They're half cards. It's the ME 113 cut in half, and I have the PC 104, or in ISI space terms, it's the CSKB, the CubeSat kit bus. Thank you, whoever said, yeah, CubeSat kit bus. And that's on the board on the left-hand side, and that's the PIU board of ISI space that it's connected to. Then there will be a ribbon cable. This just wires right now, but later there'll be a ribbon cable over to our stacking bus, which is our QXH bus. It's a 60-pin connector. It's very small that connects all our cards together. This is a diagram, just a quick diagram on the Fox Plus CubeSat with the mechanical adapters shown. So our LTM is in the middle there. On the bottom is the battery pack. The top is the PIU. And this is what we're looking at right now. We're also looking at, instead of using these entire cards for mechanical adapters, we're looking at using spacers that are just small units with 2 holes in them, where one hole would go to the ISI space, the other would go to the ME 113. The latest status, what we're doing right now, is there's a problem on the ICR card, the version 1.2, that's likely causing, or the version 1.2 is what had on the bench. That's what I was using. And there was a problem with, on the I2C bus 2, there was a problem with the newer LIHU. So it looks like that is the problem. We're taking care of that. And on the adapter card, I've now got preliminary schematics done. We're about ready to go to production on that to get PC boards made. And again, that has, or if I didn't say it, that has the power and signal components on it. It's the all the power for the satellite and 2 I2C buses, plus there's UART interconnect and some other odds and ends. So we're also working on the software right now, the flight software. We've got a gentleman, Patrick Thomas, that is taking over for Burns. Burns Fisher will be talking in just a minute, and he's our software guru for AMSAT, and he's working with Patrick right now, getting him up to speed so that he will be doing the Fox Plus software. With that, I turn it over to Burns. Thank you.
You got rid of your water just in time for me to bring mine. Hi, everyone. I'm Burns Fisher, WB1FJ. And if you've talked to me any number of times in the past, I don't know how many years, you've probably heard me say that I work on the flight software for whatever satellite we're working on at the moment. And I just thought I would take a little bit of time here to say a little bit more about that. I'm not going to be terribly technical, but, you know, try to answer some questions. Well, what the heck does flight software do on one of these tiny little satellites? And how do you do that anyway? So that's where we're going to go. First thing I wanted to talk about, and by the way, when I do a presentation for AMSAT, I always include a picture of a rocket. This was AO-85 launch in 2015, and the little red thing is where AO-85 was sitting in this national security payload, or national security launch. Anyway, the history of the current flight software, we started writing software around 2010, believe it or not, and that was for Fox 1. Fox 1 became Fox 1A, AO-85, and then we got to B, C, D, and E, and so on. And all AMSAT satellites, and this is the, our AMSAT, North America AMSAT satellites that since then have been based on that same software. And that includes the 5 Fox satellites. It also actually includes the University of Washington satellite and University of Maine satellite, who they're not our satellites, but nonetheless they have our radios and our processors on them. So this software gets used quite a lot. The first Fox 1A was launched in 2015. So you can see it took more or less 5 years to write that software, the first software. But then we can reuse a lot of stuff later. But each satellite is different too. There are different measurements that we take, different temperatures in different places. There are different requirements of various sorts. We have different buses on different satellites. A bus being where multiple things connect electrically together. And yes, there were a few bugs, I have to admit that. And he tried to fix them. So what does flight software do? And ignore the yellow boxes for the moment. Everything else has been what the flight software in all of these satellites that I talked about have been doing. And we control the downlink being the telemetry stuff, and also turning on and off the repeater or transponder. RxTX control, which is what turns it on and off, I should say. The telemetry collection, so somebody has to go around and actually collect all this telemetry from various places in the satellite, put it together. There is a task called the diagnostic task, and that doesn't get used in orbit, but it gets used all the time when we're debugging and testing. It's a way that we can type commands to the satellite and tell the satellite, so what do you think the temperature is right now? And, check to make sure that that's all working. There's another task in the software that does commanding. It receives commands from the ground. It decodes them, it decrypts them, because there's some secure authentication in there that needs to be decrypted. That's legal for hams, by the way, for commanding satellites. There's also a task for experiment control. Many of our Fox satellites had a Vanderbilt University radiation experiment, and this is what took care of it. So now let me tell you about the, very briefly about the yellow ones, because I'm going to say more about this later. These are two new tasks that were added for golf. I should say golf is way, way more complicated. There's just an enormous amount more software that had to be, has to be, and had to be done. And the biggest thing that had to be done, and this is more or less complete at this point, is processor coordination. As you'll see in a minute, there are multiple processors on golf, because what we're trying to do, as Jerry said, is to test how things are going to work at higher orbits. And one of the things we wanted to do was to have multiple processors that could fail over in a radiation environment. So that's processor coordination. We also have a different kind of bus called the CAN bus, and automotive enthusiasts will recognize the CAN bus is what most cars use these days, but it requires a separate task to run, so that's CAN bus control. And I won't say anything more about CAN right here. One of the new boards that we have on Fox is called the RTIHU, the Radiation Tolerant IHU. We hope it's radiation tolerant. IHU is Internal Housekeeping Unit, which means the onboard processor, onboard computer. And the thing about the RTIHU is that the processor chips that we use are automotive grade rather than just consumer grade. So automotive grade, it includes what's called EDAC memory. So there's it tests itself as it's being used. Parity buses, redundant cores. Now you might ask, what's the deal about automotive grade? Well, you don't want your brakes to fail because there happens to be a little cosmic ray that went through your car at the exact moment. So they are a higher level. They are not completely rad hard as many satellites would be, but they are better than consumer grade. Each processor has two cores built into it. They're cross-checking. They're mounted at 90 degrees to each other. And there are two redundant board halves. So there are two of those processors that have two redundant cores. Let's see. So each redundant board half has the processor chips. It has non-volatile memory. It has a separate command receiver and transmitter. And there are bus switches, which is what you see right in the middle of the picture there, that disconnect one processor from the main satellite bus if there's a failure. Let me show you generally the Golf IHU. Again, that's the onboard processor architecture. We have the RTIHU, and the RTIHU, for us at least, has never flown before. So we wanted to have something that had some flight heritage. So this is the legacy IHU. This is essentially, it's a later revisions, but it's essentially the same board that flew on Fox 1A. So we have this board that has flown 7 times successfully. We have the RTIHU because we want to test that. And those are all connected together. Those are both connected together on the Golf bus. And on the Golf bus is where the transmitter is, the receiver's temperature measurements, the battery measurements, and so on. So whichever processor is in control can access all of these measurements and put them together into a telemetry packet. So that's what that what that coordination task I mentioned before is for. So how do we develop software? Well, we don't want to have a CubeSat sitting on my desk. In fact, I want to start writing software. We all want to start writing software before we have all the correct boards. So this is the sort of thing that is currently on my desk. Off to the right there are some boards on a breakout board that Leandro will be talking about later. You can see the gray ribbon cable connecting to another prototype board called the CIU. The big green board in front is the GPS system that we're trying to use to find out where the satellite is and get our orbital elements out of it. And by the way, that's not the entire GPS board is really tiny. This is all test equipment. And towards the back, there is also the attitude control system. And again, there's a big board there connected to the actual board that'll be used. So this is how we develop software. Off to the right where you can't see is my Linux box. And that's where the compilers are, and that's where the software is stored. So I compile it, run it over. There's little gray cables going to all of the processors. So I load the processors with that and test it. And just another close-up of the breakout board, again, that Leandra is going to talk more about. And you can see how I use it. There's, well, the colored board off to the left there is how the processor gets programmed. But all the little wires that are going from one place to another are partly because I want to hold a signal high and test to make sure that works. Part of them are going to LEDs to make sure that an output signal is actually turning on and off. And there are other wires that, let's see, there's a CAN bus coming out of it going to a different board and so on. This is just something that we could not do without this breakout board. It's a wonderful thing. Okay, so that is all I have to say about software development. I'm not, as I said, being very technical. If you want to talk at any level about the software on golf or even on the Foxes, you're welcome to stop by the booth. I'll be there the rest of the day. Thanks a lot.
So I'm Rich Gopstein, KD2CQ, and I'm going to talk about the software-defined radio module that we have on the Golf series of satellites. So this is a diagram of the Golf T satellite. I'm not going to go through this whole thing because it would take the rest of the afternoon. But the purple thing in the middle, on the top, is a software-defined radio. Now, the satellites before Golf, the Fox series, had transponders. Some of them were FM transponders, so they acted like a repeater up in the sky, a single FM channel up, a single FM channel down. And also we had versions that had linear transponders, so you could do SSB or CW in a wide bandwidth, and whatever you sent up on either 2 meters or 440 would come down on the other band, and you could interact with people that way. But that's all you could really do. So it was this transponder, either an FM transponder or a linear transponder. The SDR allows us to do much more interesting things because it's a software-defined radio. So instead of the radio being built in hardware, like it was in the Fox series, this is all done in software. So we don't have to change the hardware if we want to implement new things like SSTV or any wacky whatever it is we want to try. We can do it in software. It doesn't require hardware changes, so it's much easier to do. And well, it's much quicker to do. It still requires software. But that's the SDR. That's what I'm going to be talking about. And that's how it fits in. So it talks to the, on the right-hand side, there's an RF matrix board in the satellite. I'll talk a little bit about that. On the left-hand side is the control part of the system. So the SDR talks to the processors that Burns was talking about. So those processors control the SDR. So the different modes that the SDR can be in. So and Bill after me will talk a little bit about that. So what is the SDR? So it's a commercial software-defined radio. You could buy one out on the street. They're kind of expensive, but you could buy one and play around with it. It's a software-defined radio, like I said, although most software-defined radios you see these days don't have the computer built in. So most software-defined radios, like the RTL SDR, some of you may be familiar with, plug into an external computer and you do all your programming on that external computer. The EDIS SDR has the computer built in. So it's a single unit with the radio stuff and the computer stuff all in one. And so that's very important because on the satellite, we want to be able to write the software that does all these crazy modes that I was talking about somewhere, and that place is inside that SDR, inside that EDIS 310. So it has 2 receive, 2 transmit ports, which gives us a lot of flexibility in terms of what we want to do. We can implement transponders there. We can, like I said, do SSTV. We can do all sorts of things. It has a frequency range of 70 megahertz to 6 gigahertz. I'll talk in the next slide about how we're going to be using it. We're actually going to be using it at 5 gigahertz and 10 gigahertz, which it can't do. So we have to implement some hardware, RF hardware, externally to increase that to 10 gigahertz. It runs Linux internally, so as I mentioned, it has a processor built in that we do all of our programming, the SDR programming on. That's running Linux. It runs GNU Radio, for any of you who know what that is. It's a Linux, well, it's a software package. It runs on different environments that allows you to program radio functions. So if you want to do a transponder, you want to do Morse code, telemetry, SSTV, whatever, you do that through programming, and GNU Radio makes that easier. So that's what we're using. These are some of the example things we could do: transponder, telemetry, data transmission, which is one of the things we'll be doing in Golf. So the functions that we're going to be using the SDR for, as I mentioned, it connects to the RF matrix. In that first slide, that allows the various receive antennas on the satellite to be connected to the SDR. The output from the SDR is going to a 10 gigahertz frequency converter that I mentioned, because we can't, the SDR itself doesn't go up to 10 gigahertz. And then we have a solid state power amplifier that amplifies that 10 gigahertz and sends it to an X-band patch antenna stuck on the bottom or the side or somewhere on the satellite. It talks to so the SDR talks to the rest of the satellite over the CAN bus, which we heard Burns talk about. That's the control bus that's used to turn on, turn off, and command various things from the software he's writing. So it tells the SDR what we want the SDR to do. And Bill, as soon as I'm done, we'll talk about that. On Golf T, so Golf T is the initial Golf launch. It's the next launch of this satellite, this 3U satellite that we've been talking about. So that's really a technology experiment environment. So it's one that we're testing things. So the only thing we're definitely going to do with the SDR is a data transmission, a 1 megabit per second data transmission. We know we're going to do that definitely. There are other functions we may decide to enable and disable just to play around with. And on future missions, we expect the SDR to do all sorts of other functions yet to be determined. So Bill Schell will come up and talk about some of the software that we've written to control the SDR.
I'm Bill Schell, W2WZ, and as I'm sure you noticed in Rich's block diagram, the EDIS SDR is connected to the RTIHU processor over the CAN bus, as Rich mentioned. So control, as you might expect, then takes the form of messages that go from the RTIHU to the E310 and back in the other direction. So kinds of things you would expect to do with these messages might be status requests and responses. So the RTIHU could say, E310, are you up? And it would say, yeah, I'm up. And so everybody's happy. So other things you might do is file transfer. If the RTIHU had a file full of data, oh sure, yeah, a file full of data that you wanted to downlink, it would initiate a file transfer over to the E310. It would later downlink it. Other types of things to do would be radio service requests. As we talked about a little bit ago, all of the radio operations are done through software using GNU Radio, and a unit of GNU Radio called a flow is what runs and provides a radio service. So you would need a method to say, okay, start a flow, stop a flow, whatever. So that happens. In the other direction, coming back from the E310, are telemetry messages letting the RTIHU know what's going on with the E310. You know, what are my temperatures, IMU data, the status of the running flows, stuff like that. Other things is like the RTIHU might say, oh, E310, you know, shut down or restart your server, stuff like that. So basic control functions as you might expect. listening to all those messages coming from the RTHU on the E310 is a Python application that I wrote called the SDR server. So it's, basically client server architecture sort of thing. So basically it just sits there, watches the CAN bus, and executes any requests that come over. So, start a flow, take a file, stuff like that. And in the other direction, it might gather the data for the telemetry that's going back. So for instance, collect data from a temperature sensor and send it back. So with that, that's just, super high level of how the control is working. I'll hand it over to, okay. I'll hand it out to Leandra, who will talk about the breakout board.
All right. I am Leandra, AF1R, and I am working on sort of a hidden part of engineering. All the AMSAT formatted boards have a tiny 60-pin connector with 0.5 millimeter spacing. Makes it very difficult to probe the signals. And in this picture, it's the vertical connector near the bottom. So this board has gone through a number of different versions. I was asked to finish the build of the latest version and work on some documentation for this board. So this board was designed by Don Carrington and Eric Skog, who's our system designers. And again, I did the build of several of these boards and full documentation. So it is not a flight board. This is only used for engineering and testing. So this board, as a picture from Bern showed, this is the board that gets used by all the engineers who need to test a board on their bench. It breaks out the 60-pin connectors with 0.5 millimeter spacing, I'm sorry, to your standard push-on 0.025-inch pins. The board, the BOB, provides power to the boards being tested. It has selectable overvoltage protection, and has provisions for measuring current. And it has a fuse to prevent any etch burns from overcurrent. In addition, it has 8 LEDs that can be connected to 3.3 or 5-volt signals for visual indication of the signal activity. So in standard commercial world, where I come from, every board has full documentation, schematic, the Gerbers to build the board, the bill of materials, and a test procedure and user manual. This is the full documentation the boards need when you hand off to other engineers to understand and make sure your boards are fully functional and make sure whoever is working on your board next is able to fully utilize your board. So I wrote a test procedure for the breakout board. Here's an excerpt from the test procedure. And I also wrote a manual for the breakout board with pictures and illustrations and explanations of the inputs and outputs for this board. And I've also included some action pictures of how this board is being used. The RTIHU board, here it is mounted on the breakout board. The LIHU board, also mounted on the breakout board. And on the LIHU board, mounted on an earlier version of the breakout board. There's been several versions of the breakout board. And here's a bigger picture of, again, the breakout board being used on the bench. And it's a little difficult to see in this picture, but the breakout board can be used for the full stack up of the AMSAT boards. And for more to see the breakout boards or any of the, get hands-on for any of the boards that are being used in AMSAT, just come to our booth. We have sample boards that we can show you in handle, in your hands. So I'm going to hand it over to Amir to talk about amateur radio satellite command and control.
Yeah, my name is Hamir Sverrisson, W1ANT, and I'm going to talk about the command and control of the satellites, because once it's up there, I mean, we still need to interact with it, and we need ground station software to do these things. Just to give you an overview, this is a footprint of a satellite in about 500 kilometers altitude, and you can see the footprint. That's where you can interact with it, and the satellite on a given point somewhere in the country will only be visible for less than 10 minutes, sometimes way less. And the other thing, of course, is actually the satellite is in a fixed orbit, and then the Earth is actually rotating underneath it. So in 90 minutes, it will actually be visible again. So if we, when we need to control it, we have to keep this in mind. And so it's only, this command link is only available, during these periods. So that's pretty important. A little bit of, what are we doing, with these commands? On the left-hand side, you can see the FOX commands that we already have implemented, and we are using them also for the new Golf satellites. We need to be able to change modes. We need to put the satellite in safe mode, for example, if we have any issues with power and stuff like that. We have to, deploy antennas. We have to do all kinds of housekeeping things, and then control the radios, obviously. That's, this list is just, what we already have in FOX. Golf is in a way a superset of FOX, but there are, really complicated things that we are adding, and one of them is, deploying the solar panels. We need to do stuff like that. We need to send orbital information, to the satellite to tell it, its exact, orbital parameters, so it knows, where it is. And then, and that's actually done by the, ATCS, the Attitude Determination and Control System. We might even have to do like hardware adjustments on that unit. Say if we had, for some reason, some of these things configured incorrectly. Of course, we should actually have that tested and everything, but things happen. We might need to do stuff like that. And then for the most of the lifetime of the satellite, we need, to have this attitude control. And these modes that we will be using are sun tracking, meaning that the satellite is actually always facing the sun, or actually the solar panels are actually also always facing the sun in its orbit. But we might also want to use the microwave stuff that you saw before, and we have a patch antenna that we cannot move, so we need to turn the satellite. And then the satellite has to point down to Earth, where we have, the communication link. So stuff like that. And another thing, this switching between, CPUs might actually be something we need to do from the ground as well. Even though it's automatic, as much as we can on board, we might still have a situation where we want to disable, one of the CPUs and just run on the other. So those are the types of commands that we have. Quickly, the setup is pretty straightforward for anybody that has done like digital communications. We have this program called AMCOM that I'm maintaining now, that actually has all the commands programmed and the variables and the parameters that we can send up. That is then actually turned into audio, sent to a radio that actually then is pointing to the satellite. And of course we have for these links we need to have security, like Burns was mentioning. So people cannot just hack the satellite and turn it off or do stuff like that. So that's all built into this software. That's it.
I'd like to say, thanks to all the engineering team that was able to be here and what they have to talk about and the expertise and time they put into all these components, like I said, for the satellite. Let's thank them all. Stay up here. Stay up here. Remain seated. I want to invite you all to the AMSAT booth, the AMSAT engineering. I know that we just kind of dipped into a lot of subjects here, and we can certainly go into a lot more depth there. And we have, like 7 people or so, as opposed to typical years, we've only had 2 or 3, but we've got 7 people that can answer lots of questions. There is more to this. Frank Karnauskas has some things to say. I think we might be running a little bit ahead of time that we could, we're going to stay up here in case we can answer questions when he's done. And that'll be it for the slides.
You can get me started on.
You got one, don't you? I'm dumb. Okay. Let's see. Right here. Bing.
Great, thanks, Jerry. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Frank Karnauskas, N1 UW. Number 1 usually wins. I'm the Vice President of Development for AMSAT. And whenever I finish or I start after the engineering team, I can always say, and now for the English-speaking portion of the program. Okay. Keeping amateur radio in space. That's basically AMSAT's mission. A big part of that is everything that the engineering team does to design, build, and fly the satellites. Another part of our mission is education, and that's here what I'm going to talk about. Alan, and there's 2 aspects of this that I want to touch on. Alan Johnston and U2Y, who is the inventor and developer of the CubeSat simulator, is out of the country right now, so I'm going to cover for him. And yes, I'm looking at the same slides that you are. What's the CubeSat simulator? It's a low-cost satellite emulator that runs on solar panels, batteries, transmits on a UHF radio telemetry. Essentially, it's everything that the satellites that the engineering team flies, only it's not space qualified. Okay, you can't send this up in outer space, but essentially everything that one of our flying satellites has is contained in the CubeSat simulator. It's a 3-board stack plus a Raspberry Pi Zero single board computer. I'm reading this because I'm not an expert in the CubeSat simulator. It includes a Raspberry Pi Pico microcontroller, rechargeable batteries, voltage current sensors, and environmental sensors. Okay, why do we have all of that stuff in there? Is because the CubeSat simulator has a built-in 70 centimeter transceiver in it, and it transmits all of the telemetry the same way our satellites do. And it uses the same decoding software, FOX-TLM, that the real satellites do, okay? So rather than have to wait every 90 minutes for a satellite to come around to practice decoding your telemetry, the students and all of you can learn and become proficient in downloading the telemetry and analyzing it seeing what the voltage output is on the solar panels, what the temperature is, and some new things that they've added in there that really adds a lot of new information, and it's really interesting for the students especially to be able to decode this, process it, just like the big kids do, okay, at NOAA or at NASA. It's a really terrific tool for education. It's available in kit form. Okay, so far 80 kits have been produced so far. It's a non-solder kit. You just kind of snap everything together. The parts are 3D printed, and you can come over to the AMSAT booth, just like Jerry was talking about. We have a team of experts there to demonstrate the CubeSat simulator. How big is it? It's just like a real CubeSat, 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters. You can hold it in the palm of your hand. Not only do we have a couple experts there who can explain the technicalities of it, we actually have some kids there who know how to put them together, okay? Okay, also, now, like I said, it's available in kit form directly from AMSAT. There's also a bill of materials available, so that if you don't want to buy the kit from AMSAT, you can download the bill of materials, and it'll give you a order form from Gigaparts and all the other vendors where you can get the supplies and build one on your own. All the documentation is available online. Everything is open source. There's no secrets. Everybody can have fun. Now, we've just recently cut a deal with Heathkit. Heathkit has been wanting to get back into the amateur radio business. They have a few interesting kits, and Heathkit now sells and supports the CubeSat simulators, okay? And they were asking $995 for it, okay? If you want to buy it from AMSAT, it's $550. If you want to order the parts yourself from Gigaparts and yada, 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 off of the bill of materials, you can buy all the parts for about $400, okay? Now, I'm going to skip over a couple details here because I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about here, but there's all the things that's, you know, the technical parts that's in the CubeSat simulator. But what I can talk about, okay, is that, again, all the software is available. There's different kinds of software that you'll learn to use with this because the CubeSat simulator has several different modes. Okay, so here's a list of some of the software that's all open source. It's all free. You don't have to spend any money on software to work with this. Okay, it has an APRS mode. That's how it transmits the telemetry on what's happening inside the satellite in terms of all of its functioning. There's also an FSK mode. That's a different version of downloading the telemetry. The same thing with the BPSK. Now, what's really interesting is the CubeSat sim also has a camera built into it. So when you put it in the slow scan TV mode, every few minutes it takes another picture and then retransmits that picture in standard slow scan TV format. Okay, and that's a really cool feature, especially when you're giving a presentation with kids at a maker fair or at a school presentation. They'd love to see their pictures come out of the satellite. That's a really interesting feature. And of course, we wouldn't be radio amateurs unless we had a CW function in there, and it just kind of transmits random CW. And it's interesting to see the reaction of the kids when they start seeing the CW signals come out of there. It really does attract their attention more than you would suspect. Okay, now that $995 cost from Heathkit sounds scary. The $550 cost from AMSAT is kind of scary, but you know what? You don't need to buy a CubeSat simulator in order to have fun with it. Are there any people from clubs here who give presentations to, or anybody who gives presentations to clubs or schools or anything like that? Good, okay. Well, you might want to start doing that because we have about a half a dozen CubeSat simulator demonstration kits, okay? They get packed up in an Apache or what is it, Zero Case or whatever they call them. We'll ship the kit to you. You can use it, borrow it for a little bit of time, get familiar with it, give a presentation or two to a local club or to a school, and then you ship the simulator back to us. Like I said, there's about a half a dozen of those. They're available to any AMSAT member at absolutely no charge. Okay, I think what we do ask is that we'll ship it out to you at our expense. We ask for you to ship it back to you, back to Alan at your expense. Okay, and even if there's not an AMSAT member available, any teacher, okay, can borrow one of these presentation kits. But you know, it's really helpful if they have an amateur to help them get a handle on the satellite technology and learn how to use it in front of their kids. Okay, now the CubeSat kits, they make them, I think, 20 at a time. Okay, so from time to time, they're available on the AMSAT store. Be forewarned, they sell out in a matter of about 15 seconds. Okay, but Alan does post something on the bulletin board and on the AMSAT newsletter of when a new batch of CubeSat simulators will be available. And he says, okay, they're going to be ready on sale at 12 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Have your credit cards ready because they really do fly out the door. I really, if you haven't seen a CubeSat simulator or see how they work, I really do encourage you to go over to the AMSAT booth and take a look at how they snap together, watch the kids use them, and get a handle on the really incredible output in terms of the realistic telemetry and other signals that they output. They're really a lot of fun to work with and a great educational tool. And Alan Johnson is really to be credited for developing this. Alan is a professor of electrical engineering at Villanova University. Not only do they put out great CubeSat simulators, they put out great POPs, from what I understand, if you've been following the news at all. So come on by the booth and see what's happening. Okay, next thing I want to talk about is a project that I'm working on. We have a youth initiative at AMSAT, and our youth initiative takes a little bit different tack from a lot of the way people recruit or try to interest kids in amateur satellites or amateur radio. You go into a room and ask a bunch of kids, anybody here interested in amateur radio? They don't even know what amateur radio is. You know, they don't even know this is a radio, okay? So rather than beat our heads against the wall, we've developing a program where we try to get the kids involved through other areas of interest that they already are aware of and do have a deep interest, okay? And the theme of the program is satellites in space help us live a better life here on Earth. So our first offering here is we have a series of online courses that are available to anyone. This is not a lesson plan. This is not a school-based program. I call it's a community-based program. Any kid, any parent, anybody who's doing homeschooling, any scoutmasters, any community leader who is interested in exposing kids to the value of satellites in our modern life today. Think about it. What aspect of our modern life does not have satellites contributing in one way or another? So the first course that we're offering is an introduction to satellite meteorology. After satellite meteorology, we have follow-up courses being developed in climate change, pollution control, preservation of wildlife and natural resources, broadcasting, military communications, space exploration, navigation, okay? The list goes on and on and on. Now, here's the secret, okay? Once we have their attention, you know, we say, you know, if you're interested in any of these career paths, you need to know the value of satellites and the role that they play in the area that you're going to be working. Okay, so now that we have their attention, then we sneak in the amateur radio stuff, okay, when they're not suspecting it. Because that's the only way you're going to get them to listen, okay? So what I want you to do, I'm going to give you a quick little lesson. I wish I could have given you a live demonstration, but I wasn't sure how the Wi-Fi would work here, okay? Once you enter the Introduction to Satellite meteorology, here's a list of the chapters that are in there right now. So you're going to learn a little bit about meteorology and weather forecasting itself, and then the satellites that NASA uses, or NOAA uses for predicting the weather. 2 weeks ago, unfortunately, NOAA announced that they are retiring or decommissioning the polar weather satellites. It's, oh God, I hate that, because it's such a easy thing for kids to pick up with a ground station with a $25 RTL SDR and a coat hanger for an antenna. It's so easy to download those pictures and get the kids excited about satellites. Well, fortunately, although they're going to decommission them, that just means they're going to stop using them for forecasting weather. They said they're not going to turn them off. They're going to leave the lights on. They're going to continue to transmit. But when they break, and that's the end of the show. Let's hope those NOAA polar weather satellites keep operating for quite a while. Now, an interesting thing about the program is that, like I said, it's not a lesson plan. It's completely freestanding. So let's say you chose, what did I have there? Basic properties of the atmosphere. You're going to learn this in this chapter. And this is not an electronic page turner where you read next, read next, read next. The student has to work their way through the lesson. So it's very easy. One concept at a time on the page, 2 or 3 sentences, you read the text, and then there's a question. Air pressure is caused by the weight of molecules in the atmosphere pushing down. True or false? Huh? Anybody? True? You're right. Okay? So we move on to the next lesson. So it's a series of either true or false questions, multiple choice questions. You pick an answer here, and Frank is not as smart as he looks. I'm giving myself too much credit there. Okay? So the point is, every student is going to score 100% by the time they complete this course. If they can't answer the question correctly, they're going to stay there until they do. Okay. Now, this is a beta version. Right now, every kid scores 100% by the time they finish. But then in the future editions, there will actually be graded quizzes at the end where they can earn a certificate to throw into their college application or whatever else might be useful to them. So I said the choices, the interactivity choices in all of the questions are true and false, a multiple choice, or sometimes we just show them a picture and say, okay, click on the solar panels, or click on the camera, or click on the antennas. That's how we teach them what the various components are inside of a satellite. So we try to mix it up a little bit, but always keep their attention and not just let them go next, 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 and next. Okay? So that's basically the instructional technique that we're using in this lesson, this first lesson. Oh, and at the end there's, okay, here's what you learned. These are the most important things to remember. So just to wrap up here, and then after they complete that chapter, they can go on to the other chapters and complete those. Now, we don't have a really good handle on how long it will take a student to go through each of those, but after each chapter, we're saying, okay, there's 55 slides here, 24 slides, so on and so forth. After we have a little bit of experience with these, we're going to do a trial run with homeschool parenting in the state of Arizona, just to get a kind of work the rough edges out of this before we release this nationally. Now, when is this available? Right now. Okay, we use a trade name BuzzSat, okay, for our youth initiative program here, and we have a website there, buzzsat.com. So if you can't remember buzzsat.com, just Google BuzzSat. It'll take you to the web page, and that's where you'll find the link to this course that we're just talking about. And as we add more courses on during the course of the year, you'll be able to select those courses too. Okay? If you can't remember buzzsat.com, here's the ubiquitous QR code. Okay, if you copy that, that will take you to buzzsat.com, and you can go online there and you can link into the course and give it yourself a try. If you do, give it a try. And especially if there's any teachers or educators here or any subject matter experts, I would really appreciate your feedback on what you think we're doing right, where you think we can do things better, okay? And also, if you're a subject matter expert in any of the things that I talked about or more, we would love to talk to you. You don't have to do everything you saw. This satellite meteorology program was written by a retired high school science teacher in New Jersey. He made the mistake of writing volunteer at AMSAT.org and saying, is there anything I can do to help? Have I got a deal for you? Okay. And he's enjoyed himself. He's had a good time doing it, and he's already starting to work on our next course. Okay. So if you feel you like to make a contribution there in developing content, please give me a call. My contact information is on the buzzsat.com website. I'd love to hear from you. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, do we have extra time? Okay. Jerry, you want to field questions? Or anybody have any questions about anything? Okay.
I don't like standing in front of microphones, so I'll just hold this one. Anyway, AMSAT, if you didn't gather already, is an all-volunteer organization. And it's all members. So we couldn't exist or operate or accomplish anything without the work from those volunteers. So first, let me thank my engineers who have a great wealth of knowledge, and I'm happy that they're sharing it with us to help us achieve our mission. We couldn't do it without them. But not only them, but all of our educators, our admin people, the website, the IT team. They're doing a great job, and we're not, 100% perfect, but we try, and we try to do better each time. So with that, I'm going to open the floor. We got about 5 minutes left for questions, and I'll hand the mic to whoever that would be directed to. Any questions? Yes, sir. Okay, programming language for the software. That would be Mr. Burns Fisher, and I'm going to say C++.
Is it long enough? No, minus.
Right, C-.
No, we use C. There's a little bit of Python in the SDR, but mostly C, and a tiny bit of assembly language when required. Uh-huh. Yeah. We started using MISRA a little bit, which is we started using MISRA, the automotive standard, a little bit, but it tended to be more for making sure that the code that you wrote would work on anybody's processor and anybody's compiler. So that wasn't very useful.
Next question. All right. With that, yes. Oh, there we are. Yes, sir. Okay. That's mine. Thank you very much. Okay. So right now, everybody is envious QO100, which is a geostationary satellite over Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Great bird. You don't have to move your antenna. It's just always over the same spot. Unfortunately, that was it was funded by the Qatari government, and we don't have that luxury here. We have a president, not a king, so there's certain rules that we have to abide by, and one of those is that we can't get something that big up there. Luckily, they needed TV satellites, a TV satellite, and they decided to put an amateur radio payload aboard, thanks to the technical advice from AMSAT DL. So that said, the European Space Agency, in which Canada is a member, is accepted proposals for a geosynchronous to link to QO100 that, with the caveat that it had to cover Canada. Well, last I looked, Canada is over North America. So there is that possibility. I know that we worked with AMSAT UK to develop a proposal. AMSAT DL did one. AMSAT Francophone, which is France, they did as well. And I think they joined up with AMSAT Quebec. So that is still in the early proposal. Well, I guess it's not the early proposal phase. We didn't hear back from them, meaning that we're probably out of the picture, but AMSAT DL did. So something's in the works. And as well as we're always looking for a rideshare opportunity where somebody's going up. We've had a couple of commercial satellite companies that have said, hey, we've got some space. Unfortunately, when they say that, it's only with about a 6-month lead notice, which we haven't been able to react to. And none of those have been at GEO. I think I could make something happen in 6 months if we had to do GEO. Yes. Okay. Well, okay. The question was, what are the current operating satellites and what do we expect to come up in the future? You know, one of our hardest jobs is maintaining a current frequency card for all the operating satellites. Because number one, satellites stop working, plus satellites are launched by other people. You know, it's not, the only amateur radio satellites aren't just created by us. There's satellite developers all over the world. So we have on our website, I believe under the satellite tab and the current tab, there's a chart there where users of satellites input the current status. You know, we have AO91 up there from the Fox generation that's still up there working. AO7, which is a linear satellite, that's working. Those are our two current, you know, we've got other satellites still flying around in space, but they're just, I guess you could call a paperweight in space because they're past their lifetime. But there are other satellites, SO50, RS44, main satellite, MO122. Yeah, that's MO120. Yeah, MESAT. So there are a bunch of satellites up there. And if you look at the current page on our website, it'll tell you what's working, you know, what's been heard. You know, they'll tell you, is it a telemetry only? Is it FM? Is it voice? What have you. That's the easiest way because day to day, I don't know what's working and what's not. I have to look at that chart. Next question. Yes, sir. Collision avoidance. Well, right now, all of our satellites do not have the ability to move. So our operations team, they get text notifications, I believe, or emails from somebody at NASA that's monitoring that stuff. And they'll say, hey, you've got what they call a near miss or something's coming close. But all we can do is just say, okay, because we can't move. That's the big thing. Luckily, so far, nothing's bumped into each other. Yes.
The collision avoidance is what keeps us below about 500 kilometers or below it right now because we have to be able to achieve that, and we do not have, neither is necessarily all of the commercial stuff available to do it, but also we have to understand how to operate it no matter what, and point very carefully to get out of the way.
Next question. Yes, sir. Okay. Right now, we are operating AO91 and main satellite MO122. AO7 is up there. That's our satellite. We could command it if we wanted to, but you know that's been up there since 1974, and it's working. So why touch it if it's working? But if need be, we could reach out there and command it. Next. Hey, if you haven't had the opportunity yet, please stop by the AMSAT booth. We'd love to talk to you. listen to your concerns, answer your questions, sell you a T-shirt, whatever. We're happy to help. Oh, if you can't remember BuzzSat, stop by the AMSAT's Youth Initiative. He'll give you a free sticker that has BuzzSat on it.
Engineering has free stuff too, but not satellites.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great time.
I was wondering. Everybody else will bump that and take the right place.
Hey,
Going on for another phase 3 type satellite?
but we're working toward that. That's something we got.
The original phase 3 is still up there, right? It's non-order, non-operation. I'm talking about the deep one. Yeah. It's got everything going on to do that. I mean, 1979, we had this phase 3 thing. I mean, it only lasted 3 months, but we got it up there so easily. Why can't we have something nice and easy, but all this other involved? Back then, at that time, we also had a lot more we are. I'm not okay. That's what everybody wants. Yes,
Mic on or no? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So I'm Mark, WB9QZB. I'm the moderator. John's on his way. I think he was talking to a customer, so he'll be here momentarily. John from Yaesu. So this is the 10th anniversary of the System Fusion Forum. Back in 2015, I'd been involved with Fusion for a couple of years, and I thought, gee, we should start a forum. Well, the only time slot they had was on Sunday. I was back in the hair, and I thought, well, who's going to show up on a Sunday? Like 150 people showed up. I go, wow, how about that? There must be some interest here. So we've been doing the Fusion Forum ever since then, and we've done a lot of different things. John's going to, I think, this year cover other things you can do at Fusion, networking and IMRS and WiresX and some of the more advanced topics. You know, this mode has kind of evolved from the early days when it was, well, what is System Fusion? What is WiresX? Why should you do it? How do you do it? Over that period of time, a whole bunch of radios have come out. Almost all the radios, all the VHF, UHF radios now support System Fusion. The analog ones don't, but the digital radios do. So there's been, and there's John is walking in now as we speak. There you go. So a lot's been going on. While John gets set up, where anybody here know where System Fusion was first introduced to the world, and in what month and year? So it was introduced. System Fusion was introduced to the world in September of 2013, when Dennis K7BV, who recently deceased, unfortunately, who was the EVP of sales at Yaesu, he went to the Digital Communication Conference, the TAPR Digital Communication Conference. TAPR has a booth here, and I've been a board member at TAPR over the years at times. And the Digital Communication Conference, I think we had about 175 attendees. You know, Seattle is quite a hotbed for activity. And at that time, Yaesu had 2 radios, an FT1 and an FTM400, and nobody really knew what they were for. There was this digital mode on them, and what was this all about? And so we sent one of our tech support people up there, and he set up a table with these 2 radios on it. And after the end of the first day of the DCC, when the conference normally ends at 4 p.m., we had this all arranged in advance. Our president, Steve Bible, said, we got a special presentation. And out comes Dennis, and he gives, for the first time, he tells people what System Fusion is. And while he's doing that, the tech person pulls up a DR1 repeater, the initial C4 FM repeater, and puts it out on the table. And that's how System Fusion got introduced to the world. You can find the video on the internet. And then the rest is history. John came along, I think 2017, John came along with Yaesu. John's got an extensive background in public safety communications. And, you know, they call him a manager of sales. But I think it's really not appropriate. Yeah, he does the responsibility of sales. So John has a strong technical background. I think you'll see that today and some of the things that he's going to talk about. So, like I say, we've been through a lot of the basics. Now we're getting into the more advanced topics here in System Fusion. And I think you're going to have an enjoyable time. We'll have some time. We had an hour and 20 minutes allocated for this forum, so I'm sure we'll have time for questions. And really glad you're all here. Let me ask you, how many people here have a System Fusion capable radio? Almost everybody. How many people have a D-Star radio?
Get out.
How many people have a DMR radio? Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, I got involved in this digital voice stuff with D-Star like 20 years ago. And then when System Fusion came out, I got interested in that. And, you know, 20 years ago when I first started doing this, I was an evangelist in the wilderness. Literally no one had ever done any digital voice. So it's really interesting to see how over the years, all of you own multiple different, you know, flavors of digital voice. And of course, they all have their advantages and disadvantages. But Yaesu's had a real commitment to it. I think over the years, you've seen a lot of radios be introduced and some discontinued. So they've got a strong commitment to System Fusion. You look at the new FTX1, that supports System Fusion and C4 FM, and so it's good to see that there's a strong support for the mode by Yaesu. Are you ready to go?
I think we're ready.
Okay. I'll turn it over to John.
All right. Thank you. See how many of you do that after the presentation. I have 2 daughters I'm going to put through college eventually, so I will be signing autographs for $20 out of the booth later. So thank you for coming. Sorry I was a little bit late. Ironically, the reason I was late is because, first of all, I'm going to start wearing the old Groucho Marx glasses with the brushy eyebrows and carrying a cigar, because I was coming over here to the forum. I got out a little bit earlier because I wanted to try to grab a drink. Didn't work. Water. The other drinks later. And what ended up happening was the guy said, John, I was just coming to see you. I have an interface question to my repeater. And I said, great. Come on with the presentation. He goes, no. It's at my campsite. I'm like, Funny part was, what we're going to talk about here is, guess what? It was just moving a wire, and now I'm the greatest thing since sliced white bread. So, in years past, what Mark has said, this is the 10th year that we've been doing it. I've been doing it since 2017. We brought a lot of interesting things here. One of the best years I can remember ever doing the presentation was 2018 when we announced PDN. And when we announced PDN, it was really interesting because we did this. We said, hey, we got this new thing coming. And it's one that I always have to laugh at because afterwards, you all gave so much good feedback. We actually changed PDN based on what you wanted to do. This year, we were looking at things like, what do we want to talk about? And when we do our presentations, we try to do it on a nationwide scale, because how many people actually went to Hamvention? Okay. How many people are going to go to Huntsville? How many people are going to go to CPAC? How many people know what CPAC is? Okay, good. Okay, that's good. It's a nice little town, great clam chowder. Okay, lots of clam chowder. Camp 18, if you've ever been out there. But what it is that we, as you can see, not everybody rolls their hand for all these kind of things. So we like to go ahead and do like a nationwide presentation. And then what we do at the end of the year in the slow time, where we all get to slow down, like in October, November, we will actually do the same presentation in an online format for people who can't do it or need a refresher. So what this Hamfest, because 2 weeks from I'm in CPAC, we're going to talk about the DR2 connections for analog and digital. One of the things that, to help you understand about Fusion, is the reason we call it Fusion is because we fuse analog and digital together forever. That's kind of what I did, and that's why I got recruited to Yezus, because I made a video that I actually took an FTM 400 and a VXR 1000 mobile radio repeater, which was part of our Vertex line way back in the day. I hooked them together. I took an FT 250, went in analog into this mobile repeater. That went into my FTM 400, came out on digital, went into my Wires X node, and went out over Wires X. People were like, how did this work? At least pretend it's like the Pope or something, okay? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Oh, is she okay? Okay. I don't know. Okay. There it is. Yes, I can't deny that. But anyways, so what it was is that Fusion was called Fusion because we wanted to fuse things together. All righty. We kind of joked around and we said no ham left behind in the digital voice realm. One of the things that we saw when Fusion first came out is that if you wanted to go digital, it had to be all or none. And that does not make well for people. How many people belong to a club, multi-part question, how many people belong to a club, have digital voice, and you could think of that one person in the club that's like, what's his name from Jeff Dunham, Walter, that just crosses his arm and says, digital is the devil. Okay, we all have that, right? So we didn't want to do that. Plus also too is Yaesu came, it was way back in the day before Motorola bought us, and then we bought ourselves back. I've told that story numerous times. We did P25. And one of the things about P25 and why P25 became standard in public safety was because of the audio quality. And we needed to have that. If you're going to go to digital voice and the audio sounds bad, why are you going to digital voice? That's the question you need to ask yourself. So we said, okay, let's do P25. But we're not dumb, because we know half of you, probably half of you have it right now, you're like, haha, P25, I'm just going to pop that resistor off. Look at that. Now I have a new fire department radio. No. So we didn't do P25. We went along and we looked at a protocol that's very similar to P25, has a high quality digital voice, but met the demands of IDing in the amateur world. But once again, while we had this great idea, we needed to make sure that it could do with analog, and that's where the fusion part of things come in. So a little bit about myself, like Mark said very nicely, I am the title of National Sales Manager. That basically means they get to send me around to the country in different places, and I can't argue. But I was licensed in the mid-90s in northern Wisconsin. Oh, yeah. And I grew up, my first handheld was an FT416, then followed by an FT470. I always had a passion for the repeater technology. I always thought repeaters were super cool. I don't know why. It's just kind of like, oh, cool, this box that magically repeats your voice. When I started actually with Yaesu, one of the first projects I was tasked on, my first official day was actually June 12th, 2017. And one of the first things I was tasked with, I came in the first day, got set up, got, onboarded. And then the next day they came in and they said, first day they said, you're going to be working on a special project. Next day I came in and they said, by the way, we're doing the DR2X. You have to deal with this. Oh, cool. So far, to my credit and physically involvement or major involvement, I've assisted or worked with a total of 67 different systems or repeater setups nationwide. And what I mean by that is either meaning going out to the club, helping them build, like actually traveling out to there, helping them build the interface, giving them documentation, doing Zoom presentations, something where it was one-on-one. And I take that number as a badge of honor for me because one, to allow a club to have me come in and help them, and two, let alone be able to provide the solution that they wanted is pretty big to me. And then also too is I run a digital voice multimode network. I see a few people I recognize in here and stuff that know the network I run. I run the Do Now network, was a digital user network of Wisconsin. What we did is we created a statewide, and we have people from other states too that have joined, a statewide network combining the different aspects of Fusion into it with the concept of saying this is a network where you can come and go. If you want your repeater connected to it today, that's great. If you want to disconnect it tomorrow, that's great. Whatever you want to do, but to promote digital voice and to stop having the people that are the digital's the devil. Okay. So I don't mean for today's presentation to be heavy technical. If it is, I do apologize, but I want everybody to be able to answer the questions afterwards. I'm going to watch the time. It's not because I'm bored, but I do want to leave plenty of time for questions because some of this stuff can get pretty thick in the weeds. But I do hope this is the same stuff that I have presented to the other clubs that we'll start to see light bulbs kind of go off. So to start out, the DR2X repeater is an analog repeater, it is a digital repeater, and it is a linkable repeater. Now I say linkable at the 10,000 foot level. Can you link it via RF? Yes or no? Yes. Can you link it via the internet with digital? Yes. Can you link it via the internet with analog? Yes. And can you link it digitally via RF? Answer is yes. Fusion is one of the very few protocols out there that allow an actual digital linking component in a standalone situation. So you can have your repeater way up on the top of a mountain somewhere, no telephone, no internet. It's only a solar site. You're not getting in there out of the 4 months out of the year, and you can send a digital signal and the repeater will do it. Okay. And then finally, can you link a DR2X via analog via RF? Yes. The biggest thing that the repeaters will take, which involve the System Fusion protocol, is, as I said, you got to follow the dot and how you're going to leave the dot from this device and go to someone else's device with that same dot. What you have to take a look at when you're setting, let me ask you this. How many people in here are either the trustee or actual part of a technical committee for their repeater or own a repeater? Okay, wow, that's actually a fair amount. Okay. Let me ask this all of you, kind of a polling question. What do you think the biggest pain in setting up a repeater, especially if it's digital voice, is? What do you think? Port forwarding. Okay, good. We're going to talk about that too. Anything else? Correct. Okay. Those are the two big things. What you have to do is, once again, we have to make sure that you can play well on a digital repeater. Oh, yes. Okay, that I'm not going to be able to help you on. But close. But close. All right. But you list some things on there, because what you have to do is you have to find out how are you going to be able to link things together. That's obviously the big thing, right? Once again, the reason I ask that question is because System Fusion is the only technology out there that allows you to digitally link things together, provided it is not a repeater to a repeater. Does anybody know what happens if I was to take a digital signal from a repeater and have a second repeater hear that digital signal and then repeat that digital signal that it received out? Does anybody know what's going to happen? Who said that? Very good. Double vocoding. What? It's horrible. Does everybody know what double vocoding is? For those of you that may not, double vocoding is where you take in a digital signal, doesn't matter which one because it's all digital modes, takes in a digital signal, converts it internally, even to analog, sends it over to the transmitter in analog, and the transmitter encodes it into digital. The thing that, and to put it in an analogy of what happens, it's have someone take a picture, or take a picture of me, it's okay. Take a picture of me and put it on the copier machine. Take a copy of it. If it doesn't break the copier, take out the copy you just made and now make a copy of that copy. Then take out the second copy you made and make a copy of that copy. You see what happens? Each time you're going to lose fidelity, you're going to lose quality. And for those of you that are familiar with digital, you increase what we call the bit error rate, which is a burr. We call it the burr. What a bit error rate states is that I need the maximum percentage amount of bad data for me to not decode the signal. For Fusion, it's 3%. P25's about 3%. D-Star's, I think, somewhere in like 2.5% also too. DMR's right about 3% on there. It's all on an average. But if that signal comes in, and if we use it the other way around, the signal has to be 97% or better for the radio to decode it. If it doesn't, what do you hear? Now, funny story, I used to do that to when my wife called. Then one day I was an idiot. Well, like when digital cell phones first came out, right? You know what I mean? It was like, I'm good. Hi, honey. Then the stupid phone companies were getting complaints. That's why you don't hear that much anymore, because the phone companies said, oh, we're not going to let that go through. We're going to do silent. And one day I had the car stereo up in the background. So it's like, I'm listening to a flock of seagulls or something. And all of a sudden I hear the radio in the background. I'm in serious trouble, ain't I? Oh, yeah. That was 23 years ago, and I just got out of trouble today. Anyways, but that's what happens, and we can't do that. Now, with some of the other digital voice technologies on there, you can't do that, right? DMR, when you're going into DMR, and I'll just use an example, they use time slots. DMR, when a repeater repeats, it repeats both time slots, but when you're trying to do that linking on DMR, it doesn't work because you need to have time slot availability. P25 can do it, but the drawback with P25 is you quickly get into the copy of the copy of the copy of the copy. And then when you take a look at things like D-Star then has a whole issue with call sign routing and access gateways and links and everything like that on there. So Fusion, being simple and easy to use that it is, allows you to get over this. So of the three types of things that you can do, the first one you can do is a connection via wires X. This is whether you directly connect it with the HRI 200, or this is going to be if you're going to send it over the air via a donor radio connected to the HRI 200 or a wires X node. How many people stopped in the Yaesu booth? I'm just counting hands that didn't get raised up. Okay. All right. Did anybody go where my little corner of the world is and see we had the wires X node up there? And anybody notice the repeater on the far side of the booth? Well, we were doing that today. We were feeding our wires X node into that repeater over there. And you could hit our repeater, and you can go on out of the wires X network. And if you wanted to, we also had it set up that you didn't need to go out over the Wires X network. You could use a repeater without going over the Wires X network. But that's the first type of connection. That's the first type of connection that was available. Now, funny story, when Fusion first came out, and I've asked this numerous times, so you all know the answer, how many repeaters are legally on the air in Japan for Fusion? None. None. Why? Fusion's not a legal repeated mode over there. So we came out with Wires X, and Wires X was saying, okay, here's the deal. You don't have a repeater, but if you put this Wires X node up here, and you put this Wires X node up here, you can connect them and sort of make your own repeater, but you can also connect people to be able to connect to people. But what happened was is when Fusion first came out, the repeater could not repeat a Wires X signal. It was considered infrastructure, not linking. And then it was actually Christmas Eve of 2014, they released a firmware update that now Wires X could feed a repeater. So kind of nice there. So that's the first type with Wires X. Second type is going to be via IMRS operation. Does anybody understand, or who uses IMRS, or who knows what IMRS is? Okay. For those of you that don't, it was about the same time we came out with PDN, because the repeater and PDN were competing for what we were working on for projects. We had a lot of people that said, I hate Wires X. We said, why do you hate Wires X? And they said, because I have to have ports open. I have to have an HRI 200. I have to have a radio that's a donor radio. I have to have an IP address. I have to have this. I want to be able to link repeaters together without having Wires X. I said, okay, well, we could do that kind of thing and link them there, but I don't want to use the internet. Okay, how are you going to do that, right? And I said this, and we said, you know what? Let's build a network or a system where all we need to do is have the repeaters see one another on an IP network. Now, notice I said IP network, I didn't say internet. What's an IP network? Is it internet? Yes. Is the intranet? How many are into Arden? Anybody into Arden up here? Okay, how many are people into, I don't know if it's still going on. Remember ham Wi-Fi, is that still a thing? Hamify or whatever it was called? It was similar to Arden, but it was more like low power nodes and everything. But it's basically a way to pass the IP traffic from repeater to repeater without needing to use the internet. One of the 67 systems I talked about ran into this thing where they were a fortunate county to be in county buildings, and they could use the county microwave, but guess what the county microwave said? There's no way in HELL is coming into that building. The internet. They didn't want anything touching their equipment, because guess what happens? You touch your equipment to the internet, it's exposable, right? So what the DR2X with the IMRS was their solution, because now all they needed to do is pass IP data traffic, and it was able to go on the county microwave, boom, life's grand. Okay. So IMRS gives that option on there. You don't need Wires X. IMRS is separate from Wires X, but IMRS can work with Wires X. And the third and final thing is this is more of on our analog side of things, where the Wires X can go analog or digital, IMRS is digital only. And this is going to be the usage of the D-Sub-15 or the 10-pin mini DIN connector. So those are the three main things we're going to kind of focus on and talk about at this time. So the first one we kind of talked about is the HRI 200 physically connected to a DR2X or even a DR1X repeater if you have the proper firmware. What it does is the HRI 200 acts as sort of a, for sake of a better term, a modem. And then it also acts as the Wires X software then acts as the brain for the repeater. The repeater turns into nothing more than a dummy transmitter. What this combination allows you to do is it creates an RF path and it creates a network path. What I mean by RF path is I mean that if I key up on the repeater, I'm going to come out RF again, right? So if I'm talking to you, what a repeater does, a repeater repeats an RF. But what it does is it sort of acts almost like a T intersection, if we really want to think about it. And what it does is that if on that T intersection that signal comes in, while it gets repeated out via RF-wise, there's going to be a split off. And when you have the HRI 200 connected to the DR2X repeater, it's going to offer you to saying, hey, any analog traffic, FM traffic I hear on the repeater, I'm sending down Wires X, or any digital traffic I hear on the repeater, I'm sending down Wires X. Now, I want to clarify this because this is where we get a lot of questions. Can I have the repeater operate in AMS mode, digital and analog? Yes, but Wires X can only listen to one voice format. that make sense for everybody? So you can have it in AMS and AMS, so digital, analog, but you have to select the HRI 200 is only going to listen to one. Why is that? We get that question. That's the number 2 question. The reason that it is that Wires X does the transcoding for you. Okay, so if you are a digital user, Wires X will put your put the traffic into the system. The system will then saying, okay, digital users, here I am. Analog users, let me convert it for you and send it to you. That's why Wires X can only have one mean in there. Now, the second kind of connection, so that's the wired one. This is the RF, or the non-wired one. And as you see, what are we doing here? We're adding a cog into the wheel. So what we're doing is we're saying now you have to attach your radio to the HRI 200, but now you're feeding it over the air. Now, I want everybody to remember this screen here, because what I will do is I will tell you about a way to make a system of systems. And this is pretty cool coming up at the end. All right, IMRS. IMRS actually stands for Internet Multi-Site Repeater System, or Multi-Linked Repeater System. We used to call it the MRSL, which is Multiple Repeater System Linker, or linkage. We didn't like that, so we changed it to IMRS. What IMRS does is basically what you see on the picture there. You have a repeater, one repeater on one side of the screen. You have another repeater on the other side of the screen. When you use a DGID, which DGID is just like, think of it like a PL tone, folks, or a CTCSS tone. That's all you need to do. It's not a talk group, it's not a color code, not a RAN code, not an ACK code, nothing like that whatsoever. It's nothing more than like a CTCSS tone. When you use the correct CTCSS tone, or excuse me, DGID tone, the DGID on that repeater is going to hear it. It's going to call out to all the other repeaters that it sees on the IP network and saying, hey, anybody with DGID 99, listen up, traffic's coming your way. If you use DGID 10, the repeaters, in this case, because we're using 99 to link, 10, it's not going to listen. It's going to be like, okay, fine, who gives a care, right? But in this case, it links. Now, one of the coolest things I feel about linking with Wires X or DGIDs is that it leaves that freedom to whatever you want to do for linking. You can go VHF repeaters to VHF repeaters, VHF to UHF, UHF to UHF, whatever you want to have into the mix of things, okay? It leaves the repeaters independently. Requirements on IMRS is that it has to have a little board that fits into the repeater. That's it. And it has to have an IP connection. Now, the IP connection has to be static, because the repeater needs to say, hey, I need to call out to other repeaters to be able to do this. With that kind of coming around, what we started to notice was, or people started to notice, the ham community started to notice and saying, you know, there's times where I'm not going to have a static IP address. My IP address is going to keep rolling on there because that's the way the internet is. I'm going to put you in a timeout. But what happens is that with the IMRS, you need to have static IP. So I can't talk. Have any of you heard of the YCS server? A YCS server? So this was created by our friends actually out of Spain and South America a little bit on there, and Europe. They said, what if we went along and instead of saying, hey, we have a DR2X that needs to literally talk to every individual DR2X, what if we went along and went and sent it up to the server, and then the DR2Xs only need to connect to the server? It was like, okay, great idea, but the issue then that comes into it is what? You're still connecting to a server, where IMRS doesn't have to connect to a server. People have chosen to do that, and it's worked out quite well for them. The YCS server is not ran or maintained by Yaesu. IMRS is not, because it's not a server that you connected to. But with that being said, those are your two options that you have on there. Now, I told you about the concept of a system of systems. IMRS allows you to say, hey, here's the deal. I want to connect these repeaters together. Whether you connect them through a network, whether you connect them individually, you can connect the repeaters together. One thing Wires X will not allow you to do is connect a room to a room. So you cannot connect your node into a room and then in the same house have another node and that node connects to another room, and you have the two nodes talk together. It won't let you do that. You can try it. The other Wires X unit is going to completely ignore it, and it's part of that whole copy of a copy thing. But due to the way the DR2X and IMRS work, you can actually link stuff up via IMRS and then do what we see here, where you have a set of repeaters linked together via IMRS. You have a Wires X node feeding those repeaters. And when you have it feed those repeaters, as you see the ones on the right left-hand side, they are all communicating with one another. And when using the right DGID, that will come out of that one repeater, connect to Wires X. Now you can have that go out to Wires X. On the opposite side of Wires X, you could have another node, whether attached directly node to node or room to room, or node to a room, and then that node can come out, and that node can feed another set of DR2X repeaters. We did this with some people that wanted to participate in a group. And what we did is we tried doing it. So we had our 3 repeaters set up, and they were all IMRS linked. Mine at home in Wisconsin, and 1 in the office, and then, well, actually I had 2 in the office. So the ones in the office, obviously, I talked to each other, no problem. Then those 2 could talk to mine, and we were all talking. Then what we did is we took a Wires X node in the office, and we fed that into one of the repeaters in the office, and then we connected over to our Yaesu room. Cool. Then at my house, I took my Wires X node, fed it via the air into my DR2X, and then fed it into my room. So what happened is that someone comes in on a Wires X node into my room, they talk in my room, Wires X room, that comes out my Wires X node. My Wires X node spits it into the DR2X. The DR2X spits it out over the other 2 DR2Xs, and the one DR2X in the office goes into that Wires X node because that node hears it, and then it goes into another room. So now we connected literally a system of systems. So you can have systems connected together and do it. We've even done, and we do not recommend doing this unless you are very controlling of your system and you have proper education. We have even done it, and we've had some people where you have 3 different Wires X nodes connected off of each of the 3 individual repeaters. And then those nodes can be controlled remotely, and then you could steer the nodes going to different rooms. So you would go ahead and in essence use a DGID, say on repeater 1 of 10, excuse me, a DGID of, let's say, repeater 2 of 20, and a DGID of repeater 3 on 30. So what you would do then is on all the other repeaters, if you use DGID 10 on all the repeaters, you would link up the repeaters together, and then that would go out into the Wires X node connected to DGID 10. You did 20 on all of them, that would go out on the second repeater connected to that Wires X node. Here's the issue. If you do not know how to control a node remotely, you will go ahead and start linking on links and doing all these other things, and it's a pain in the butt, but it is possible. So that is the way you can kind of do this kind of hybrid system of a system of systems. Now, in all truthfulness, how many people here have a DR2X or even a DR1X and you only use it for analog purposes only? Raise a hand. Okay, a few of you. So let's talk about the back of the DR2X. The DR2X does allow for connections to different controllers, repeaters, peripheral devices, all that stuff like on there. In essence, you have 2 main, well, actually 3 main ports, but a main area that it can do. So what you see on there is you see this whole area right here. You see the 10-pin mini DIN on the left-hand side. You see the D sub 15 connector, and then the Ethernet port on the side is for the IMRS board. If you do not have an IMRS board in your repeater, you do not have the Ethernet port. All right. What is the difference between the 10-pin mini DIN and the D sub 15 connector? A lot. The D sub 15 connector, and it's called the D sub 15 connector because it is a 15-pin, but we don't like to call it a monitor pin. So if you look at it, it's like a 3-row monitor pin. But you don't want to use a monitor cable because in a monitor cable, they fuse some of the pins together, and that happens to be the 12-volt and the ground pin on our machine. And then what you do is when you plug it in, you do like a little Harry Potter thing of the radio world, and you release the smoke. So don't do that. But with that being said, is that D sub 15 connector gives you the ports you need for running external controllers. So if you want to run it just as a analog repeater, you can do that. You can run an analog external controller, and we don't have any preference on what you use or what you do. Okay. In my era, I have used an RLC4. I've used a CAT controller. Lately, I'm in love with the ICS controllers. Trying to think what else is there. There's RCOM, SCOM. I know I'm missing a few. Thank you. Pacific Research. My voice starts to go on the second day. So numerous controllers out there. What does a repeater controller do? Well, it acts as the brains outside of the box, is the way I tell people. So you are disabling the internal controller, and then you're having everything go out that D sub 15 connector to do that. Now, here's the problem. You really can't use an analog controller on a digital radio, because what's going to happen if I try to take a digital signal, decode it, put it in a controller, and send it back out and re-encode it? Double vocoding. So when you're using these external devices, you really kind of have to say, what do I want it to do? Now, don't worry on the D sub 15 controller, because it does provide the ability for you to turn it off, on and off remotely if you need to. Looking at the 10 pin, the 10 pin is a really, really interesting port to use. And the reason I say an interesting port to use is how many people use All-Star in here? How about IRLP? How about any other Echolink? I'm trying to think what else is out there that's on the mainstream. And those are the three big ones on there. So what the 10 pin does is the 10 pin offers you sort of a direct gateway to the transmitter and offers a direct gateway from the receiver. When you're doing a repeater controller, the repeater controller likes to be in charge. It likes to transmit CTCSS or DCS tone. It likes certain signals. It likes these certain things on there. That's great for the D sub 15. But if you are just using, how many people are using, like All-Star and stuff like that? How many are just using it for audio in and out? You're not really doing controlling or anything like that, or IRLP, right? If you just need audio in and out, you got to figure out a way, and that's where the 10-pin connector comes into play. So does anybody else know where these 10-pin connectors are usually located? Where's anybody seen a 10-pin connector like that in the past? Back EASU radios, exactly. We use the same pin configuration. This actually is pretty cool, because if you take a look at this 10-pin pin out, we'll call it, that happens to be in the DR2X manuals, you can actually interface your All-Star, your Echolinks and everything into our mobile radios also. So radios like the FTM 150, FT6000, or FTM 6000, excuse me, any of our Fusion radios, that's on there. But if I took away 4 of the pins, what would that be reminiscent of? Right. So 6-pin data port like packet data jacks, right? So that is available on there for it. Excuse me. Excuse me. So with that bearing in mind, you only need to use pins 1 through 6 on the data jack if you're going to use the data jack. Pin 1 is going to be PKD. PKD is for audio input, flat audio input. So how many people still do packet? Okay, how many people know what packet was? Okay, kind of aging myself there. Sorry, huh? Oh, okay, cool. Here, let me connect you. Okay. But packet really standardized the jacks, the data jacks on there, which was really nice. Now, on our 10-pin, we do have 4 extra pins. You're not going to worry about 7, 8, 9, 10. That's why I said forget about that. What that's going to be is if it's connected like to an HRI 200, data programming, it's going to be receive data in, transit data out, those kind of things like that. Don't worry about it. But packet data in, it's going to be looking for a flat or very pure audio source. I say pure audio source because it doesn't have to be flat, but it can't really be heavily modulated. The second pin is going to be ground. We all know what ground is. The third pin is going to be PKS. That's your PTT. You ground that pin will cause the radio to transmit. And then pin 4 and 5 are going to be receive 9600 baud and receive 1200 baud. Now this is where the fun starts. Receive 9600 baud is a discriminator output on there. So what you're going to hear is if someone is talking analog, that's going to be your flat analog audio. If someone is talking in digital, you're going to hear so you're going to hear the data buzz. However, receive 1200 baud is going to give you recovered modulated audio for FM and recover modulated audio for digital. In other words, it's going to convert the digital audio into analog audio for you. There's a reason why I stress this. Then number 6 is going to be packet squelch. Now, packet squelch is core sense, and that is going to be a little different. That is going to go active high. So there's 2 states when you're always looking at data, right? Active low or active high. What that means is that when there's activity on the pin, active low, what does that do? It means it goes to ground, right? If you're active high, that usually means the pin is at ground, and then when it receives something, it's going to go active high, which on average is a change of 3, usually sometimes 5 volts on there. Now I stress that because if you do use this pin, like I use for my repeater controllers, and I use mine in an unconventional way, you want to make sure that you know that the controller is going to have to wake up and listen when that packet squelch or pin number 6 goes to an active high status. Now I said I use my controllers in an unconventional way. I don't care about beeps and boops and anything like that whatsoever. I don't. I come from public safety. Public safety, we don't have beeps and boops and anything like that. There's only one thing that should beep and boop, and that's your pager or the radio when you push the talk button. So I'm not worried about control tones. I'm not worried about anything like that whatsoever. What I am worried about is I want audio to come through, and I want the repeater to do its job. What I mean by the repeater to do its job is I have an analog digital repeater. I want analog to go in analog and come out analog. I want digital to go in digital and come out digital. I don't want things to go ahead and fight with itself. So when I'm connecting other repeaters together, so right now up in good old Hayward, Wisconsin, anybody know where that's at? Oh, bless your hearts. All right. Up there, I actually have my VHF machine that's running in AMS mode connected to my digital machine, which is running strictly digital for UHF, which is connected to my Wires X network. So that means you can come in on the VHF side on digital or analog. It's going to come out of the 10-pin mini DIN on there into my controller. That controller then is going to put it into the digital UHF repeater, which makes it come out digital, and then that's going to go down Wires X, and then that goes out to my network. The nice thing about this is it's nothing more than I said is a gateway, a direct feed to my transmitter and a direct feed from my receiver. That's all I need to do. Now, the reason that this is more of a preferred way for me is because I don't want to control the repeater. The repeater does a great job internally for the controller. I just need audio in and out. And in this case, my controller is nothing more than passing audio. Now, a couple things in the design consideration. The design concept is that when a signal is received by the receiver, the repeater will pass the audio to the transmitter as well as out the receive 1200 and receive 9600 baud outputs. This will also cause the PK squelch to go active high because of the signal received. In turn, when the PTT, the PKS pin, has an active low, ground or 0 volts DC applied, it will cause the transmitter to key. This is a document. This document that I'm covering here right now is one that I wrote actually all the way back in 2019. When the transmitter is keyed, it will encode the programmed CTCSS or DCS signaling selected from the front panel of the repeater. When you use an external controller, it will strip the PL tones or CTCSS tones for transmit. I didn't want that, so that's why I did the audio route this way. If you're using a DR1X series repeater, you will need to manually select the mode of the transmit to either fixed FM or fixed digital. The receive mode can still either be AMS or fixed digital or fixed FM. This mode does not work if the repeater is being used in full duplex remote mode. So meaning if you just have it out of repeat mode, it's not going to go ahead and work that way. And then furthermore, if you're using this setup with a DR2X in AMS mode, the repeater will always default to an FM transmit mode. So if you have it in AMS mode and you key from the back of the 10-pin mini DIN, it's always going to force the repeater in FM mode. Now I say that and bring that up because those are using All-Star, Echolink, IRLP and stuff like that. It's kind of designed as an analog back network and stuff like that in there. So if you're having someone come in and use Echolink or whatever on your repeater, they're going to want to hear it come back to them in analog. So this is kind of a key thing for you. Now let's dive into the D-sub-15 connector. The D-sub-15 connector is a little more intense. You can do more with it, but it's also a little more intense to figure it out. And this is the guy I told, just we moved one wire. So once again, picture the 15-pin connector on there. By the way, too, I just want to say, if any of you want this document afterwards, it's hard to see, or hey, I wanted to take it back to my club, my repeater, whatever, let me know. I can email it out to you. It's in a PDF format. The 15-pin connector has some very specific pins on there that you need to follow. So the first and foremost is when using the 15-pin connector, you need to go into the menu of the repeater and you need to turn on remote mode. What remote mode tells the repeater is it says, okay, I'm turning you off internally for the controller. The external controller, you're going to be my boss. Okay. When you turn it off, or when you turn on remote mode, pin number 1 becomes the most critical pin. Because when you turn in remote mode, it will still work, but it works in a specific manner, and I'll explain in a minute. But then when you ground pin 1 on the D-sub-15, it says internal controller, you're completely dead. You're not doing anything whatsoever. You're going to take external from out here. Pin number 2 is the PTT, negative to ground or ground that out to key it up. Now, this is where I was talking to someone at the booth today and couldn't remember. I said I couldn't remember if it was pin 3 and pin 4. But pin 3 and pin 4 give 2 logic levels. What that does is it goes ahead and says, okay, wait a minute. Pin 3 says, well, let me start with pin 4 because it's kind of wired backwards in my opinion. But pin 4 is going to go low anytime a signal is received by the repeater. Now, this does not mean a signal that it will transmit, but a signal that it receives. So if you were to transmit into the repeater, in your repeater, but not use the correct CT/CSS tone, pin 4 will go low when it hears a signal or sees a signal. Pin 3 now will go active low when it sees traffic on pin 4, but then has the proper or correct signaling for the repeater. So let's say, for example, your repeater is on 147.000 with a 100 hertz tone. You would transmit into a repeater on 147.6. So if I take and key my radio on 147.6, but I'm using no CT/CSS tone, I should say CT/CSS tone, no CT/CSS tone, pin 4 will go active, pin 3 or pin 4 will go low, and pin 4 is just going to stay active high. The minute I turn on a CT/CSS tone of 100, pin 4 is going to go low, and pin 3 is going to go low. Now, this is important because if you are using digital and it's the right, and you're not using a DGID or anything like that, pin 3 and pin 4 go active at the same time. But if you are using DGID, the same thing will happen. Now, I've had some people that have actually built, and I've given some like schematic ideas and stuff like that to people using an Arduino board that allows you to connect this in there and to, in essence, kind of shift your repeater in a kind of a way to shift modes, but not pass audio out the D-sub-15, but actually out the 10-pin. If you want to hear that story, come by the booth later. It's kind of interesting story. Pin 5 is ground. We know that on there. Pin number 6 is tone in. So when you use the remote mode and you ground pin 1, when you transmit with it, the repeater will not transmit the CT/CSS tone programmed into the repeater. It will transmit the CT/CSS or DCS tone generated externally, fed into the repeater on pin number 5. That's the tone in. So we hear a lot of people that saying, well, I can't get the tone to work. And like, are you in remote mode? Yes. Are you injecting a CT/CSS or DCS on pin 6? They say, no, we're not. That's your problem. All right. Pin number 7 is audio in, standard audio in. There are some rules on audio, kind of needs to be flat audio, not over a peak-to-peak modulation. All right. Yes, sir. Correct. Correct, yes. So as you said, if you didn't hear that last one, I talked the AFN pin. That is for audio only. It's not designed for a CTCSS tone. You got to go to pin 7 on there. So thank you for pointing out, because yes, you're right, that a lot of people do call in on that. Now note, if you notice, I got rid of pin 8, because pin 8, when you're using a controller, is not really going to be of a great necessity, because pin 8 is discriminator audio. And the issue that I say it's not, because some people say, well, no, I need flat audio out of there. If you do, you have to do some additional work on the repeater, because if your repeater is going to be used as AMS, so the DR2X cannot be FM only in, it has to be AMS at a minimum. But if it's going to come in as AMS and you have pin 8 used, guess what your repeater is going to go ahead and do? It's going to go active low on 3 and 4, and then guess what you're going to hear? You're going to hear that data noise. So you have to make sure you don't use pin 8. You want to try to use pin 9, which is the AF out. That is going to be your audio out of the repeater going into your controller. Number 10 is ground again. Number 11 and 12 are what we call pins for a truth table. And what this does is this remotely, and I mean remotely, meaning on the back of the repeater, not by the front of the repeater, allows you to select which way or what the repeater is going to operate in. So if it's kind of hard to see, but port 1 is pin 11, port 2 is pin 12. So depending on if you ground those pins or not is going to say what the repeater is doing. So when you put the repeater initially into remote mode, it's going to read no grounding in those pins. So we'll go ahead and have receive as AMS and transmit will be fixed digital. Now, if I ground both of those pins, it's going to have me go AMS in and AMS out. If I ground pin 1 but leave pin 2 ungrounded, it's receive digital only, transmit digital only. And then on pin 1, if I leave that ungrounded but ground pin 2, it's going to be AMS in and fixed FM out. Once again, this is going to be dependent on how you have your system set up on there. This is going to be important because if you want AMS and AMS, then you're going to have pins 11 and 12 grounded. The issue is going to be how you have to disable your controller, because AMS is going to receive digital, wants to transmit digital, but then you have to take your controller out of the equation. Pin number 13 and 14 are going to be important for some linking purposes. And what I mean by linking purposes is, how many people link via RFs in here? Okay, I see a couple hands. What happens is when you have a link radio come in, you're going to have that link signal come in, and that's going to cause the repeater to transmit. But sometimes people don't want the receive signal locally to interfere with the link radio coming in. This is where pins 13 and 14 are going to come into play. So pin 13, if you ground it, it's going to turn the receive tone off. If you leave it open, it's in setup mode. And what this means is that you can turn off the receiver or you could turn off the transmitter depending on what you need to have in this case. So sometimes people add on external devices that will say, okay, I want to keep the repeater locally, but I want to go out on the link, but I want to do this and this. So with these pins, whether you keep them active high or active low, are going to dictate whether the repeater transmits or the repeater stops receiving. Now, obviously, if you transmit into the repeater and then you have it ground out, well, the minute if the repeater receives it, it's going to do that ground, it's going to stop receiving. So you got to think of a way to go ahead and do that. And now pin 15 is going to be what we call VCC out, which is a small amount of voltage. It's 13.8 volts at about 2 amps. That's pretty much enough power to kind of sort of power a low power repeater controller. It's not a lot on there, but it does give you 13.8 volts at 2 amps output. Kind of a couple of rules I wanted to just read over. When using this interface, it's important to determine if you'll be using your external controller for linking or just a link radio. If you wish for the DR2X to use an internal controller and just feed a link radio, then you will not ground pin 1. Putting the repeater into remote mode and grounding pin 1 disables the internal repeater function and makes it so that the repeater will only transmit when pin 2 is taken to low or ground. Also note that when pin 2 is used for CTCSS, or pin 2 is used for PTT, the CTCSS and DCS is stripped. When active in remote mode, even if pin 1 is not grounded, the repeater will go into an active receive and transmit mode based on the truth table. So what I mean by that is that even though pin 1 isn't grounded and you have remote mode on, it's looking for everything except the PTT sense. It's going to give you output for the audio. It's going to look for pins in 11 and 12, but it's not going to be able to transmit onto the inside there. The final one, I think, which is kind of important, pins 3 and number 4 will give an active low sense when the correct parameters are reached based on the settings of the repeater. For pin number 3, CTCS or DCS, aka packet squelch, when the received tone is received and matches what the repeater has for a setting, the pin will generate active low. For pin number 4, squelch detect, when a received signal is present, this pin will become active low 0 volts, regardless if the CTCSS tone is used or not. What does this all mean? What this really kind of basically means is that you can have your repeater set up to bridge these different modes together. You really have to take a moment to saying, how do I want to use this repeater? How do I want to interface to it? Because you can have all the modes running at one time. I have it that way where if I have something coming in on one of my repeaters, if I have something coming in on analog, it's going to go out to All-Star, and then it would also go down the network and be repeated out to All-Star and then repeated out locally. But then if I switch over to digital and I go into my repeater digitally, it's going to repeat RF-wise digitally. It's going to be heard by my All-Star link on analog, go down the network on All-Star on analog, but then it's also going to go out over the air, like I said, digitally, and that is going to be heard by a Wires X node, which is then going to go ahead and be able to receive it digitally. Why do I have this all set up this way? Well, it really gives, once again, the flexibility of the repeater to say, hey, I want digital to operate this way, I want analog to operate this way, and the two can operate together. Reason I kind of wrote this up and the reason that I kind of wanted to stress it out is because when our club that I belonged to at the time went digital, we went with Fusion because we couldn't have people. The whole like 9 a.m. we're going digital and that's it, didn't work or wasn't going to work. So we had too many people of the analog users saying us digital users were talking encrypted. We had one guy in our club that said he was ready to call the FCC because we were illegally transmitting. And I'm like, no. So what we did was that we had to make the setup that if I was using digital on the one repeater, that it would link out to the other repeater on analog. And then therefore, he could hear on the other repeater what we were talking about, and we weren't talking about him. Okay, so that's what he thought. So with that being said, these are the connections of the DR2X on the repeater. I know it kind of went into the weeds a little bit. I do apologize. But with that being said, I did want to leave time if anybody had any questions. And then with that also being said, I know some people may have questions about other Yaesu stuff, so I am open to those questions also. So who had the first question?
For example, use the truth table in to control whether it's like in, but get the audio in and out like
Yes. So a question he's asked is, did he understand that you can use a combination of the D sub 15 and a 15 pin? Yes, you can. So what I did is I wrote up a little, I'm great at schematics and I'm great at wiring and all that stuff. I have blown and Radio Shack got a ton of money from me when I was a kid because I scorched the kitchen table a lot. But I built one where basically it's an Arduino board. I just could never do code. I'm not good at doing code. That code and then 10 print screen stuff. What we did is we took and said, okay, if I have pin 3 and pin 4 active on the coming off of the repeater, I went back to here and I said, okay, if pin 3 and pin 4 are active, then I was making the Arduino write code to saying those two pins are active off the repeater. You're going to send a signal out of the repeater to go ahead and make pin 2 or pin 12 go active low. Yep. Mm-hmm. Correct. And a lot of people have had to say, and this is why I also bring this up, a lot of people have gone ahead and said, oh, I got to buy this certain interface box. It's another $100 and stuff like that. No, you don't. The repeater gives you all those pinouts that you need. But yeah, and some people didn't want to buy a repeater controller, so that's why we made it as like a little Arduino board. And then once again, if pin 4 went active, but pin 3 didn't, we assumed that the repeater was going to go digital. Then we left both pins high and active on there. Otherwise, when pin 3 and pin 4 had no signal, then they both went active low, and then it was AMS mode. And then we also were able to include a timer on there. So what we would do then is we would hold a timer with the Arduino board that after it lost signal, it would stay active for 5 seconds in that mode. So yes, you can do it that way. Okay. Any other questions? Yes, sir. So let's say you have a hotspot pointed at, like I say, a repeater, and then wires X pointed at the repeater. It's first come, first serve. First come, first serve. Yeah, and really what it is if you think about it, a hotspot is putting out what, 10 milliwatts, 50 milliwatts max, I think it is on there. And then the lowest amount a PDN node on like a handheld would be a half a watt. Realistically, on a mobile, it's 5 watts. So it's probably that is overdriving the signal or overriding the signal on there. But you bring up an interesting point in setting things up that I kind of didn't touch on it because I didn't know if people would understand, but I guess we'll bring it up now. The DR2X has a secondary receiver that's active all the time. And when people get into feeding audio over the air or signal over the air for linking, what I tell people is use that B side for your linking purposes. So in other words, let's say we have a repeater, I'm just going to throw out general terms, 444.0 plus 5 offset. Put that, maybe that secondary receiver with an external antenna outside, and maybe put that on 439 or whatever frequency you might have, get a linking frequency. Then what you do is you have the wires X node or the Pi Star, whatever you have that's linking in there, you have that go in on the B side, and then you go into the repeater and you set it up to transmit on the A side. So what it'll do is it will hear on the B antenna port, but it'll transmit out on the A antenna port, and it will transmit out on the same frequency as the A antenna port. So now what happens, then you set the A side as the priority. So a person using the repeater as normal, they're going to chit chat, talk, everything like that. That linking is coming in on the B side. If someone needs to talk locally on the repeater, that will priority override that link coming in. Because I hear so many people kind of say that, like, there's people are on wires X and they just want to shut the hell up. Yeah, okay. What do you expect? They're talking, right? And he goes, yeah, but I needed to talk on an important thing. In addition, if you have an event you're using and you need net control, so my dad does the net control for the American Birkebeiner ski race. It's 10,500 people cross country skiing. If you ever cross country ski, you go up a hill, okay? Doesn't understand, but whatever. So he's net control, and there's people that talk too much. We built the back door in on the B channel, so we set the B side as priority. So when the person wouldn't shut up, he just goes right over and talks right over them. At the after action report, people are like, oh my God, Bill didn't shut up. Thank you for walking over him. Poor Bill. But nevertheless, that's what you can do in those things. And that's what I actually suggest you set up as, because in that way you're using that B side, and then you have a priority of what you want on there. Okay. Any other questions? I thought I saw way in the back. Oh, way in the back. The wall. What you mean, like going to Linux? So wish in one hand. So the reason we do Windows is for some of the .NET framework and for some security purposes that we identified a long time ago when we had Wires 2 out there, as well as when we had our commercial version, which was called EVX Link. Wires X will always remain a closed network due to security reasons we identified when we had Wires 2 and EVX Link. That's all I can say on that. Not at this point in time because Windows offers that security that we have identified that we need. I would love to tell you more, but I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to. All I could say is if you knew what we identified, you would understand. So now the back row. Not really, because what we looked at is we looked at it of the security aspect of the first level of IT security is physical security. So that's why we have it that the IMRS board is not even programmable through the front panel. You have to program it with a separate PC in the back. Because of that, we didn't want PC IP addresses to be changed and stuff like that. In addition, we don't want those IP addresses to become readily accessible and available. What a lot of people don't realize is that our repeaters are sold worldwide, and there's a lot of IP regulations that we have to deal with on certain things globally. If you look in Wires X, we had to actually add, and I forgot what a revision of Wires X it was, we actually had to add an option in there now where a person, with the exception of their call sign, their DTMF node ID, can completely block their information so that other people in Wires X can't see it. And a lot of that comes from outside of the US regulation. IP security and IP protection falls into that same category, unfortunately. And to make sure we mitigated that correctly, because that was another one of the things that I had to first work on when IMRS was coming out, we said that. I said, people are going to want to do that. Now, are you coming from like a Motorola world or which world? Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. The only reason I asked that is because if anybody's are familiar with RDAC, which is basically remote operation setup, stuff like that of a Motorola or Pete, a lot of commercial, it's used in commercials heavily, so you can change those kind of things on there. We didn't do that because there was, like I said, no easy way to do it. Plus, in addition, once again, IMRS was designed kind of like in your thing of like, you set it, you forget it. You're not changing IP addresses on a weekly basis. Now, of course, yes, there are issues that if you IP address rolls on you, right? You can roll the dice with static or dynamic for your internet service provider. You know, that creates an issue on there. One thing I will say that has helped out a lot, I sent a gentleman to it earlier. I was going to see if he's here. I didn't see it. Get a net44 IP address, because that's going to stay static for you. And then unless you're adding more or deleting more, then you don't really have to touch it too much. Option B would be is that if you do have internet access, which obviously you do because you have IMRS, take a look at hopping on and getting connected to a YCS server or some sort of server connection for IMRS in that regards. Oh, you guys, okay. You guys are from New England. Okay. All right, perfect. Yeah, because I was talking to, oh my goodness, he just went silent key. Boyson. No, was it Scott or Steven? Steven. Yes, he just passed away recently. Yeah, because as a matter of fact, I talked to Steven. He was one that I was working on. Okay, yeah. So you were going to be my 68 system. But we were talking like in New England about having that same conversation of how we can do this. And we were talking about like maybe the better approach would be is because of winter time would be to get you guys onto a server aspect of it. Then you have one IP address going into there, and then your DGIDs will do your routing for you. Okay. Yep. Okay, there you go. So that would be the solution on there. Okay, cool. Did I see someone else's hand raised? Someone? Oh, yes, sir. Yeah.
I'm setting up 3 repeaters.
Yes.
In the analog,
Mm-hmm.
I would have a controller that would let me bridge them together.
Okay.
My understanding is like connect them locally, I can digital have them say, well, if I can do 10, I go to all 3 If I can do 20, I go to these 2, and if I do something else, I just stay on the computer a month.
That's correct for digital only. But digital only, yep. Yep. Yeah, and that's exactly the layout on there. So yep, exactly. So yeah, you probably saw the DGID video that I did. Yeah, and that's what it is. I mean, it really is cool. Okay, I'm gonna date ourselves. How many people were alive when Superlink was alive? Does anybody remember Superlink? Okay, solidarity, brother. All right. So what Superlink was, it was a really cool concept. Started in mid Southern California, I think you remember. It went up like the West Coast, then hung a right and kind of went along the northern part of the states, like along there. And then the furthest it ever got down, we actually tried to integrate in northern Wisconsin. But what it did was it was a DTMF controlled, linked via RF system that when you sent the DTMF codes of what you wanted to link on, the linking radios activated the different PL tones or CTCSS tones. So if you wanted to link like 5 of them together, I forgot what code you did, because the codes were very protected because we didn't want everybody to just turn on a link all the way to Southern California for no reason from northern Wisconsin. But it was pretty cool in that thing because when it did that linking on there, it was done PL steering. That's what they call it. Law enforcement's used PL steering for many years before we all went digital, okay? But with that, that kind of is what DGID does in that case. DGID says, okay, only these radios are going to hear me like a CTCSS tone would. So, yes, sir.
There are devices that we're using where you can stream the USB connection over the network.
Okay.
And we're doing it from 800 miles away. It doesn't, you still can't get to the front panel, obviously, but when you need to do the IRS configuration for the card and all that stuff, you can do it remotely. It works fine. Okay.
It looks like they already left, but yeah, okay, good to know. And you know, with technology, sorry, with technology the way it is out there, it was only a matter of time. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Yes. My understanding is yes. Was a guy came into the booth running the same thing. He's on Starlink. He wasn't able to get a it was an added CNAT network on there. I had another customer in that booth. They said yes, the Net 44. Net 44 is through not through Yates or anything like that. It's through the ARDC, Amateur Radio Digital. They're in building 1. So ARDC, they do that. There's certain restrictions. You have to be approved and apply. You have to apply, be approved, basically to validate you're going to use this for amateur radio stuff and not for business, nefarious purposes, streaming Netflix, that kind of thing. Yes, yeah, it is free, correct? Yes, it is free. But yes, like he said, you have to do a router. But even the most inexpensive routers now, you can easily put a dying DNS setup on there and stuff like that. So it's super simple. You're doing that, right? That's what I thought. Yeah, there's numerous solutions that people are using on there too. If you still need to run an HRI 200. So. There you go. Yep. You've done it. Talk to him because weren't you here last year and we tackled that? Yeah. So we tackled this last year. Where were you? I'm solving problems here. It's okay. All right. Any other questions? These are great questions. Thank you so much. So good question. We are going until May 31st right now of this year. We have not received official word that it's going to be canceled, but we have not received official word that it's been going to be renewed. It did go up in price. So 2 cycles ago, I think it went up to $950 for the standalone no IMRS cost, and then $1,300 for the IMRS board installed in there already. You can buy, of course, the IMS board later if you want to. It went from $700 to $950. Yep. I know people are asking about it. Is there going to be another repeater? I'll be honest with you. If you stop by the booth, you knew what our new baby was. We spent a lot of research and development and engineering time into the FTX 1 series. I know some other projects didn't get put on hold, but we diverted a lot of resources to get the QRP radio out. So I'm sure something will be coming down the line soon, but I don't know what time frame or anything. No, right now it does not have Wires X functionality on there. We are knowing that there's a Wires X update coming in August. We have not been told yet what that is going to entail. So anybody's guess is as good as ours. They wanted to focus the training more so on user operation, all those kind of things like that, answering that no, it cannot be remoted, sorry. All those kind of things like that on there. And then we're going to have probably more training in July. They're kind of doing an Apple thing, so I don't get to take vacation in July. So I'll blow something up on 4th of July anyways. All right, any other questions? No? No? Okay, thank you very much for attending, and have a good day.
Perfect. Thank you. Yep. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Yeah, and once I send that document, like I said, once you get badge about 6, 7, 6, help throughout the entire United States. Actually, 2 of them are out there in Canada. So when you're there, I will see if I can get the Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Oh, yeah, okay. Can you, let me give you mine and then send me an email, and that way I will know I will have it later. J.Pro. Yep, just send me an email saying PDF for pinups. Perfect. Quick question. Yeah. I didn't even have a chance to try them last night because we got done with dinner, and all of a sudden we're sitting at dinner, and I say there's a tornado watch, and then I'm walking back to the hotel room to change clothes, and all of a sudden it starts thundering and lightning. Oh my gosh. So when next year when I do the same thing, I want to make sure I didn't not find things.
I looked at what they were, and they were on the list, and I'll tell you what. Someone else got me 115 proof whiskey. So I was going to go ahead and make sure I couldn't feel my legs last night.
That'll burn.
Stupid tornado watch.
Yeah, Curtis, if you get a chance, let me know if there's something I can do from Curtis.
Okay. Yep, I will. I briefly messaged him today, but I will let you know.
And the last thing is on your YouTube, not YouTube, the Facebook stuff.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, everybody else can comment, but I don't have a comment option. Is it because I've done something bad or terrible?
No. Did I accept you as a friend request?
I don't know.
I had to change profile settings a long time ago. That it's an open profile to watch, but you have to be on your friend to comment.
I may never ever have been